position when it comes to taking up Taiwan with arms. I think it's quite clear that the superiority of the arms and the military training that NATO and Western allies can procure is to such a big advantage that it should make the Chinese scared. Am I right, Akash?
Absolutely, yes, I would agree entirely.
Björn.
Yeah, just wanted to chip in into something. If you look on the map and you look into Taiwan and you look on the other side to China, you see there are three big industry centers: Changzhou, Xiamen, and Guangzhou. Um, these three big industry centers are all in extended HIMARS range, and we have seen how the Russian systems perform against HIMARS and extended range HIMARS, and I don't think the Chinese systems are much better, and would be a really big risk for China if they would try this. Now they know how good or bad these Russian systems are.
Yeah, and when you evaluate an army that has never been into a full scale invasion from the dictator perspective, it's a one thing when you see that not equivalent but a similar type of army that hadn't been in a big armed conflict to this kind of scale for 60, 70 years, failed that miserably. I'm pretty sure that even the Chinese regime can understand and have some insights and think a little bit more realistically. And that their main goal is self-preservation in their regime and in their own uh, kleptocracy way. So I don't think the Chinese will act right now, but we need anyways to make sure that they see that we are present, we are watching, uh, we are uh, ready for a conflict. And when I'm saying we, I'm meaning the U.S. um, and also, of course, allies. Raver.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Hey, Cash, have you heard anything about like the Davidson window? I know there's a U.S. admiral that is predicting war with China simply based on U.S. Navy construction and retirement cycles.
Wow, that is a short but terrifying question. I'm not familiar with it. No. If anyone else here has heard about that, please do speak up.
I'm sorry, I don't have the intel necessary for that, Raver. Do you know? Can you extend on that, Raver?
Okay, so if I'm remembering the name right, Admiral Davidson is predicting a war with China between China and the U.S. within the next 5 years, with like a peak time of like 2025 to 2027. I'm running off memory here, based on retirement cycles of U.S. Navy ships, because we're getting ready to go into a major retirement cycle before the ships that we are going to be replacing them come online, leaving the U.S. Navy at its weakest point since before World War II.
So what is interesting here is that certain European nations have been rearming and refurbishing and launching new aircraft carriers, new submarines. I hope that they can, uh, to some extent, project force in that area as well. I know that Italy has been building up a very large navy, and similarly, France are doing some major upgrades on the submarines, and as well as Britain launching new ships. Things are happening also in Europe, even though that the investments and the scale of the navy is nowhere near the U.S. Navy, of course. Um, so, do we have any other topics, Ben?
I should say that unfortunately I need to slip away myself, but I am grateful to everyone for including me in this conversation. As always, I've enjoyed speaking with everyone and hearing from everyone. And I do want to express my gratitude to the people who organized this space for your volunteer efforts in making it possible. I mean, we started off by talking about what are our responsibilities as nations, as cultures, and as individuals to help the people of Ukraine. And I know that what you are doing, you are more than living up to your responsibilities and making a real difference to the resistance and to the freedom, not just of the people of Ukraine, but for the freedom of people who will be spared the scourge of war because Putin's ambitions have been stopped in Ukraine. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Akash. And yeah, it started off about airplanes and us initiating the International Legion Air Wing here live on the space a couple of hours ago, and a question about the ethics and the possibilities about this, and it transitioned into a very nice conversation. So thank you very much, Akash. We very much appreciate it.
Akash, it starts and it ends there. There's a moral imperative. There's no excuse. There's nothing people can say. There's absolutely no moment in time where anyone can step back, turn around, and go with good conscience and leave Ukraine alone. So, therefore we act.
Hey, Akash, I just tagged you with an article from USNI on the Davidson window.
Thank you, Raven. I will read that.
Thank you, Akash. It's great to hear from you every time. Thank you very much.
That's the man, Akash. Come back soon.
So, Ben, what have you been up to?
Carrying a machine gun around Paris the whole day. A bit tired. Unfortunately, only a machine gun, not one of those items that the Ukrainian the Ukrainian Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal, do I pronounce his name correctly? Shmyhal, came all the way to Paris to request, and he went on French TV to tell the French people that he was, and him and the rest of his government, and probably a fair bit of the Ukrainian nation, could do with some of our tanks. We've built 486 of them. We're only using some of those. I think something to the tune of 114 have been decommissioned and are in storage. Some of them have been used for parts, but there are still some left, and probably enough to get the Russians thinking and to get the Germans thinking as well. I think they should be sent as fast as possible. I don't suspect there's a lot of French people in space right now, but if there are, please, please, please write to your deputies, write to your senators, and get them to send those tanks as fast as possible. We're trying to get in touch with as many French members of parliament at the moment to get them to pressure the Elysee Palace. But we can just hope for the moment. So it was quite infuriating that 10 months, almost 300 days in, and we're still discussing whether or not to send those tanks. It's very. I'm upset about this, and and as a result, in a bad mood. But who says bad mood says fighting spirit? So there it is, fighting spirit. And the good thing is that there's been some information flying around on Twitter that picked me up a little bit. One of them is is related to what we're all talking about with Akash, about China, the long-term prospect of Russia as a threat. The Moscow Times, which has its faults, but also sometimes just relays semi-official statistics, which as a result, are interesting if used with a lot of caution. They've relayed the latest demographic statistic for Russia, And apparently, compared to last October, this October, this October month, there has been 15,000 less births in Russia compared to before, and extrapolated on the whole year, that would take them to 100,000 births less. That's a very large decrease. I mean, 100,000 people, more or less, on a cohort, which is roughly speaking a million people, is a lot. Like a lot. Some commentaries that were made about it were saying that Russia is about to reach the what's the country I was telling, the floor that it had reached at the time of the Soviet Union, in terms of demographic expansion, and it will well, in this case contraction, that the Russian population is contracting fast, and contracting decisively. There's I don't know, for those of us who are who like our Canadian friends, they know that one of Trudeau's promises was that by the end of the 21st century, I think something along those lines, Canada would have 100 million inhabitants. That's their goal. That's their aim. It's likely that Russia will also have 100 million inhabitants, if not less, meaning that there could be less inhabitants in Russia than there will be in Canada, which would be quite an interesting change in demographic. In terms of trend, this is dramatic. This also brings a terrifying light and on the theft of children, that the Russians are doing at the moment. In their sick minds, some of their members of government may think that it is a way of compensating. You steal 500,000 children, and that replaces the 500,000 that are not going to be born in the coming 5 years. It's false. It's bad logic. It's criminal. But that at least makes it, you sort of start to understand what's going on. But I see Luca wants to speak about the subject. Luca, please.
Oh, Ben, no, I just missed the date. 100 million by when?
For Canada is 100 million. I think it's 100 million by the end of the century, but I could be wrong. If there are Canadians on the space, they're welcome to come up and tell me that I'm wrong, and it's 2050 or something. But I think Canada at the moment is hovering a bit above 30 million. That would imply multiplication by 3. I don't think you can multiply a country's population by 3 in 25 years without some serious issues. So yeah, I think the end of the century is more likely.
And how many people in Russia now? 130, 160? I forgot.
In Russia, 144.
144. So that would be a decrease of 30% of their population. Well, I mean, I like to say that, like, when people cannot vote with their ballots, they vote with their feet, or in this case, they vote with some other organs, which I cannot discuss about because of the Spotify issue. But why would someone make a baby now when they see that their baby, they just end up at the front as cannon fodder? It kind of makes sense.
Oh no, absolutely. That's one of the problems. There's and also Putinism as a solution is as lost in a way. Like what they were selling was a solution for Russia's woes, as well as potentially a solution for a number of countries. Solution which was little freedom, a lot of a very strong man, very strong state, very supposedly very decisive, absurd filth, but presenting itself as culturally conservative. All this has failed, and this affects people. There's no way around it, because if you don't give them a model that they can trust in, that they can believe in, that they can project themselves and their children in, they're not going to have children, not quite as many at least. And the defeat of Putinism is also the defeat of Russia to a very, very large extent. But talking about Canadians, Erland, do you see a Canadian on the space?
If I see any Canadians on the space, I see Martin, journalist from Canada. Do you have a response to what Ben came up with?
Martin, are you sorry?
I don't know what I should be sorry for. I could sing you a song with the word sorry in it, but then you'd have probably 75% less listeners listening to my voice, Ben. How are you this evening, everyone? Slava Ukraini. Wonderful, wonderful show this afternoon and this evening with Akash and Axel, and just absolutely splendid. One more reason for everyone to retweet this space. MriyaReport is an absolutely indispensable source of accurate, current, 24/7 information about Russia's genocidal war of aggression against democratic Ukraine. Ben, I just want to say, speaking of Canada, our population currently is about 38.5 million. And the government has actually increased the number of immigrants that will be allowed into Canada. I think it's going up to, I believe, 500,000 a year, if I'm not mistaken. Perhaps one of my fellow Canadians could give a more accurate number on that. But I just wanted to point that out, Ben, and keep up the great work. Slava Ukraini, Ben, and everyone else. And I shall drop down to listener again. Thank you.
William Slava.
Thanks a lot, Martin. Yes, I'm being told in the DMs that you are correct. Luca's hand is up, and then Luca's hand is down. It's very complicated. Luca.
No, it's me. Well, given we're talking about Canada, let me just give my little spiel here, and then I'll drop down. I'm very well known in the circles around here in the Valley, and also among my friends in Italy and in France. I get pretty obnoxious how pro-Canadian I am. I've been working a lot with Canada because of the AI clusters in Toronto and Montreal. And since I started visit Canada, I can feel the energy, and I basically made these motto, which I am telling everybody, to the point that my son is like, yes, okay, you're going to say that again. And it says, Canada, 1,000 years of growth. And it says something along the line that it's, great country with right now, at least, and hopefully going into the future, a stable democracy, lots of land, huge natural resources, and the creation of really strong intellectual centers. Like I mentioned, for the artificial intelligence, everything you see today about modern AI actually did come out of the Canadian clusters of Montreal and Toronto, and potentially also Vancouver. So let's not underestimate it, because to be a small country, they've been extremely impactful, at least in my sector. And like I mentioned, huge natural resources, huge land. They need immigration because they need to grow. So I'm completely unsurprised by the statistic that I didn't know, that is going to be growing and growing. Great country, Canada, 1,000 years to grow. I'm going to drop down. Thank you.
Grazie. 1,000 years of growth. Oh, that's impressive. I know quite a few people who wouldn't like that, but 1,000 years of growth. It's interesting. So, Raver, do you have something to say about Canadian demographics?
Not a whole lot. My ancestors left Canada about 150 years ago and never looked back.
Oh, wait, you mean they were French Canadians and they escaped the English-speaking yolk?
Yeah, pretty much.
One day you'll come back in triumph and reconquer what is yours, my man. So, okay, well, maybe I'm being insensitive. I'm sorry. I don't know much of the story. I hope you did well and they found a welcoming place. I would trade the US for Quebec anytime, especially in those years. That was terrible. All right, I think I'm managing to get the whole Canadian community against me at the moment, so I need to return to saying good things about Canada, or actually even better, saying bad things about Russia. That will work. Oh, sorry. I've got a quick PSA for you, for everyone. If you are driving over the Kerch Bridge in the coming few months, year even, please do not take a vehicle with a capacity of more than 1.5 tons. Otherwise, you might crumble. You might make the bridge crumble. So all the private civilian vehicles with a capacity, I repeat, of 1.5 tons or more are banned from the bridge. So please drive responsibly on the bridge. We really wouldn't want it to fall again. That would be terrible. Erland, how big is your car?
I don't know the measures in my head, but it's definitely very heavy. It's about 2.2 tons.
No good bridge for you then. Sorry, you're gonna have to drive around.
Aye. I do have a question. Are you updated on the whole spiel that the whole thing that Macron is going to host in Paris with some heads of state and governments around from Europe about aiding Ukraine when it comes to facing the crisis of energy?
I don't think so. No, I've seen thing about the online G7, but nothing else.
Okay, because I read in the Norwegian press that apparently our prime minister is heading to Paris to participate in some forum about aiding Ukraine, and specifically when it comes to the electricity issue. So I guess Macron is trying to save his face after the phone conversations with the potato head in Kremlin.
Yep, trying to go through the French press right now. I'm not seeing anything, but as soon as I get to read something, I will try to see, and I'll be your correspondent in Paris. What did I say? Raver, go ahead.
Yeah, Ben, or anybody that may have seen the report, is I saw something on Twitter earlier claiming to be leaked, based on a leaked document from Russia, showing total losses of like 130,000 dead, 270,000 wounded. Was anybody seen that, and how would they evaluate that? Is that a reliable-ish source?
I'm sorry. Which one did you see?
I saw a report earlier, and I'm not an ocean guy, so I thought I would ask in case there were any here, showing Russian losses of like 92,000 Army, 26,000 Mercs, like 5 or 7,000 National Guard troops, for a total of like 130,000 dead, plus like 270,000 wounded. I was just wondering if anybody else had seen that tweet and what type of stock to put in it.
Okay, we've got our resident statistician, Nick, who's here to answer you.
No, I'm here to learn about the conference in Paris.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to try to make as non-stupid an answer to Raver as possible, and then we'll go back to you, Nick, if you don't mind. So I don't know exactly which one you saw. I never saw anything regarding the wounded, but the estimate, which is now north of 90,000, for the actually it's a bit difficult to understand what they're talking about. They're saying destroyed. Destroying human beings, it's a bit strange. That's not exactly what you would say. Is it so? Something gets lost in translation somewhere. So that's a bit of an issue. I take it as people who are either dead or decidedly not able to continue fighting, either because they've fled or because they've managed to they're severely wounded or something along those lines. And the way those numbers are built is fairly difficult to understand, because often what really good secret services do is that they get the numbers from the adversary. They know that the adversary own private secret estimates of losses are 50,000, so they just need to nick that number and proceed. In the case of Russia, the Russians probably don't have a reliable number, so that option is closed. So the Ukrainians very likely have a sort of two-step process. The first one is that they tried to have battle assessment. You probably know this a lot better than me. And to go like, yes, we're being told that we've killed 5 guys here from the 5th battalion, and the 7th battalion is telling us that they've killed 7. 7 plus 7, that's 14 guys. 14 guys are dead. Up, we bring it up to the general, and the general is telling us, okay, 14 dead, and then it goes up all the way to the statistical office. That's the one option. And then you've got things that are assessment based on intel again, and or simple statistical time series, which are, if you had 300 dead one day and nothing dramatic happened again, it's very likely that you will get more than 400 today. Those the things tend to follow each other, so that's sort of indication that they would have models to try to estimate the likely number based on the observed number that they're receiving. I think it's fairly accurate. I think it's also an evolving process. Earlier in the war, for a few days, the Russians had like 5 dead or something along those lines, and people were wondering why. And some people said, well, because it's likely that the Ukrainians' models were sort of overestimating the number of dead. So now they've recalibrated, and they're cheating a little bit on the number of dead for a few days in order to go back to something that is more plausible, and then they can go forward. So I think those numbers are made in a way that is quite smart, and that I would say they're mostly reliable.
Yeah, I get all that, but I thought it was Russian leak that I was looking at earlier. I thought these were coming from the Russian side.
Oh, the Russian side? I don't think the Russians have any idea of how many dead and wounded they have. The few times when numbers leaked, they were exactly the same as the one that the Ukrainians had. So it's the Russians are using Ukrainian numbers.
To a point of order to that, or not a point of order, but a shoot into that. So I do believe, though, that if numbers of dead have increased absolutely dramatically since they started to send in conscripts. It is a possibility that the Ukrainians are underestimating that. Another thing that we don't know is how many of the wounded die in hospitals the weeks after they've been injured. There are a lot of unknown factors to the numbers that the Ukrainian armed forces are putting out, because they don't know what happens after they do the battle assessment. So I think to some degree there could be some underestimating. I do believe more that they are underestimating than that they are overestimating the numbers.
Thank you. Yeah, that is very true. I think they can estimate how many people have been removed from the front lines, and I think that's what they mean by destroyed. And I don't think that that's why they're not using the word killed, but removed or destroyed. It can imply that the guy is in an hospital bed or that he's dead. Doesn't really matter. All right, I think Bernard, you want to go ahead, or shall we ask for Nick's answer to the previous question?
Oh, if Nick want to continue on this topic, he absolutely can. But I would suggest we slightly change the topic, maybe to some economic topics if you want, Ben. But please, Nick.
Well, I'm answering Ben's, or I'm answering whoever asked the question about there being a conference in Paris coming up. I don't know if that was what I was going to comment on. I can't. Whoever mentioned it and said, "Oh, is this Macron trying to regain face after his comments?" I think that's a little bit unnecessary. These conferences are both pretty large and will have been in the planning for quite some time. So there are going to be two conferences on Tuesday in Paris. The first one will be called Solidarity with the Ukrainian People, and the second will be on resilience and reconstruction of Ukraine. To take the second one first, there are going to be 500 French companies present. And that will clearly, when there's money to be spent rebuilding Ukraine, where you need your local companies involved. For the first conference, there will be 47 governments represented, and 22 international organizations and financial institutions. Macron in person and Zelensky by video conference by video link will open the conference. Shmihal will be there. Yulia Sviridenko, the economy minister, will be there. Gutierrez, the Secretary General of the UN, will be there on video link. So I imagine in the morning they will have some high-level talks about how to. I don't know what the exact. I'd have to read more than I've had time to read to see exactly what's on the agenda. And then in the afternoon, I imagine there will be some schmoozing of various Ukrainian representatives by these 500 French companies who will be offering to help rebuild Ukraine either in the immediate future or perhaps later. I don't know the exact details. So yeah, two separate conferences on Tuesday. What I found in English, that's all in French. What I found in English, it just says one conference whose participants will discuss measures to be taken to protect the Ukrainian population from the Russian invasion during the winter. And from what I've seen of that, where are we? Here we are back on the French thing, which will bring together international support to Ukraine to respond in the very short term to Ukraine's urgent needs to get through the winter, in particularly concerning electricity, heating, and water. So that will be the 47 heads of government, or not heads of government, 47 government representatives. And then the second meeting with 500, approximately 500 French companies will be about reconstruction and long-term, so presumably after the shooting stops. So there you go. There are going to be two conferences in Paris on Tuesday, a short-term, all about short-term aid, which I think ties in very neatly with the announcement by the EU that it's going to be unblocking 18 billion euros in loans for exactly that purpose. And then the second one, I presume, a getting to know you session of where French companies, I'm sure there'll be, the usual Legrand and Eiffage and Alstom and the giants of French industry will be there for longer term development, because Ukraine is not going to be rebuilt without private investment. That's abundantly clear. So that's coming up on Tuesday, and I am just about, and now I've done it, I have just tweeted a couple of links. They're in French, but your browser's translation feature will do a reasonable job, I hope.
Thanks a lot, Nick. I've just checked the tweets. They are in French indeed. I can confirm that.
All right, then I have so many questions and I was waiting so long. So now let's finally go. Where we start, Ben? Let's recap the week. On Monday, the 5th of December, the oil price cap was set into force. What have we seen happening since then?
Well, I assume that the most important thing we've seen happening since then is Tomasz Wlosowski, coming to talk to us on the space, one of the prime European specialists of the subject of sanctions, very into this question of the oil cap. He came to talk to us about this. I've been told it was very interesting, and I missed it, and I was livid. I don't think anything of note happened else this week. Did you get to listen to him?
Yeah, actually, I got to listen to him. Yeah, but it was, I think it was 3 interviews this day, so it was, but was really interesting. Was really interesting. But I don't remember so much because I'm basically online here. Because I had holidays, like I don't know, 12, 14 hours a day. So I maybe need to take time and listen to this interview again in a little bit of calm moment. All right, Ben, and what happened with Pakistan? I heard there was something with Pakistan and Russia.
Yes, very, very quickly. So a few days back. No, okay. Let me rewind a little bit further away. A few months back, it emerged that Pakistan had helped Ukraine for a fee, also somewhat indirectly, but delivering 152 shells first to Britain, and then from Britain to Ukraine. They were pictures of casing or shells, or I don't know exactly how the Austin community got on the fact that it was Pakistani shells that were being sent to Ukraine, but we got to know that, and that was very interesting. And Pakistan got branded a little bit pro-Ukraine, which is a difficult one for Pakistan, because on the one hand they're close to China, and China is close to Russia, so Pakistan should be close to Russia. Also because the Pakistani prime minister was in Moscow, like by February 26th or something ridiculous like this. So Pakistan initially had been branded pro-Russia, and then with the delivery of shells and maybe to annoy the Indians, the Pakistanis had been rebranded as a bit more either balanced or pro-Ukrainian. And they were trying to negotiate hard with Russia, telling Russia, we want your oil, and we want your oil at a rebate that was, the number I read was 40%. I read that Pakistan was trying to get a 40% discount on Russian oil. So that would take at the time, close to $80 price tag for a barrel to, well, half would be 50. So something like 50, 58 or something like this. And the Russians said initially, they may have said yes. Some of the did I say 50? Yeah, no. Sorry, I said 50. I meant 48. 48. So the Indians were getting their oil at 52, and the Pakistani would get it at something like 48. And the information had floated that basically, yes, the Russian had said yes. But it turns out that actually it may not be the case. I need to drop for a minute, guys. Bionada, if you can take over, I'm sorry.
All right, I will do that. Yeah, interesting news. We know in this in India and Pakistan have kind of a history, and maybe the right person to talk a little bit about the history between India and Pakistan. Nick, you have any knowledge about this?
I mean, not a whole lot. Pakistan's an acronym. Did you know that?
No.
PAK, and I don't know about the IF, but the P, A, and K are three component regions that came together when Pakistan was separated from India. When the British left India, it was rather feared that there would be quite a lot of trouble between the Muslims and the Hindus, and so Pakistan was kind of created as a land for the Muslims. And there's been a lot of conflict on and off since. At different times, the countries have aligned themselves with different power blocks. Pakistan was originally West Pakistan and East Pakistan, separated by, goodness knows, 2,000 kilometers across the top of India. And East Pakistan in 1970 broke away and became Bangladesh. Still a Muslim country. I mean, India is about a 10% Muslim country, and at the moment, of course, they have their own problems with the rather chauvinistic, nationalistic, Hinduistic party in power being seen to oppress the Muslim population. And in particular, between India and Pakistan, you have the disputed border region of Kashmir, where there are occasional skirmishes. Both countries are believed to have nuclear weapons. So it's a sort of ongoing part of the world. The one thing that brings them together is cricket. And an India-Pakistan match is always very hard fought, but actually fought in a good spirit. The players get on very well. Players from Pakistan play in the Indian leagues, and the crowds get on well together. There's tremendous respect for each other's cricket teams, but for almost everything else, they seem to be able to whip up dislike of each other at a political level quite easily. The until recently President of Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan, was actually a cricket star in the 70s and 80s. So that's it. Cricket is enormously important in both countries.
Yeah, but why does the Indians and the Pakistanis play cricket?
Because the British taught it to them.
Exactly. This is what I wanted to mention and highlight. Yeah, it was a former British colony, and after
these days Afghanistan plays cricket, and they play it because they weren't conquered by the British, because no one conquers Afghanistan. But starting with the Soviet invasion, and then with people fleeing the Taliban, the educated classes of Afghanistan fled to Pakistan, and their kids learned to play cricket in the schools. And Afghanistan is now a force in world cricket. It is ranked 10th or 11th. They regularly take on and occasionally beat England, Pakistan, and India. And it's cricket turns out to be a unifying force within Afghanistan. It's the only sport endorsed by the Taliban, who otherwise don't like sport. It's a remarkable thing. I know Wendy tries to sort of bamboozle people here with jargon occasionally, but it's a remarkable sport, and it has a remarkable capacity to bring people together. I'm not quite certain why that is. There's an etiquette that's expected of you on the field, and there's a great deal of mutual respect for each other's skill during the game. Is what I would say, having played it myself for 40 years. Yeah, it's one of those things that I remember in about 2010 there was a lot of international tension, and the World Cup was on, and people were reporting that the various ambassadors at the UN would be shouting and screaming at each other in the UN General Assembly, and then they'd sort of go off to the restaurant and watch one of the World Cup games on the TV and make knowledgeable comments about what was going on in the football, and then go back to shouting at each other. So we need probably more international sport competitions as a way of bringing people together, but don't expect football to solve anything between India and Pakistan. That really isn't going to happen.
Absolutely, Nick, and I just wanted to give a little bit of history rundown. So yeah, it was a former British colony. After this, it was split into parts: one Muslim part, one Hindu part. I don't know which is.
I mean, majority Hindu. Yes, they were
Majority
never going to get all of the Muslims out of India and bust them over to Pakistan.
All right, this just as a little bit background, and yeah, so it developed. All right, I see Yehuda is coming up.
I am.
Morning, good evening, Yehuda.
Good evening. I'll just listen. Jump in with some updates later.
All righty. So Ben, back to you. We were at Indian, Pakistan, no, Pakistan and Russia negotiating a price for oil, and yeah, what's going on?
What Akash enlightened for us today, and what I totally missed, was the fact that, as you just said, it was more of a three-way game than a two-way game. In the sense that it wasn't just India, it wasn't just Pakistan and Russia discussing. It was Pakistan trying to get the same deal, or potentially as good a deal as India was getting. And they announced that it was likely for them to get it. They announced it was almost signed. They announced that it was signed, maybe, etc. And then suddenly Russia said, no, we're not going to do this. So there's this first aspect, which is the fact that Russia is probably picking its allies, picking its fights, and punishing those that were not fully trustworthy, by rewarding those that were trustworthy with a large amount of cheap oil, and not rewarding those that weren't with such a large amount of cheap oil. Bernard, you want to bet?
So and maybe we'll be jumping conclusions here, but is this a sign Russia is trying to keep up its kind of providers market and not to get into a buyers market from China and India and all the other countries which are trying to get a cheaper price, and everyone tries to get a cheaper price. So is this an attempt of Russia trying to show dominance in the market?
Yes, we're getting at the level, as Akash said, that the usual way a market functions, which is almost faceless. Someone comes in with where someone else comes in with money, and the exchange is done, and it's done, and it doesn't matter who's buying, who's selling, as long as the price is right, it's done. As Akash pointed out, it's not what's happening at the moment with the oil market. What's happening at the moment is Russia has agreed a number of very good deals for countries that it considers as either important or friendly or both, namely mostly India and China. So it's telling them, okay, roughly speaking, 60, maybe even $55 a barrel for you. Good. What's happening is that the Europeans are saying, yes, you're going to have to give that deal to everyone because we won't allow you to sell for more than 60. And what Akash said is that now it's going to be a bit of a Mexican standoff because Russia is going to try to sell to someone, maybe Pakistan, for say $65. And the question is the European Union is the United States, because let's not forget, the United States are involved in this and very much involved in this. Are the United States going to be able to prevent Pakistan for purchasing that oil, or rather to convince Pakistan not to purchase that oil, to convince the actors to the deal not to participate, for them to whomever is carrying the oil on tanker not to carry it, whomever is brokering the oil on the market not to broker it, etc., etc. Akash rightfully pointed to the fact that a number of actors, for instance, those that are carrying the oil on tankers, don't really have access to price data, but they're not the ones that are mostly targeted by the EU and the US. The ones that are mostly targeted are known as tier one service providers, and these guys are those, for instance, providing insurance, providing brokerage, this sort of services, often financial in nature, who by definition know the price and know the real price and know it well ahead. And these are the people the EU and the US are going to try to influence, and these are the people that are going to how can I put it? That's where the rubber hits the road. If these guys say yes, we're going to do as Russia tells us to do, then Russia wins. If these guys said we cannot afford to go against the EU and the US wishes, Russia has lost this battle exactly the same way as it lost earlier the attempt to renegotiate the grain deal. So I think Akash made a very, very good point and had an excellent reading of the situation.
So Ben, but my actual question, what I was wondering was about, I mean, if the oil price cap is at $60, for example, wouldn't be everyone incentivized as a country, as a seller, as a buyer, to say, oh, all right, they have to sell it under $60, so I will try to get a better price. And everyone knows Russia is not in a good position, and I would guess everyone is trying to get a better price. So the question is, what would be the upside for these countries to pay more than $60? What would they get out of this to not basically listen to the price cap and ignore it?
Well, it's a bit the reverse situation to the one that was going on between Germany and Qatar. I don't know if you remember the problems that the German and the Qataris were getting for the discussion on oil. The issue was the Germans wanted to have, say, 5 years, a contract that would run over 5 years, and the Qataris said, no, we don't want 5 years, we want 25. And the reason that it's a question of volume, it's a question of stability of provision. For a country like, say, Pakistan again, it might be really worth it to negotiate a $65 barrel for the coming 5 years, as long as there's a guarantee of delivery for the coming 5 years, regardless of whatever other circumstances. Because if they get this, they have a safe. They're rather safe. Yes, it may not be as cheap as it would be otherwise, but they get their money back in a way on in other matters such as stability of provision, the stability of price, all these that are very, very positive for a country. And you might prefer to have a slightly higher price, but a more stable and higher volume. So that could be the, what can I say? That could be the carrot that the Russians are providing. But I don't know if you seen which one was potentially the most important state visit this week. Did you see that Winnie the Pooh went to ride a dromedary or something like that?
Oh, there was a honey-loving bear in Africa somewhere.
Arabia, not Africa. President Xi, Premier Xi of China, went to visit MBS in Saudi Arabia. Who was welcomed very warmly, a strong handshake, and there were a lot of negotiations. One of them was about hydrogen. I know nothing about hydrogen. I'd be very, very interested to know what Thomas, again, has to say about this. He's been tweeting heavily on this, and next time he comes around, I'll make sure to be there, A, and B, I'll make sure to ask him a question about hydrogen. But more importantly, China has just negotiated with Saudi Arabia a very large deal for, again, large volume, stable volumes, and generous price. So, and it's quite interesting that it happens on the very week when the oil cap arrives. Apparently, the Chinese either don't want to be too dependent on Russia, or they don't believe that Russia is going to be able to provide in the short term the sort of volume that they require. So they're looking for alternatives right now. That doesn't sound to me like China is going to try to fight the EU and the US for the privilege of paying more for Russian oil and gas. They'd rather pay less. They're very hard nosed on this one, and they're making sure that everyone is aware that they have alternatives and that they will not hesitate to use them. So yeah, I'm pretty certain the Russians were paying a lot of attention to this and that they're not very, very happy. Even though, if you want to leave the oil economics for a second, not everything is bleak in the Russian economy. Oh, Anna, you wanted to go on the...
Yeah. I just wanted to make a quick comment. So, Winnie Pooh and MBS did meet to discuss the oil price, not how to get rid of reporters.
You're saying, or you're asking?
No, it was a little bit of a joke, which was meant to point out what kind of people are meeting them.
Oh yeah, no, neither of them are angels. Really not. But then again, few are when it comes to the oil economy. There are very, very few angels. Yeah, no, what I want to tell you, our military specialists, they tend to say, and if you think of Gunny, for instance, he always saying war is a seesaw. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. Yeah, the trend may be in your favor. It doesn't mean that you won't be faced with a defeat here and there. Victory is never granted. You always have to respect the challenge. And I would venture to say that it's a little bit the same with economic warfare. In a way, the sanctions, the good news, the price of oil, the all the problems that we see the Russians are having in their production, in their economy, should not make us forget and lose from sight the fact that they are a very, very big economy. I hesitate to call them advanced, but in a way they are advanced, and they don't think for a second that the level of pressure that is necessary and the amount of force, of economic force, that is necessary to bring down such a large country and the economy of such a large country is trivial. It is a fight, and it is a fight that's going to last weeks and months and probably years even. So some numbers came up recently. They're from November. So we are talking for the most. We're talking before the European legislation on the oil cap. We're talking before the oil ban. We're talking also mostly before the sort of pre-sanction impact, as many countries were getting ready for what the legislation was going to be. We saw a rapid drop in the import of Russian oil in many countries, including Turkey, including India, and including China. So all this did happen in November, but mostly in early December. So we won't witness those in those numbers. But we are also about a month and a half after the beginning of the first wave of mobilization and the really, really negative impact that it had. So all this to say that Ika Kornen, who's a wonderful economist at the Finnish central bank in charge of emerging economies, he tweeted about the payments within banks made in Russia. I don't know exactly how, but there is apparently an aggregate for that. And he mentioned the fact that the volume and number of payments in a number of sectors, thankfully not all of them, but in a number of sectors, were up, and sometimes rather radically up in for the month of November compared to the average of, roughly speaking, this summer. So in November, quite a few sectors grew by 5%, 10% in the number and volume of payments that were made from and to companies of those sectors. And the two sectors, according to ICA, that are progressing the most are government. So this one is a bit of an odd one. In a war economy, it's not entirely surprising that the government is becoming more important. But the interpretation is a little bit difficult. Are we talking about payments made in the provision of weapon, or are we talking about payments for the provision of anything else that the government might be providing? So there's a lot of question marks, difficult to interpret. But also in the oil and gas sector, the number of payments have increased. So clearly, contrary to what I was hoping, the risk of a rapid freezing of those sectors, because they simply don't have the money and they simply don't have the where to buy, the freezing of those sectors is not happening, and it's not happening anytime soon, according to those numbers. Hopefully December will be better, but for the moment, the November numbers are quite unfortunately positive for the Russians. Sorry, I was a bit long-winded. Then again, a few people on the panel. Bernard, please go ahead.
Yeah, when I hear spending, not spending, but more like transactions from the government. I mean, someone has to pay all these new Mobics. I guess maybe a portion of this, or is this another budget? Is this military budget? Is yeah, basically not seen as government budget. Do you have any information on this?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of the question. Would you mind repeating?
So basically, all the mobilized people have to be paid. Is this being paid out of the government budget, or is it paid out of the military budget, or what kind of budget do they put it on? Do you know this?
No, precisely. I don't know it. I don't know it. I don't know where's those payments. As I was telling you, I don't. I cannot tell whether those payments are made, for instance, by the government to pay the workers in the Kalashnikov plant that are building, well, AKs, or if it is a payment that is made by the government to, I don't know, the plant building ladders, because the plant has
is it just transaction from the government to the industrial sector, or is it also to private persons? Like, yeah,
no, everyone. As far as I can tell, it's everyone.
Everyone. So when you mobilize 300,000 or 500,000 people, I mean, you have a bigger transaction volume from the government every month, I would guess.
Oh, absolutely, and we've seen a number of packages, help packages, aid packages that were designed by the Russian state and sent to a number of private or even public companies, such as the Russian railways. They got a lot of money. I think some steel producers got a lot of money as well. So there are things that are not immediately directly related to the war effort. But yeah, I don't have precise data enough to answer you. There is, unfortunately, I could not find it in my notes. If somebody sees it, I'd be very, very happy to get it by DM. There's been a research done on the evolution of the economy on a regional level over the past few months, and very clearly some regions are doing well. Mostly the Ural region, the one that is sort of specializing in heavy industry, where quite a few of the weapon producing factories are. This region is doing very, very well. A lot of jobs. Apparently, construction is booming there as well, because all those factories require new workers, new managers, new everything, and also because they're paying their people more, and as a result, those people apparently are buying new houses, making sure that they live comfortable while working in building the weapons that will participate in the genocide. You wouldn't want to lose your comfort, of course. So those regions are doing well. Apparently, I was extremely surprised, I have to say, but apparently the south of Russia is doing well as well, because tourism is booming. So I couldn't tell if it was a joke or not. I don't know if a lot of people are going currently to Sochi and sunbathing, or if we're talking about the people going to Georgia and escaping. But
so I see many people crossing over the Kerch Bridge to the south. Maybe they count this as tourism. But the other point is, yeah, I mean, if you aren't welcome in many countries anymore, you have to do somewhere domestically holiday. And I'm not sure if it's so nice in Perm or in Vladivostok at this time of the year.
I'm sorry, you're not sure if it's Vladivostok or what?
I said I'm not sure if it's very nice to make domestic holidays in Perm or in, for example, Vladivostok. I think it's not so great weather at this time of the year.
Oh no. Although I have to say, there's a great book called The Tiger, and that tells about the story of a bunch of tigers in the region around Vladivostok, the Pacific, North Pacific, Pacific West. I don't remember what it's called, and they eat people. It's quite harsh, but the tigers are having a great life. If you're interested in wildlife, and if you're interested in becoming food for tigers, that's a great place to spend your holiday. No, yeah, there's, I don't know, but you remember those pictures we saw of Crimea, where there were people actually on holiday on the Black Sea, just literally meters, well, not meters, but a few kilometers away from the front line. Many of them were not were not living in Crimea. They had driven there to spend their holiday at the beach, and they suddenly were, they got to see some fireworks. But I don't know if it's representative, and if a lot of Russians are not, enjoying a well-deserved rest in Sochi or in those regions close to the Caucasus. It's possible, and it's terrifying about human beings. Yeah, but yeah, not everything is positive. Quite a few regions are suffering. Very interestingly, the what they call the central region, which is basically Moscow and St. Petersburg, are not doing so hot. Their construction industry is facing some serious issues. One of them I thought was very interesting. That issue was lack of labor. Apparently, well, demand is not huge, but regardless of how limited demand is, labor is even more restricted. I don't know the system well enough. I don't know the situation well enough. Is it that too many um, construction labor has been constructed? Because you'd think that this is the sort of thing they would do, right? You need to find 100 guys, relatively fit, relatively young. Well, you go to whatever place where they're building a tower or something, and you're sure to have a few dozens that you can mobilize, and you'll be sure pretty much that they're not very well connected. So they may have lost a lot of people there. It's also possible, even though that would go against the statistics that I've seen, but it is also possible that a number of migrants have stopped coming. Central Asian migrants may have decided against joining the workforce in Russia because they really would rather not end up fighting in Ukraine, a war that is not theirs. And finally, there's another option, which is that, as we said, a number of factories and industries are booming in the Ural, for instance, producing whatever. I assume mostly ammunition, because one thing for sure is that they are not producing a lot of tanks. They're not producing a lot of missiles. But they are recruiting a lot of people just to keep the stocks of ammunition steady. And so those people may be coming in large part from the construction market in the central region of Russia. So that might explain it. And Siberia also was not doing so hot. So yeah, the report was great. I lost it. So again, If someone sees it, please send me a DM with the address so I can reread it and make less of a dog meal out of it. Oh, other than that, okay, maybe do you want to find out what do you think of Canadians?
Canadians, very polite.
Yeah, especially Bloke. Bloke is very, very polite. I was thinking about Canadians, and there he comes. I'm very happy to, Bernarda. Maybe you missed it yesterday, but Bloke as a mission, he is meant to find me and anyone else who wants to join. The name of the Canadian hockey team we should support, because it is the hockey team that supports Ukraine the most. Apparently, Winnipeg and the Montreal Canadiens are our favorite for the moment, but we have not picked one, and maybe a third team will come from the left side and win the day. I'm desperate to know, but before we go to Bloke, I think we should go to lunchtime for him to tell us what he wants to speak about. Lunchtime.
Ben,
Thanks, Ben.
all right, let's lunchtime. Yeah, please.
Oh, hang on. Okay, all right. Are you sure, Bernardo?
Yeah. It's just not lunchtime.
I mean, as I keep saying, lunch is a state of mind. It's not a specific time. So
I mean, somewhere is lunchtime always, but it's just not here lunchtime.
actually, it's always lunchtime everywhere. But anyway, I digress. So I just wanted to just on the hockey thing. I mean, come on, Ben and Le Québécois, between you, surely you will choose the Montreal Canadiens, right? Because first of all,
well, it was never a question for me. I mean, you should support the Habs just on principle.
I could not
but
agree more.
All the more since you were kind enough to send me the evidence of their support of Ukraine yesterday, which I very much appreciated. So indeed, the Habs have supported Ukraine, and as has Winnipeg. And I still have some homework to do for Ben. However, I have to chase down the players who are making money playing in the Russian Federation. So that is something that has to be addressed. I have not gotten to that yet, but then you can rely on me. I will figure out what's going on there, and they will be named and shamed.
I mean, you're more than welcome, bloke. But just if for no other reason than Montreal is a little jewel of culture, surrounded by the Anglophone hordes of North America. If only for that reason, you should support the Canadiens. But really, I just wanted to thank Ben and Bernardo for an excellent sort of evening shift. You know, I was just listening to the economic analysis with great interest. I sort of waver between extreme frustration at the glacial pace of sanctions and a sort of hope that, you know, this is the sort of long-term measure, the pains being taken by the Americans to make them implementable and to get people to buy into this idea of sanctioning Russia. So these longer term things give me some hope, but you know, it really does feel like it's I don't know, it's analogous to, like, you know, your friend gets mugged, so you decide to give the guy that mugged him a terrible credit report. You know what I mean? It does feel like sort of the response seems a bit asymmetrical at times to me. But what do I know? I'm not an economist. Anyway, just saying hi, really.
Well, then hi.
All right. Very welcome lunchtime.
Bloke, I always wanted to ask you about your nice fella PvP. It is a beaver. Am I right?
Yes, indeed, it is a beaver. I made my donation to the Georgian Legion, and yeah, there was a very kind NAFO forager who found some old World War One posters, and one of them had a beaver. And so, indeed, in fact, the NAFO forger who made my fella even went as far as to do some nice support Ukraine posters, which I can actually send your way. they're pretty good. So, yeah, indeed, I do not have a Shibu Inu. So apologies for not towing the NAFO line. I'm hoping that the headquarters in Langley will not reduce my extravagant salary because of that. But if they do, I'm sticking to the beaver.
Please stick to the beaver because the beaver is amazing. I actually have a raccoon fella who's on the way to rescue his friend. Have you heard anything about the raccoon? Anyone?
No,
Yeah,
we haven't. Oh, I haven't.
the guys who kidnapped them, they are even like showing them off in videos around in occupied Ukraine, and
The last
yeah.
I've seen, he bit the head of the Kherson region, the head in question marks, the Russian announced head of the Kherson region. He bit him into his finger. I saw this video. This was the last I saw.
Yeah, and there were several videos of them in their car with this raccoon, and the raccoon was, yeah, it's a sad story, to be honest. They're making some kind of circus about that. I think it stopped though. Probably someone higher up in the hierarchy saw that this is not necessarily good PR, especially after the finger situation.
I mean, oh man, this poor one. Yeah, but bloke, beaver is always a great animal, and you know there's a piece of German equipment which is called the beaver.
So I just wanted to point out, I got a DM from one of our listeners who had asked me to point out actually 7 raccoons, a peacock, a donkey, and a llama were stolen from Kherson Zoo. So just for the record, that's what the Russians did. Of course, they basically stole everything from Kherson that they could get their hands on. So there was rampant looting, and on top of it, a number of mines were left behind that are still killing people. Now, fortunately, the Ukrainians have made progress. There was a tweet out yesterday by, I have to look up exactly who the official was in Kherson, but they have demined, several hundred kilometers of roads. So progress is being made. But yeah, the Russians were doing Russian things when they were in Kherson.
Yeah, it's always really sad to hear this, and that they're still using kind of basically animals and anyone who can't protect himself, right?
Oh, come on.
Showing them off as trophies. Ben, I know.
The raccoons are the raccoon that are nature's thieves. It's only payback for them to be stolen and in their turn. Let's not. All right. On this absolutely idiotic and pro-Russian utterance, I would like to say goodbye to everyone. I think I might get fired. And thank you very much, Bloke, for relieving us. I'm being told in my DMs that we should support the Ottawa Senators because they are owned by Ukrainians.
This is getting awkward.
It is? I'm sorry. Oh, yeah.
I got that DM myself. This is clearly, well, I mean, if they are owned by Ukrainians, maybe that, but how much have they donated to Ukraine? I don't know. I will find out. But beware of propaganda about hockey teams other than the Habs. Keep a careful watch.
The Habs being the one from Montreal's.
Yes, Habs is the nickname for the Montreal Canadiens. It's short for Habitant.
All right. So at least I could say I've got abs in a way, which is always good. So yeah, good night, everyone. I'm sorry, a bit tired today. I'll be back as soon as I get de-fired. Thank you, Erland. That was wonderful to co-host with you. Bye, Nada, as usual. Bloke, thank you very much for everything. And yeah, lunchtime, and Nick, you too. Especially Nick, thank you for the tweet.
Yeah, everyone, let's give Ben a big round of applause. He's always here, stays up quite late, puts in hours supporting the space, and he's completely reliable and has a lot of great economic insights. So really, really appreciate your time, Ben. Thank you so much.
And he keeps me awake when I should go to sleep. That's the main topic here.
Yes. While discussing economics, which is astounding. That's, I think, the only time I've ever stayed awake listening to a discussion about economics, but he manages to make it interesting. I don't know, Ben, if you have just a little bit of time before you go to bed, I wanted to know what, well, I'll ask you next time, but what economic indicators you were following in Russia and when you knew that the sanctions were really beginning to work. But you're probably on your way to bed. So night, Ben.
Is he really in a cupboard at work? Because that's not sustainable, is it?
No, he's sometimes in the broom closet, but the problem with the broom closet is Ben is in France, and yeah, how he likes to say everyone has to call his lovers at some time of the day. So yeah, he say usually yeah have a timetable for the broom closet as far as I understood it.
Oh, that's the schedule.
I thought he was hosting from the bathtub.
sometimes people go into his office and want to shower, and this confuses me too. But I think Ben will explain it to us. I don't know when, but I guess when the war is over, he has to basically explain all of this because we all have questions. But yeah, yeah.
I mean, we now have more questions than when we started.
Absolutely.
All right, folks. Just getting settled into the co-host chair. It's not quite happening yet, so we're just waiting for some people to work their magic in the background. Some people from the nerdorarium, as Yehuda likes to call it. In the meantime, please, by all means, share and retweet the space. That's how we get the word out. And if you do have a question about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, please raise your hand. Come up, speak. We'd love to hear from you. And we will be getting to some news shortly. There have been some developments, and we should talk about, well, I don't know how to put this. My favorite people blowing up. My favorite people to see being blown up is happening. Go ahead, Erland.
Well, so I thought we could maybe mention that the last, well, a little bit more than 24 hours, there's been quite a lot of smoking around in Crimea, in Melitopol, and around the Svatove area. Some of the Russians, they don't seem to follow the health and safety rules and smoke in areas that they shouldn't. Um, there's been smoking in apartment buildings occupied by Wagner forces in the Svatova area, and in Melitopol, in some sort of health resort. There's been smoking in several of the buildings, and they seem to have well blown up because of some gas leak at the same time as they were smoking. Um, and in Crimea, there are now quite a lot of people driving towards the ferry lines because people were smoking in airports next to the fuel trucks. So something is
Now,
happening.
now we know that every time Ukraine, like for example, when they hit Ingalls Air Force Base last week, they tend to troll the Russians very effectively by saying they should be careful not to be smoking around ammunition dumps. Did the Russians ever release official statements on what has been happening, especially with regards to the PMC?
Excuse me, please continue.
Sorry, Erland. Did they ever respond to this? And did they really again try to claim that this was all an accident and nothing to see here? Move on.
The Engels, they first said something about fire accident, some accident, yes, but then it was quickly put out that this was a drone attack. I don't know exactly which entity, but they definitely did quite early say that this was a Tu-141. That's where we got the designation of that drone from. So, and that's also why it was heavily debated here on the space and in other circles, because it was, of course, when the Russians put out a statement, we tend to be a little bit skeptical. When it comes to Crimea, I don't know. Haven't seen anything official. And Melitopol, there's a lot of confirmed posts from Russian Telegram channels. So there's not really any doubt. They posted even the wreckage of one of the GMLRS rockets.
So, oh wait, that's very, very significant. So, they were Gimlers that hit the place in Melitopol, or?
Yeah, it was. It's confirmed to be GMLRS. One of the tip, or not the very tip, but like the neck of the rocket, if you want to call it, that connects to the very tip of it, was retrieved very early, and they posted the video on the Russian Telegram channel where they're like swearing and saying these things, blah blah blah, shit. Blah, sorry about the bad language. Yeah, but translated from Russian. They're very angry, talking about this thing and how it's impossible to take it down, basically.
Okay, good. Okay, so we've got a confirmation there. I did see a video yesterday, and it looked like at first they were trying to downplay the number of casualties, but as these videos emerged, it became fairly clear that this was a massive hit. So with a lot of damage, a lot of casualties in the Russian army. And so, look, you make the decision to invade a country and commit a genocide, don't be surprised if you get blown up in the process. The other thing about Svatove, Erland, we know that Wagner has been particularly active, in the area around Bakhmut. This is a bit farther back, I guess. But was that a similar strike where it looks like it was a barracks or a hotel or something like that? And I'm very happy every time Wagner gets blown up. These people are beyond criminals. Do you have any further information on that, Erland?
The Svatove attack seems to be on a residential apartment building of sorts that was not occupied by civilians but by Wagner. The only thing I've seen is that some intel gave the Ukrainians confirmation that this was a major Wagner, I'm not sure command post, but encampment of sorts. There are also some pretty horrible graphic videos from that building. I think that hit could be as massive as the one on Melitopol.
Well, I find it hard to have very much sympathy for Wagner. Just for a reminder to the audience, Wagner recruits out of prisons, literally. They are responsible for many war crimes. This is just a despicable horde. The sooner they're neutralized in the battlefield using whatever means necessary, the better. But Erland, coming back to the point, I remember us discussing yesterday, what was interesting about this is that, given the context of the winter coming, the message the Ukrainians seem to be really concentrating on with these two strikes is that you aren't safe anywhere. So if you think that you're going to go and be warm in a building or a barracks and we're going to find you and we're going to blow those up, meaning that this would force poorly trained and poorly equipped Russian mobiliks to have to forage and have to bivouac outside of these major centers. And then we were also talking that this would put a lot of stress on the communications, logistics, and the command and control of the Russian army. So maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but it seems to be quite the coincidence that that Ukraine, which before this had been mostly targeting ammo dumps and fuel depots, was now going after actual barracks. I don't know how you feel about this. Do you think this is a strange change in tactics? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, no, I don't think it's a change of tactics necessarily. I think it's it's very interesting that they hit these two places at the same time, more or less. That makes me believe they have pretty good intel on both sides, and they're very sure about the fact that they won't lose the opportunity to strike on them, because you normally don't get intel on two different allocations like that at the same time. Hitting them all on the same time means that they want to also bring a message to the Russians that hey, you're not safe if you bunch up 200 soldiers in an apartment building or in a hotel somewhere. We're gonna find you and we're gonna strike you. So they need to disperse. They need to reallocate people. They can't bunch them up together, and that's where the communications part comes up, because the Russians, as we know, they have very big problems with their command communications. They don't seem to manage that part in any good manner, and not even they don't even follow their doctrine.
Yeah, all really, really good points. Also, could you describe a little bit about what happened in Crimea? Because that is the one piece of news that I'm trying to catch up on, and I'm not totally up to speed on that yet.
The thing that we saw yesterday was that there were several air raid alarms and explosions around some key airports and train junctions. I think Chuck put a pretty good map up there. I haven't seen any good confirmations about that. But what's happening that is confirmed is that people are again leaving Crimea with their private cars, and that there are queues of cars and next to the ferry ports, and I think as well heading towards the Kerch Bridge, and that happened as well when in the summer when was it Saki Airport was hit. People started fleeing. I haven't seen any good confirmation about what happened in Crimea actually.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, there were definitely. I mean, there were three main times when the Russian population decided to, really start leaving Crimea. Saki Air Base was the first. Then, when the Kerch Bridge was struck, a lot more Russians started leaving. And then I guess this has happened again. Look, Crimea was invaded illegally, annexed illegally. The Russians have tried to, take over land that isn't theirs. So, you would think that starting this invasion would make them come to their senses that this is a lost cause, and that if we can't even have Russians occupy Crimea, maybe it's time to pack up and leave. Not that I'm holding my breath for anyone to come to their senses, least of all Putin.
Yeah, but when it comes to the Crimea thing, some of the stuff they did is fairly similar to some other colony powers that are occupying land which they claim to be their historical land. They send in settlers, and some of them probably going just because of their own conviction. Some definitely sent there by the government to settle more ethnic Russians in the area. And these people are now facing the reality of not, necessarily anymore believing in the story that the Russian narrative of that Crimea is Russian. Crimea is going to be Russian, and Crimea is safe, etc. For them, it's not safe. If they leave, that's because they don't feel safe there, and um, I I think that this is going to be quite a devastating blow to them. The more people of more settlers basically leaving, the less or the more vulnerable Crimea is going to be for the Russians to hold on to. They're going to be outnumbered by Ukrainian patriots, and those patriots they don't like Russians. They will give up information, and the more they see that they're in majority, they will commit partisan acts and help the Ukrainian army.
Absolutely, and that's why these strikes are happening. So let's hope that this continues, and that the Russian army gets degraded. The Ukrainians have made it clear that they're going to continue fighting throughout the winter. So I really hope that continues. Maybe they can get on the offensive and liberate more land. and especially around, Svatove and get Crimea, that would be great. Incidentally, Bionade, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah. Incidentally, I hope I don't steal your news piece, but I think the Minister of Defense had an interview where he said at the moment it's not the right moment because it's still muddy and the ground is not frozen, but they are already preparing for a new offensive.
Great. Yeah. Also, in other news today we received some confirmation that the troops around Bakhmut are going to be rotated, which is great news because that is absolutely a horrid battle underway there. No one can figure out why the Russians are doing this. They're just sending wave after wave of their soldiers, and the Ukrainian defenders are inflicting ludicrous losses on the Russian invaders, but they keep on doing it, even though you could argue that Bakhmut is not as strategically important as it may have been as a road hub earlier in the war, especially since everything happened with the fall offensive, where the Ukrainians liberated Liman, right, and are close to the P-66. You'd think that the Russians would worry more about those supply lines, but nevertheless, they continue to attack Bakhmut. It's really horrible. These are World War I conditions with muddy trenches, and yet the Ukrainians hold. They hold the line. They are defending their land, and they are letting the Russians attack over and over again. But it is really brutal warfare. It's tragic. However, the good news is it looks like there may be some relief for those troops. They may be rotated out, which is a great thing. Go ahead, Bionade.
Yes. I think most of us saw these pictures and videos, how it looks there. Only the last 1.5 meters of the trees are left. The rest is not anymore there. It's mud everywhere. It's burning and smoldering everywhere. It's really, really gruesome to be there. And it also is a giant kill zone because the Russians keep pushing and pushing and pushing, basically into a meat grinder, because these are really hard and good fortified positions where the Ukrainians have a good position and are shooting with artillery and everything they have again and again and again on Russian troops, which are advancing and dying and then advancing again and dying again. And yeah, I don't know how many troops they lost alone in Bakhmut, but it's really gruesome to see, and to see how disregarding the Russians are to their own people and their own how less value they give to human life. This is really yeah, shocking. And with this, I will leave you now in the good hands of Bloke and Nancy, and I wish you a good evening, good night, good morning, wherever you are.
Thank you, Bionade, and thank you for putting in many, many hours today and helping the space. So this really, we all really appreciate it. And to all of our listeners, just a reminder that you're listening to the Maria Report. This is a 24/7 Twitter space dedicated to informing people about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, discussing it. And if you would like to come up and ask a question, all you have to do is request the mic, raise your hand. We'd be glad to hear from you. And also, we do support a number of charities who provide non-lethal aid to Ukraine. One of them is MriyaAid.org. MriyaAid.org is run by volunteers, just like we are here. No one gets paid. And they even paid for their own audit. So when you donate to MriyaAid.org, you can be assured that all of your money goes directly to life-saving supplies in Ukraine. We're talking about things like tourniquets, body armor, you know, things that are really needed to keep Ukrainians alive. So we encourage everyone to please make a donation if you are able. And if you are unable to make a donation, you can always just share and retweet the space. There are a number of ways you can help. And there are a number of charities that we will refer you to. Nancy, how are you this evening?
I'm doing very well, Bloke. Thank you. I'm also working on catching up on the news of the day, so I appreciate you sharing the info you had and pulling other fresh info out of people, because I'm still in that catch-up mode as well. So ready to go from here, though.
Excellent. Other news that came out today, just for everyone's information, you know, the Czechs had donated a number of T-55s. Now, sorry, the Slovenians. Now, T-55s are very, very old tanks. You know, in fact, 55 stands for the year. However, they have been up armored with, you know, the Slovenians have put a number of upgrades on them: better guns, thermal imaging, better sights, and better armor. And it was just, we just learned about this, you know, about this effort a couple of weeks ago. And it turns out that these tanks are already being put into use in Ukraine. So all the more reason to write to your elected officials, because you can see that when the Ukrainians are given equipment that they need to liberate their territory, they waste no time putting this equipment to use. So main battle tanks are going to be a major need. Armored personnel carriers, infantry fighting vehicles, all these things are going to be necessary for an army on the move that wants to liberate their country from this invasion. In addition, Ukraine has received spare parts for their T-72B tanks. These are coming from Morocco, of all places. So there are a number of countries that are stepping up to help Ukraine and to help them liberate their territory. And you can also do your part by writing to your elected official and letting them know that you support Ukraine, and you know that Ukrainians are not only liberating their own country, they are also, to a very large extent, defending us. Because if the Russians are repelled and sent back to Russia, then they are unlikely to try this again. And it is very important that the Russians be defeated in Ukraine for the future of world stability and peace. Erland, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that the M55 tank, which is the very heavily up armored and modernized version of the T-55, which and the T-55 is actually even older than 1955. I think it's from the late 40s, the first kind of variants. But this is not a T-55. It's a complete rebuild based on the same chassis. The turret is completely rebuilt, and it has quite different armor. And the main difference is also that the gun is the same gun as some of the most modern versions of the Leopard 1s. And that's quite a significant difference from the Soviet version. And it has a manual loader, which is very, very good compared to what the Ukrainians are operating right now. And it has very good thermals, stabilizations. So it's a medium tank. It shouldn't be looked upon as an equivalent of a main battle tank. It's more of a support vehicle for infantry, or maybe some kind of tank hunter at night, as George has had a very good description of what the Ukrainians could use this for. So it shouldn't be looked upon as a main battle tank, but a different role. And in that role, it's an addition to the Ukrainian army, because they don't necessarily have the same capability when it comes to gunnery and sights. So it's a good news. I would like to see the Leopards, but that's a totally different thing.
Yeah, thank you so much for that clarification, Erland. That was really great, and it is good news. I am curious about what you think of the Leo ones, right? Because there are still a lot of Leo ones lying around. Even Canada has some old Leo ones. And what your thoughts are on the possibility of donating Leo ones to Ukraine.
Well, the thing is that the reason why we're not donating the Leo 1s to them is because we're not the same, that we're not giving them the Leopard 2. And when the Scholzing has been stopped, and he signs the export licenses for these things, then there are so many Leopard 2s available that I think the main focus should be on that one. I'm not sure about how many Leopard 1s with the good maintenance and good upgrades are available right now. I think that there are some, and those would definitely be better than almost everything that the Russians have in their arsenal. But at the same time, I think there are quite big numbers of Leopard 2s that are available, and that's a whole different ballgame.
Thank you, Erland. Well, we have...
But please send those as well. Like, I mean, send Leopard 1s as well. They are very good if they're the upgraded versions.
Yes, absolutely. We have Axel, who's just coming up, and Chef Rich Ferron. So,
Evening, guys. Hey, I just had a question for Erland. You were saying the T-55
by all means.
were not. I'm sorry, mic check.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. There's a lot of background noise,
sorry
but we can hear you.
Okay, I was asking Erland. He was saying that the T-55s, he didn't consider them main battle tanks. What would he compare them to that is currently in service right now?
I think there is not really anything that the Ukrainians have in service that can be compared to it. It's a lot lighter vehicle. The engine is probably the weakest part of this. The main difference is the gun stabilization, manual loader, and the sites. These sites are probably more modern than anything that the Ukrainians have in service right now. Of course, the Polish sent their upgraded T-72s, but the gun stabilization of those things are not the same as the L7 gun that the M55 has. And this is, I think it's important to kind of separate this from the T55. It's not T55 anymore. It's sitting on the same chassis, but that's it.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, Erlen.
And I'm not a tank commander or anything like this, but if I was to use those things, I would definitely use them in the same role as I would if I had CV90s in the battlefield, but except that you cannot put infantry in the back of it. I'm unsure about the auxiliary gun or machine gun on these things. I can't seem to find any good information about that, but it's a different kind of vehicle than the Ukrainians have right now. So it's a good donation for sure.
The other question I had is, have you made any progress on your car this weekend?
Oh, I did, but I'm lacking. I'm lacking illustrations. So but I have some people that say they want to help, and I hope that that will be done in a few days. The information is basically done. I just need some better illustrations because those I have are from the 80s and with poor resolution. So it needs to look nice as well.
Well, I think you're doing a good thing for the troops, and I hope you're able to get that done as fast as you can. Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah, I'm gonna log off now and listen in for a bit, but thank you very much, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you so much for your contribution, Erland. And just before you log off, I don't think I've heard about your car. Could you describe that project to us just for a moment?
It's cards or one card. It's like a one or 2-page information card about layered clothing concepts, and I compiled.
Oh yes, I remember we were discussing that before. Yeah.
A week ago I started that, and I have all the information that I want on the card. I just need better graphics, really. I'm not a good graphical designer myself. I can do some Photoshop, etc., but this is not something I want to do myself. I would like some help, and I have some people that will maybe help me within the next few days. So we'll see.
Oh, that's a great initiative. Yes, I remember discussing that last week, and I'm sure it'll come in really, really handy. So thank you for that, Erland. Just for the audience, Erland is writing some, using some of his expertise in winter, winter fighting, some of the experience he has, and writing some instructions that will hopefully help Ukrainian soldiers this winter. So great initiative and very much appreciated by our listeners, and I'm sure by the Ukrainian army. Thank you, Erland, and have a very good evening.
I will go to sleep, and thank you very much. I just wanted to make the point that the soldier card is something that most people who served in a NATO army, I believe, can recognize. It's something that we use in order to kind of encourage learning on the battlefield. And I wish this initiative started in way earlier, because then I think we could have compiled quite a few of those cards. And yeah. Good night, everybody.
Excellent. Thank you. Good night, Erland.
Thanks, Erland. And Bloke, I've tried to bring up Axel twice, and it hasn't worked for me. So wanted to see if you can give it a shot, or if we've got to ask Axel to recycle.
Yeah, I'll try. I noticed myself, I tried to bring him up. Axel, can you hear us? Wave your hand. I think he's going to have to recycle. I'll remove him, and hopefully that will help. Maybe give him the tip that he needs to restart his phone. By the way, folks, if this does happen to you, it does happen from time to time. You may have to leave Twitter Spaces. I don't know, recycle your phone, throw it at the wall. There are a number of things that appear to work for me every time it happens to me, but you can eventually get back into the space. So, just getting back to some of the news today, it turns out that Zelensky was on the phone with the President Biden today, thanking President Biden for the unprecedented level of support that the U.S. has provided Ukraine. And so that happened today. And Germany is promising to transfer more weapons and ammunition to Ukraine. And in addition, and this is hopefully a promising sign, the countries are negotiating the supply of modern tanks. And this is what the Ukrainian ambassador to Germany, Mikiv, said in an interview with Welt am Sonntag. So that is a major publication in Germany, a major newspaper. So hopefully this will lead to some good news soon, and we will see Ukraine being supplied with the tools they need to liberate their country. As well, there is some work on providing some more drones to Ukraine. But sadly, the day before yesterday, there was a major attack on Odessa. And this has unfortunately knocked the power out in the winter in Odessa. And these were a lot of Iranian supplied drones that participated in this attack, which is another thing altogether that's infuriating, that the Iranians are supplying drones to target civilian infrastructure. The damage to the electrical infrastructure in Odessa is extensive. It may take weeks to repair. This is just another example of Russian war crimes. They are trying to break the will of the Ukrainian people by basically freezing the population. That includes the elderly, children, vulnerable people. It's militarily unjustifiable to attack civilians. It's not even close to where the front lines is. This is just pure Russian terrorism to try to subjugate the Ukrainian people. And they should know better, because this has not worked historically any time that it was tried. But they are doing that, which is quite tragic.
Yeah, and Bloke, I'll add to that. Since I had listened into the Helsinki Commission briefing on the power grid challenges that Ukraine is facing, and that was, literally Thursday that session was held. And one of the challenges that they spoke of is the fact that Russia knows that power grid very well, and that has made them more vulnerable. And it is the large transformers that are at greatest risk. And I think this was a power substation from what I was reading earlier. So again, one of those points that's doing a lot of the power conversion from the high power systems further down to what's used in the buildings themselves. And it's that type of critical infrastructure that takes a long time to make, and that Ukraine was building replacement generators, but that manufacturing plant was taken out in one of the early strikes as well. You know, those again aren't things you can, you know, easily hide when the person attacking you knows all of your infrastructure intimately.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, on the other hand, there are a number of countries that are supplying generators to Ukraine to try to help get Ukraine through this winter. But you know, nothing replaces these large substations. And it's true, the Russians know the Ukrainian infrastructure quite well, I guess for historical reasons, and so they know where to attack it and where it is vulnerable. Um, I guess we all hope that, you know, just to remind everyone, the main reason that this can be, the main way to stop this is for the Russians to be defeated. If they are defeated militarily in Ukraine, there will be no point to these attacks. So all the more reason to write to your elected representatives, ask them to support Ukraine by sending weapons. That's what's needed right now for Ukrainians to stop these attacks on their civilian infrastructure and to liberate their territory. Just a point of order, I got a DM from a very helpful listener saying that there is an update for Twitter. So if you are having problems coming up to speak, you might want to install the latest Twitter app. That will hopefully, if you have an iPhone, that will hopefully work better for you. And it might explain a lot of if you're having problems. So thank you very much to that listener who wrote to me. Very much appreciated. If you do have a question or a comment about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we would love to hear from you. Things seem to be a bit quiet nowadays. So please feel free to request the mic and come up and speak. And we will do our best to answer your questions or have a conversation about the latest news of what is happening in Ukraine. Just a reminder that there is still fighting ongoing in Svatov and in Kermina. Fighting continues along the P66, and there are certain successes for the Ukrainian armed forces. But you know, this is slow progress. It is, you know, it's going to take time. The weather isn't the best right now, but the Ukrainians are fighting to liberate their country. In Bakhmut, there's intense fighting all along the line. The situation is difficult, but the Ukrainians are holding out so far, and we do have some confirmation about reinforcements and rotation on the way. So in northern Donbass, the Ukrainian 24th Mechanized Brigade is returning to eastern Ukraine after a deployment in Kherson, where they were helping with the liberation of that city. And this will hopefully replace the 93rd Mechanized Brigade, which has been defending heroically Bakhmut and Soledar for several months. The 57th Motorized Brigade is moving into the vicinity of Bakhmut, and it is currently under, like, they're not going to share exactly what the rotation plan is, but we do know that there are moves to reinforce and rotate troops out of Bakhmut. Go ahead, Clyde.
Thank you. I'm sure this has been covered in detail, so I apologize if I'm covering old ground, but a couple of things. The attack on Odessa, why is it that they can't turn that over, and that many of those people could be out of power for 2 months, as compared to a lot of the other attacks where it seems like the Ukrainians have gotten really good at being able to turn that over, put in generators, and get lights back on? That's my first question. The second question I had was about Schultz and what he's been saying, and it sounds much more supportive, I guess, and there's been some thought that maybe there's going to be some movement on the Leopards. Those two questions. Thank you.
So I think Nancy has a pretty good explanation as to why the attack on the electricity infrastructure in Odessa was particularly devastating. Nancy, you were talking about there was a particular substation that was hit. Was that it?
Yeah, and I've lost my note that I'd set aside with the information on the substation itself, but again, it's one of those that does the power transition and takes it from the higher voltage to the lower voltage levels. And so it's one of the key distribution points for Odessa. And that large scale equipment is not as readily replaceable. It's not like the small transformer that's going to be in a neighborhood or on the street where there are typically a higher volume of backups of those. It's going to be the larger transformation that's done. So depending on, what specifically was hit and how near an available component is, from their estimate, it does sound like it was probably damaged in a way that they don't have a repair piece or a part readily available for that damage. I know it was a drone attack, and that's the extent of the info that I have on it. I'm sure we'll know more in a few days, but this is one of the reasons why a key portion of that briefing was also to describe the work that they were doing with other countries, because the need for that equipment is really with the large scale manufacturers and the countries. The generators that are needed to power the large complexes and the city hospitals and other facilities, they have, as I understand, they have some, but there's definitely a need for more, because at that point you are dealing with a need for, not just the individual personal generators that, we as individual contributors can readily crowdsource. You're talking about the larger scale generators, again, where you're looking for the large country assistance. And that's why those assistance funds from the EU, from Canada, from the US, and from the other nations is so important, for them to bring those types of materials together. But unfortunately, I think it's going to take one of those countries really helping Ukraine pull a rabbit out on this particular one. From the estimates we're seeing, they've pulled plenty of rabbits out of their hat, though, on infrastructure up until this point, and it's been an amazing job. So I think we'll just have to watch it closely over the next few days. But again, it's the area that was damaged was a substation that has some of that big transfer capability. And so when you can't go from high voltage to the lower voltages to distribute out, that's where the backlog comes. And I hope that helps, Clyde. That's pretty much the information I have at this time.
Clyde, were you able to catch that?
I heard some encouraging tidbits today, but
Oh, Clyde, I think you're dropping in and out of reception, so we can't
yeah, I was just
hear you. Do you want to
if
try
there's
again,
a Cliff
please?
note about where the space thinks about where Schultz is he still where he?
About Schultz.
Right on the tanks. Yep. Look, I'll defer that one to you.
Well, I mean, far be it for me to predict what Schultz is going to do, but the encouraging news is that the Ukrainian ambassador said there are negotiations about getting modern battle tanks. So, in the ambassador to Germany. So hopefully this will translate into some Leopard 2s, which would be absolutely ideal and would be far and above beat anything the Russians could possibly field at this point. So let's hope that's moving in the right direction. The other thing to point out is that I think that how could I put this? I think that after trying everything else, the Schultz will have to do the right thing eventually, because in the past there was this ludicrous fear of escalation that's clearly been shown to be a red herring. So, and then I think that maybe Schultz is starting to finally realize that it's in everyone's best interest that this war be over as quickly as possible. And the only way for that to happen is for Ukrainians to liberate their territory. If the Russians continue what they're doing, there could be tens of millions of refugees in Europe, let alone the atrocities being committed and so forth. So I'm hoping that Schultz is finally realizing that after trying everything else, after kowtowing, after trying to speak nicely to Putin and expecting, a different result, maybe finally he's come to his senses and realized that the only way out of this is to help the Ukrainians defeat Russia and eject them from their territory. We shall see over the next couple of weeks. But Clyde, I do share your frustration.
Thanks a lot. I'll step down now.
Thank you.
And I did add one item to the nest. Yesterday, I had shared a quote from Alexandra Matvichuk's speech accepting the Nobel Peace Prize on behalf of the Ukrainian Human Rights Organization Center for Civil Liberties. And she gave a great speech. Timothy Milovanov, and I know I've butchered that. He's an economist. He's the president of the Kyiv School of Economics and has spoken on this space before. He also parsed out her Nobel lecture, that acceptance speech, effectively, and provided some other very effective quotes from that speech, that presentation. And I've shared that in that tweet that's in the nest, as well as the link to the Nobel Prize organization's website that provides both the video of the speech as well as the text of the speech in English, Norwegian, Belarusian, Ukrainian, and Russian. So it is available in multiple languages for anybody who wants to read that as well.
Thank you, Nancy. That's great. Also, folks, please don't forget to share and retweet the space. If you do that, it helps us reach a wider audience, because we don't do any advertising at MriyaReport. We count on you to get the word out. So if you can do that, that would be very much appreciated. And also, if you want to help Ukraine, you can make a donation to MriyaAid.org, which is an organization that we know is made up of volunteers, just like us. They don't get paid, and they ensure that all the money you send to MriyaAid.org goes directly to Ukraine to provide life-saving supplies such as tourniquets, trauma kits, bandages, everything from night vision goggles to body armor, things that really do make a difference. Also, if you are interested in hearing some of the many speakers we've had on the space, today on Sunday, December 11th, we had Konrad Schuler, who is a journalist since 1995 with some major German publications. He's covered Ukraine, Poland, the Baltics from 2004 to 2018, and travels to the region constantly. He's an author, historian, and economist. And he was speaking on the space today. And those interviews will be available on Spotify. So if you go to MriyaReport on Spotify, you will see an archive of a number of interviews, a lot of them super fascinating, like Thomas Tyner's almost 4-hour interview. We have interviews with Chef Xenia, Colonel John Spencer, Malcolm Nance. The Spotify account is really worth your time. There have been a lot of great interviews, and this is a great place to go and be informed about what is happening in Ukraine.
And I've got one additional note, and I will probably butcher the pronunciations here, so bear with me. But back in 2016, I think it was, a movie by Lithuanian director Mantas Kvedaravičius, and I will fully apologize if there's anyone from Lithuania on. Please come help me pronounce that, and or smack me for my butchering of of the name. But that director had gone to Mariupol and produced a film about life in that city. Just as I understand it, I haven't watched that film, but ordinary citizens and what their life was at that time. In 2022, he decided to go back there at the heart of the war and to be with the people he had met and filmed in 2015. While there, he was detained and murdered by Russian occupiers. But the rest of his crew that had his producers and collaborators continued his work, and that film has been released. That's MriyaReport 2, and depicting life as it continues for those same people, those same circumstances, to provide a part 2 there. That's starting to go out to the assorted film circuits. I think it will be at Sundance Film Festival here soon in the United States. And today it was named the best European documentary of 2022 at the European Film Academy. So I don't know when it will be out on Netflix or readily accessible for viewing outside of Europe, but I'll keep my eyes on that and let people know when that is available and what media sources are providing it as well. And again, I think that's just a demonstration of how compelling Ukraine, the cities, the culture, the civilians, the country is, for somebody like that to have filmed a lot there and then to go back again, and unfortunately to meet his demise. But I'm very glad that the rest of his supporting cast, as it were, was able to bring his vision and what he wanted to share with the world to fruition. And I'm glad to see it get its appropriate rewards.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Nancy. Really appreciated. Lena, you have your hand up.
Yes, hi, Blog. Thank you. I actually wanted to refer to something that you mentioned a second ago, the Spotify account, which is actually was a great addition, makes it so much easier to listen to the past conversations. However, I'm not sure what is the speed of you guys putting out the finalized talks. I'm looking specifically for the one that was on October 25th. There was an interview with the Bomb Techs Without Borders with John Culp. Would you know how I can get that recording, or maybe I can request put it on Spotify? How would that work? And there were a couple of more. I can DM you the list.
Yeah, please, by all means, DM the list. We have some people working in the background who don't necessarily co-host, but they curate the Spotify list and do all the editing. Usually the interviews are up in about a day after they're done, you know. So what happens is that there's a fantastic person. We'll call him Ghost. He's amazing. And he works in the background doing the editing and edits out all the mic checks and stuff like that. And then that takes a couple of hours, and then usually by the next day the interviews are up in Spotify. If there is a particular episode that you're missing and it's not in the Spotify playlist, yeah, by all means, DM me or Nancy, and we'll pass that on to the ghost in the machine, and we will see if we can get these interviews edited and put up for you.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, and folks, also, there are a lot of great interviews, and there are a lot of regular segments that are happen on MriyaReport. So, just so you know, all last week we had Malcolm Nance on. We also, every Tuesday evening between 7 and 9, roughly, we have Chuck Farrer, who's an ex-Navy SEAL, SEAL Team 6. So someone who has, let's just say, quite a bit of experience, quite a bit of SOF military experience. And he does a segment on Tuesdays and Wednesday evenings. We also have Peter Duran, and every Saturday he does a segment. And on this Saturday, December 10th, he did a segment called The Devil's Passport, Part 2. And it was about lies, diplomats, and the harrowing escape from Hitler and Stalin in wartime Lithuania. focusing on the Baltics. On Friday, December 9th, we had the Russian invasion of Ukraine seen from Latin America. And there were reports from, a great discussion from Matthew Light, Manuel Ferraz, and Jochen Kleinschmidt. And that was a great section. Rip Rawlings was also here on Friday. Friday was a busy day, as was Tomasz Wachowski, who is a lawyer and managing partner at Eurotrade, Utra Defense, which is a Brussels-based consultancy specializing in international trade law, sanctions compliance, and export controls. So lots of stuff out there for you to listen to. And there are going to be a lot of upcoming speakers. And there's even going to be some fun. So Axel and Gunny are going to do a whiskey lounge on Friday, December 23rd, around the time of the holidays. That's at 1800 GMT, where they will encourage for a donation, a $5 or £5 donation to Maria Aid. They will guide you through the world of whiskey and help you with whiskey tasting. So a lot of stuff coming up, and we'd love to hear from you. So please give us a follow. Follow the MriyaReport Twitter account, and you'll find out about all of these interviews. If you do have a question, please come up, request the mic. Then we ask that you raise your hand, and then we will get to you in the order of your raised hands. So please, by all means, if you have a question about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, request the mic. We'd love to hear from you. Sherelle, I think you were next.
Hi, good evening, good morning, wherever you are listening at. And of course, we're super thankful about ensuring that, of course, I know one of my friends that resided in Ukraine and is now here in the United States, safe and sound, and we'll be celebrating the holiday with her. And so we're truly thankful for that. It's good to hear as well that the president has spoken with President Zelensky in regards to the situation that's going on in Ukraine. And of course, our vision is that we continue to keep mass amounts of individuals safe and continue to make sure that people have the resources they need in order to protect themselves. And I think that that's the mission for all of us, and ensuring that even our allies have those resources available and that they feel safe as well. And so I just wanted to hop on and make sure that that is the conversation that we're having. And I look forward to speaking more about that and just getting a full understanding of that going forward. If you're able to hear me, sorry about that.
Yeah, we could definitely hear you. Yeah, it's great that Zelensky spoke to President Biden today. The U.S. has been steadfast. There's been bipartisan support for Ukraine, which is fantastic. I do not have a lot of insight as to all the content of the conversation. I know that Zelensky expressed his gratitude to the U.S. for their support. If you have more information on what was discussed, I would love to hear that.
Not at this time. It looks like we will have to get that information, and I'll be able to provide that to you.
Yeah, and Sherelle, if you'd like, I just pulled up the White House readout of the discussion. I was actually surprised. I wasn't sure if they would have it up yet, but checked, and it is the readout from today. So I can go ahead and skim through that really quickly for the group if you'd like.
Yes, please do.
Absolutely. Yes, President Biden spoke today with President Zelensky of Ukraine to underscore ongoing U.S. support for Ukraine's defense as Russia continues its assaults on Ukraine's critical infrastructure. President Biden highlighted how the U.S. is prioritizing efforts to strengthen Ukraine's air defense through our security assistance, including the December 9th announcement of $275 million in additional ammunition and equipment that included systems to counter the Russian use of unmanned aerial vehicles. President Biden also highlighted the November 29th announcement of $53 million to support energy infrastructure to strengthen the stability of Ukraine's energy grid in the wake of Russia's targeted attacks. President Biden welcomed President Zelensky's stated openness to a just peace based on fundamental principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter. He reaffirmed the U.S. commitment to continue providing Ukraine with security, economic, and humanitarian assistance, holding Russia accountable for its war crimes and atrocities, and imposing costs on Russia for its aggression. End of readout.
So this sounds substantially positive. It looks like we're going to be providing some additional resources. Are you aware of any resources being provided in regards to the civilians over there, especially during the wintertime? I know that that could be a harsh winter, especially with some of the concerns there. Has that been substantially supported? And if we can ensure that happens?
So I will say that there have been a lot of generators moving into Ukraine. In fact, I'm going to find the article, but Germany has provided some very large, high-end Caterpillar generators, the ones that are required for much higher voltages, that can handle things like hospitals and stuff like that. Now, and this is all great, but having said that, it will be very difficult to replace a power grid with generators, right? So help is on the way. There will hopefully be enough generators to supply critical hospitals with electricity, but there's just not enough generators in the world to supply a whole power grid. So again, the emphasis has been a lot on air defense to shoot down these drones that are attacking the infrastructure and these cruise missiles. And the Ukrainians have been using them effectively. Excuse me. And the Germans have committed to supply more air defense, as well as a number of NATO countries, including Norway, Britain, the US. And so hopefully there will be help. But yes, to answer the question, yes, support and help is being offered for the civilian infrastructure, and that help is being delivered. But the best help of all would be heavy weapons, so the Ukrainians can liberate their own territory themselves, and then maybe the whole point of these attacks will stop.
Yeah, and in fact, I'll add to that. I listened to the Helsinki Commission briefings this week, and one of them was specifically on infrastructure needs, and the assistant director of infrastructure in Ukraine, and that's not her exact title, but that effectively is her role, was very clear when asked about what their most critical needs are from an infrastructure perspective. Now, mind you, that was before the attack that they just had yesterday on Odessa. But the most critical needs are air defense in order to provide them the protection for the equipment that they're having to replace and repair. So, that's a key part of it is now we're seeing those interdependencies between the humanitarian relief and the military protection because of what Russia is targeting and how they're managing that. One thing I'll add is that the EU has gotten through their obstacles in order to push forward their support package for Ukraine, which is up to 18 billion euros for 2023. And that includes a mix of funds for, keeping things running, keeping Ukraine's government moving forward with essential public services, paying wages and pensions to their pensioners so that they don't have, the elderly citizens who are reliant on those pensions, out on the streets because of not receiving them. So they're going to make sure that the government is able to continue funding those items and having housing for the citizens who are relocated and help them with restoring that critical infrastructure as well. So that's energy infrastructure, water systems, transport networks, roads, bridges, housing, the whole 9 yards. So between what the United States is doing and the focus particularly this week in the Helsinki Commission, which is made up of bilateral group of senators and representatives from the United States Congress, as well as executive branch support. They had multiple meetings and several very effective public sessions as well that really brought home what Ukraine's needs are and also the citizen support, and now where the government support really needs to nest in specifically, because there are always there are the larger scale pieces of equipment, even on the humanitarian side, that are challenging to crowdsource, but more straightforward for a government to provide. One of the examples that I heard there, of course, is when you're dealing with things like ambulances. Many countries in Europe are providing ambulances, and even here in the United States, we've got areas that are providing older ambulances and getting them retooled, kitted out, and shipped over to Ukraine. But there's also the need for rapid recovery vehicles for soldiers at the front to get them back away from the front and to those ambulances. And whether that be inexpensive, fast-moving vehicles for covering rough terrain, or whether it's armored ambulances that are available more from the military perspective, those are the aspects that they're looking at as well. So I know things are in the works. I think things have already happened in that front, but I don't have those details at my fingertips today, Sherelle.
Thank you for being able to provide this substantial information that you have provided. This does provide a more visual understanding, and so that especially some of the grassroots activists can be able to advocate, and folks that are here, we're in California, so here in the United States, and so the way in which we talk to different officials and help advocate to support different legislation and policy going forward has to do with understanding what those needs are and where we need to be advocating in what areas. And so providing the substantial information that you have provided will help provide a sort of a direction in which as far as decisions need to be made going forward. So thank you so much.
Absolutely, and thank you. I love hearing from people who are taking the information that we provide here at MriyaReport and sharing it to decision-making people in intelligent and effective ways to help make a difference for Ukraine. So thank you for that, Sherelle.
Absolutely, thank you. It looks like we do have a hand up, though. I'm not sure if you all see that.
Yeah, I was about to say, James, I think you're up next.
Hello, all. Yes, first I'd like to comment on the situation with the generator being down. I really think that what was said so far was great. And I'd only add what Malcolm Nance said was that knocking out the couple of airplanes up on air bases way inside of Russia is sort of another leg of that, because they are going to have to stop using some of their missiles that they've been lobbing into cities in Ukraine and save those for air defense. So that's another factor for that. Another short thing is, I believe his name is Stefan Botano, was on in the middle of the night last week, and he had a lot of interesting things to say. And so everybody that speaks, I think, has got a book, just about everybody. And his book, Long Awaited West, it starts out fascinating, but I just kind of just got into that. So anyways, but what I really wanted to say was last night, there was some discussion about the United States stance on permitting Ukraine to use weaponry to strike inside of Russia. And this was, and what I'm going to use as a source is a Washington Post article from December 7th, which, as Sean Spicer said, is D-Day. But anyways, that he was wrong about that. So the article starts with Mr. Blinken saying we've neither encouraged nor enabled the Ukrainians to strike inside of Russia. But then someone quoting Mr. Biden goes on to say that, pardon me, I'm sorry, that they're not encouraging it, and they're not permitting the use of any United States weapons to be used there, which was interesting because you can strike inside Russia. I think you could throw a frisbee into Russia from Ukraine. So, but then Lloyd Austin says, in terms of permitting it, he just says that we are not blocking the development of any, attempt that Ukraine makes to develop that capacity. So, which I think was a little bit different than what I heard last night. So I thought it was good to clarify that. And so I just wondered, it felt like, oh, well, if Ukraine could develop their own capacity, maybe their own capacity could be to modify the weapons that they did receive from the United States. So that was it. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, this is there's a lot of speculation about this. Look, I think the evidence speaks for itself, right? Zaki Air Base was hit in Crimea. That was a long range strike. Engels Airfield was hit. That was a long range strike. So really, it's almost like the discussion is almost moot at this point. Ukrainians are going to have to take out these bombers that are these airfields that are coming to kill civilians, right? And I think that there's a lot of speculation that actually the Ukrainians already have ATACMS, for example, the long-range missile that fits onto the HIMARS carriers. So it's a lot of speculation. I think the message is interesting that there was more positive reinforcement of Ukraine's ability to strike targets in Russia, given the fact that Russia is really doing these savage attacks on Ukrainian civilian infrastructure. I think people are sort of losing their patience and fear of Russia at this point. And so it wouldn't surprise me if at some point in the future, ATACMS, for example, are explicitly announced that they are being given to Ukraine. I mean, Ukraine hit the Kerch Bridge. That wasn't magic. They had something to do it. So what that is, no one really knows, but there's a lot of speculation that it already was ATACMS and that they are already in theater. So there's a roundabout way of James of saying we don't really know, and they can't really answer the question directly, but it is interesting wording.
Yeah, and I can also add that we don't know, but we do know that there are, definitely behind the scenes discussions occurring. One of the things that was announced in, let's see, this was on the 7th in the Helsinki Commission session. Yeah, that was on Wednesday, that the senators in that commission apologized for the fact that they were going to have to leave early from the briefing in order to go to an all senators classified briefing on Ukraine with appropriate defense and security individuals as well. So there, continue to be those kind of sessions behind scenes that are ongoing on a recurring basis. So not a single event. And I'm pleased that our nation's militaries and our politicians continue to adjust stances in favor of Ukraine. I know it is much, much, much slower getting them what they need. Me as a civilian, I'm going, send everything, send it now, but it is a relief at least that they are continuing to get the equipment they need, if not at the pace that most of us here on this space would want to see. But it does continue to come, and the recognition is there that doing so saves civilian lives from a genocide. And more countries are stepping up and expressing that, making the formal statements that Russia is a terrorist state in the behaviors and the actions that are being taken, and that the rule of law must prevail to protect citizens here. Bloke, I'll throw it over to you for just a second. I was going to try and look up a snippet of information and see if I can locate it. I saw something, but I can't remember where it was. So I'm going to do a little hunting if I can.
Okay, no problem. By the way, folks, feel free to request the mic and come up to speak if you have a question or comment about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. A reminder that this is MriyaReport. We're here 24/7, and we're all volunteers here. No one here takes any money. We'll never ask you for even coffee money. We're here to spread information about what is happening in Ukraine with this Russian invasion. We will refer to charities that we know and trust. One of those is MriyaAid.org. It's audited, and in fact, it's the people there are all volunteers themselves. They donate their time and logistical expertise. There's some ex-CAF military involved. Some people sitting on the board. Colonel Melanie Lake was involved in Operation Unifier, which was an 8-year mission to train Ukrainians, the Ukrainian military. She's on the board. And this organization provides life-saving, non-lethal aid to Ukraine. Everything from hemostatic bandages to tourniquets to night vision goggles and body armor. So when you donate there, if you can, every little bit helps. So if it's $5, it's $5. Everyone's grateful. Those $5 add up. and that money goes directly to supporting the people of Ukraine. And in fact, the volunteers at MriyaAid.org paid for their own audit out of their own pockets so that their donators could be ensured that every penny goes right into life-saving aid to Ukraine. There are a number of other charities we support too, such as Renegade Relief Runners, which one of the co-hosts of this space is actually in Ukraine right now, delivering humanitarian aid with Renegade Relief Runners. And also Malcolm Nance was on all last week, raising money for tapestry.org, which supports the Foreign Legion, and they were looking for ambulances to get donations to equip ambulances for their group in Ukraine. So there's plenty of things you can do. And if you were not able to donate money, that's fine. We understand. There are other things you can do just by sharing and retweeting this space. Writing to your elected representatives is probably the most powerful thing you can do. Let them know that you support Ukraine, you support a people's right to self-determination and to live in peace, free from a genocide, and that you want your elected representative to provide Ukrainians the means to liberate their country. They're not asking anyone to do it for them. They'll do it themselves. All they're asking for is the tools so that they can liberate their own country. So that's our job here. Our mission is to make sure that the word gets out and that we all do what we can to support Ukraine.
Absolutely. And I would add that, for example, here in California, San Francisco, we have the representative, Nancy Pelosi, who has been super supportive on this effort. And so you've got to work with the folks that are in office so that they ensure that they are representing the people and the people's ideals. And what we want to see is safe, here in the United States, but also internationally. We want to support and make sure that people have a normal life and can take care of their families and have a future. And so what we don't want to see is more terror and more destruction to countries that don't deserve that. And I think that we can make those kind of decisions that really help support and ensure that resources are provided for those who are vulnerable, especially in the wintertime. And so I think that every donation will help. And I think moving forward, especially during the holidays, you got a couple extra bucks that you can throw that way to different organizations that are helping. I know there's a lot of grassroots work that happens here in the U.S., especially for those who have made it to the U.S. as refugees from Ukraine to here. And again, I'll mention again that I'm super thankful that one of my friends who actually was living in Ukraine actually made it here to the U.S. And we she got right in and we took care of her and everything of that nature. Just those sorts of small things, those small deeds, even just making sure that they feel secure while they're here and pick up where they left off in regards to trying to build their life and start again when these kind of circumstances, just to make it just a real experience for some folks. Because sometimes if you're not if you're not closer to someone that may have experienced this, you hear things, and I think once you hear from someone who's actually experienced it, gives you a different mindset and a different perspective on how you can truly help and how you can really connect with people and build those relationships and be intentional about supporting people that face these kind of hardships. And it's terrible to hear, and so we've got to make sure that we make a difference, even those small differences day by day that we make truly make an impact. And so any little thing can help. And if you think of small creative ways in which you can support, please try to do that, because I think the creative minds of all can really help support folks. Thanks.
Yeah, and thank you for sharing that, Sherelle. I think it definitely is important to recognize that support and contribution happens in so many different ways, whether it's, contributing financially on a recurring basis, whether it's sharing a story or a piece of information and, letting people know what's going on in Ukraine. Even just sharing a tweet with a Ukrainian makes a huge difference. It's very important for everyone in that country and everyone who has been displaced and the diaspora to know that we care and that we're doing what we can do to make a difference, and that I can't know what a Ukrainian in country is going through right now, but I can be there caring and supporting for them. On Wednesday, when I was watching the Helsinki Commission hearing, I was watching that on YouTube, and it was interesting because people don't tend to watch those types of commission hearings. It just doesn't get a lot of press or publicity. So the views on their YouTube channel of those hearings when they've been live don't get a lot of views. They don't get a lot of follow-up views. But that one did. And there were actually, well, let me just say this. Last year, they had a hearing on justice and freedom in Belarus. And that now has about 2,000 views on YouTube. So again, very small scale. But for the session on crowdsourcing victory for Ukraine, I counted at its peak 2,475 people watching live, and it's had 31,000 views as of yesterday. And that's huge. And it was actually very exciting to see Ukrainians in that space, chatting in Ukrainian. This is on a YouTube, just on the live comments and the live feedback, but Ukrainians were talking in that space, and Americans, and I think several other countries as well. And to a one, it was nice to see that the Ukrainians are like, hey, here's what we need. This is awesome that our people are here speaking in front of leaders of the United States and talking with them in this public forum. And to a one, the individuals in that YouTube chat were thanking America for the support and the floor, basically the audience, to have that type of conversation. And I found myself just so appreciative of their appreciation. It was a very dynamic room, and a lot of good back and forth and information sharing, both in front, what was happening with the senators and those speakers from the NGOs that were there, and then again, just on the sideline, basically, the chattering in the audience, as it were, watching it on YouTube as well. So they need to know and hear that we're there and we care. And when they're going through pain and need to withdraw or adjust, that they still need to know that we're there and we care. And so any way we're doing that is a blessing, and it's the right thing to do, just from a humanity perspective as well.
Absolutely, Nancy. And just and I know that not everyone knows the story, so I'll just say this is that when you get a phone call from one of your friends clear across in another country, and they're telling you that they've got to leave their country because they're getting ready to lose everything. And when I'm telling you everything, that means that they no longer have their housing and everything else, because when you leave a country and you go into another country, you're leaving behind so much, and you truly have to start over. And I think that making sure that they have the resources they need, and over there, because not everybody has a friend in the U.S. Not everybody has connections in other countries that they can call, etc. And And so there are many others in other hard circumstances and conditions, and we want to truly advocate in a way where people understand, hey, when people get into these serious situations, we need to truly support them, because the kind of you know, struggle that they will go through and the trauma alone that someone goes through trying to, you know, basically reset and pivot their life is tremendous. And so if you just hear the kind of stories of some of the refugees and some of the of those that have to travel so far away, and you know, we just need to make sure that we truly support and make sure that policy represents that, and that'll truly be the way that I continue to lead and move forward and to really support folks. So definitely is something that we can all learn from, and you know, and as a whole is just protecting folks and making sure that they feel secure, no matter the decisions that they have to make going forward.
Yeah, one of the images that sticks with me from the beginning of the war, from the beginning of this part of the war, from the full-scale invasion, was seeing the train station in Poland where Polish mothers had put out strollers and for the Ukrainian families to be able to use for their children, knowing that those are the kind of things that when you're scrambling to evacuate, those are the kinds of things that are left behind but are so important. And just that one little touching, perfect, direct consideration of, we know you've got a need, and many of you probably have this specific need. And just showing that, caring that way is still a visual that I'll keep with me forever.
Absolutely, Nancy. And I think just watching so many folks having to scramble during some of the hardest time of their life, and having to just truly make route, whether that was landing, going south, heading south from their locations and going there. I think, yeah, it was truly a sight to see, and really a time where folks, it was truly sad. And so yeah, just the heart goes out to them, and continue to pray on folks' families and those who are trying to resettle in and pivot from here and rebuild their lives. And yeah.
Yep, and I'm going to shift a little bit to information that I know that has been talked about earlier this week, but I know typically on a Sunday we've got a slightly different audience, and there was a report that was released at the end of November 30th, from Rusi.org, which is not Russia related. It's actually the Royal United Services Institute, which is one of the United Kingdom's oldest defense and security think tanks. And the report is preliminary lessons in conventional war fighting from Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Basically, kind of what are the lessons learned between February and July? And, you know, needless to say, much of it was directly related to the military items and needs that we talk about in this space on a regular basis, particularly around you know, ammo is definitely one of the key items that they regularly talk about there. But one of the other things that stood out in the report, and I was so glad for a listener in the audience when the report came out to bring it to people's attention, is that it also had a section that specifically talked about Russia's plan to command and control the population. And that included having the lists of people that they wanted rounded up and either persuaded to assist them, tortured if necessary to do so, or disposed of, and which ones would be deported to Russia if necessary for re-education, trying to weaken all of the strengths that Ukraine has developed during its independence and all of the civil bonds that hold those communities together. And again, that is classic genocide strategy, but it's so clearly stated and so well stated in the report that RUSI submitted that, you know, I can't help but think that having that type of material, making it so clear, makes it easier for many people who might have been not paying attention to start paying attention and recognize what's truly going on with this invasion, what it's doing to civilians, and how well planned it was in some ways and disastrously poorly executed in others, which I think is the key saving grace here. But it's also a reminder of how narrow that margin of victory sometimes has been for Ukraine, and how important it is that they get the support they need. And that's why I always come back to send it all, just because the need is so great. We know that Russia's supplies are dwindling, and that the equipment that Ukraine has is substantially more effective than it was at the beginning of the war. It angers me that Russia is still continuing to focus on just meat grinder approaches, to try and push their will, when it's clear that Ukraine's will is unbreakable and that they need the world's full support. Because if Russia succeeds here, this is not going to be the last country or the last battle or the last fight. And a strong message needs to be sent by Ukraine with our help to Russia, because that message also needs to be heard by other despots and dictators and autocracies that believe they can change the world order through force. And Bloke, I'm off of my soapbox for a minute, so I'll let you go on yours.
I was just about to say that was so perfectly stated. We sort of have to remind people of why this is so important. I mean, it's obviously existentially important for Ukrainians, but it is also important for the entire world. Russia being defeated in Ukraine will have benefits everywhere from Chechnya to Kazakhstan to Africa. Wagner has created chaos in Africa, in Mali, and by Russian defeat in Ukraine, a lot of these problems will be resolved. Russia's influence in causing chaos and destruction around the world will be lessened, and other despots, as you very rightly pointed out, will learn that it's a really bad idea to try to invade a free country with an army of slaves, and perhaps they will not do it again. I did want to move on to a couple of pieces of news that have come out recently. Just to note that the Australian government has imposed sanctions on 7 Russian individuals and Iranians As you know, Iran, in fact, the recent White House statement said that they think that Iran is one of Russia's biggest military backers right now, meaning that they are supplying Russia with these Shahed drones, which are being used to attack civilian infrastructure. So imposing sanctions on Iranians and Iran in general would be a great idea. As well as we all know what Iranians do to their own citizens in their own country. And it is no surprise that these two regimes are supporting each other. As well, Germany, someone had asked if there was some movement in Germany earlier in the evening. And I did want to point out that Germany will be sending more air defense, which is great news. So they're going to be sending Skynax, which is a radar-guided autocannon. Now, there may be some problems with when the delivery will take place, but it's a more updated version of, let's say, the Gepards. That's an oversimplification, but it is a very capable platform that Ukrainians can use to defend their infrastructure against these drone attacks. So that's some good news. And also, folks, if you do want to come up and ask a question, please request the mic, raise your hand. We'd love to hear from you. There's really any topic that related to Ukraine that we can cover for you, including some interesting news that partisans began giving out leaflets in Melitopol. Melitopol actually is the right pronunciation, I think, instructing them on what to do if there is a Ukrainian counter-offensive on the city. Now, keep in mind that leaflets like this were handed out in Kherson before it was liberated. So is this a sign of something coming? I guess we'll find out soon enough. There are also, there's definitely, as I said earlier, lots of activity near Svatove. Specifically, there was some Russian assaults that were repelled near Krasnochesky, and there's just continuing movement around this area. So lots going on. And I will continue to keep everyone updated as to what the latest news is on the Izium access. But it looks like the Ukrainians are making progress. It's slow progress. The weather's not great, but they're making progress towards Kermena and Rubizhny and Lysychansk. And we have some speakers coming up. Go ahead, Primus.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, you were talking about Melitopol. I was going to let you finish on that, though, so you can come back to me.
Well, okay, so there's a couple of things. So first of all, there have been a lot of HIMARS strikes in Melitopol. So large barracks was hit, resulting in a number of casualties. So that's one piece of news. So there's definitely, you know, there's partisan activity there, just identifying where Russian troops are staying so that these strikes can be identified and carried out. And then the other thing I mentioned was that the partisans in Melitopol have been handing out leaflets, leaflets to Ukrainian civilians giving them safety instructions or how to act if the city comes under Ukrainian counteroffensive. In other words, if the Ukrainians come to liberate it. So this happened before in other cities like Kherson, and what does this mean? Does it mean that Ukrainian counteroffensive is imminent? Who knows? Probably not. But there's definitely a lot of things happening around Melitopol, and a lot of partisan activity, and a lot of what appear to be, I guess you would call them shaping operations, right? To prepare for a potential counteroffensive. Is that helpful at all, Primus?
Yeah, no, that's good information. I know a month or two ago we kind of joked around about it was turning to night, and somewhere in Kherson a Ukrainian partisan was probably knifing a Russian invader at some point. And I suppose that's now Melitopol and Mariupol and that kind of thing. I was reading something earlier today that Mariupol had been becoming more of a logistics hub for the Russians than it was before. So they're moving their logistics back. That's interesting. I suppose I don't know exactly what it means, but it means something. The hit on Melitopol today, though, it was with HIMARS. My understanding is that's about, they haven't been hit by HIMARS before, which I would expect is a range thing. So is this just a standard Gimler's attack, and maybe if the range is a little longer, or did something enter the conversation?
So interestingly, it has been confirmed to be Gimler's. So the wreckage, there was some pictures of the wreckage on Russian Telegram, and then a couple of people, including our own John Ridge here, identified those as being Gimler's. So that's interesting, right? Because technically, if I guess if you're looking at where the HIMARS batteries are and what the range of the Gimlers is, you wouldn't expect it to be able to get all the way to Melitopol, right? Unless maybe the Ukrainians have moved the HIMARS batteries across the river to get them closer, which was there was lots of speculation of what it would mean when the Russians left Kherson, right? And what this would open up in terms of possibilities for the Ukrainians to attack, Russian logistics. So it could be a number of things, and the other thing is that, of course, the Gimler's ranges are the publicly available ranges, but it's possible that they might be able to go just a little farther with the right conditions, right? So they are definitely Gimler's. I can confirm that. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, that does. They must have found a way to move them closer than I had expected on here. I know in probably March or April of next year, we're probably going to start seeing the HIMARS shooting the rockets with the small diameter bombs on there. That's going to about double the range. I think that's almost better than ATACMS because it doesn't have quite the range or warhead, but they're available, and they're going to be available in plentiful numbers. So I think that's going to be, there's not going to be a target that's safe inside Ukraine for the Russians to operate out of. Once those come into the conversation.
Right. You were talking about the thing that was announced by Boeing. Could you refresh my memory? What exactly was it again? The munition being fitted to a Gimler's missile? So
yeah, what they're doing is they're taking the M26 rockets, which is kind of the baseline for, it's the motor section of Gimler's. I mean, I know it says M31 is the actual designations, but it's a pretty similar rocket system. But ultimately, it doesn't really matter that much, because what it's doing is it's boosting up a basically a glide bomb with about a 50-mile range. That's what we refer to as a small diameter bomb or stormbreaker, that kind of thing. So I understand that targeting them is kind of tricky in terms of you have to be really exact because it's a small, like 50 to 75 pound warhead on there, or maybe 200. It depends. It was designed to be something you can use to hit a specific target without causing collateral damage on here. But you know that if you can double the range of the Gimlers, which is exactly what it's doing, there wouldn't be anything safe. And you know, if one isn't enough, then I don't know, hit it with 12, because they built thousands and thousands of these small diameter bombs for use in Afghanistan and Iraq, and we don't really have a use for them anymore. You know, I mean, there are uses for them, but you know, there's definitely a lot of surplus.
That is, yeah, that would be a game changer. I hadn't really thought that through. I saw the announcement, but I hadn't thought through the difference that could potentially make. And you're right. This could make a huge difference throughout Ukraine on the battlefield. So thank you again for highlighting that for me and making sure I paid attention this time. That was outstanding, Primus. Thank you.
Yeah, it's going to be really useful. My understanding is they might even have a laser designation capability, so you can hit moving targets on here. So, you know, during the Gulf War, you know, they use laser guided bombs for plinking tanks, and you know, you can do pretty much the same thing with this because it's coming down with, especially the armor piercing versions. You have basically a thick steel case and a warhead, you know, just dropping down, you know, from, you know, 10, 20,000 feet or whatever on something. So, I mean, it'll take out a tank. It'll take out anything you want to hit it with. It has a small radar cross section, and it's not going to show up on IR because it's a glide weapon. It doesn't have an infrared signature on there.
Oh, right. That's true. That's true, right? So I guess the idea is that it gets launched and then it glides after that. And yeah, if it's a glide weapon, then yeah, if it could be laser guided. I mean, of course, you'd have to have the soft element, right, to paint the target, which is the downside to that, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you have special forces doing a laser designation, that's helpful if you want to hit a moving target. But if you want to hit a stationary target, or at least a momentarily stationary target, GPS coordinates work just fine.
Yeah, fair enough. These are really great discussion. I really thank you for bringing that to our attention. Clyde, did you want to add to this?
Yeah, just additional question. Is this the same thing as the updated Gimlers that are starting to be produced in fiscal year 2023 that basically doubles the range to whatever it is, 165 kilometers?
No, it's a totally different thing. It's basically a side project that Lockheed Martin had on there to make use of the small diameter bombs, which they also happen to make and sell. So there's more of a reason to do them. The U.S. Army wasn't very interested in them because, you know, we had air superiority. You can just have aircraft drop small diameter bombs, but for an area you don't have airplanes to actually use it for, something, for export, customers or whatever, is more targeted for that because they may not have the air power to drop hordes of these things. What you're thinking of is something called PrSM, so precision strike missile, and that range can go out to, it's probably about 200 miles or so now, about the same as an ATACMS. But now that they left the intermediate range ballistic missile convention or whatever it's called, it could go out to about 500 kilometers and maybe more. So it's going to replace ATACMS. It's going to be basically 2 missiles per launcher tube as opposed to 1 for ATACMS or 6 for Gimlers. Right. So it's a very much a deep strike weapon. It's a 500-mile range ballistic missile, on the back of a truck. It's like Iskander, but more useful and accurate. Well, quite the same warhead, of course, but yeah, that's a different thing. That's actually going to be replacing ATACMS. But the ground launch small diameter bomb is a whole different thing, and it's kind of just a creative way of using surplus weapons, which is going to be incredibly useful for use in Ukraine.
Okay, so but all the new Gimlers that are going to be produced starting in fiscal year 2023, which you could argue is actually middle of October, were going to be the new Gimlers anyway, right?
No.
No? Okay.
No, I mean, they're not going to be. I don't think they're going to be the new Gimlers. Well, actually, no, they did have no, I think you're right. No, they did have an extended range one they were toying with. I think you're right about that. But you have the whole other thing, which is replacing the TACMs as well. Which again,
yeah, I was meaning the extended range Gimlers. I was meaning the one, and I believe that went out to. And again, I know nothing about this except I just read what Trent Telenko posted a couple months ago, and it sounded like the extended range that extended range one was going to be in production in fiscal year 2023.
Yeah, it's going to be in production. It could be in low rate initial production right now. That might have been what hit Melitopol, for example. You couldn't tell the difference if it was a Gimlers or
that was my point. That's
Gimlers.
Exactly my point. Is that if that I just remembered that in my head that was what had been posted, and I thought, oh well, maybe that's how they got to Melitopol, was because the new Gimlers are now this extended range thing.
Yeah, and it's really hard to hide the fact if you hit something with an ATACMS because it's a totally different thing, but you can't really tell if it was a Gimlers or an extended range Gimler, so it's not really crossing any red lines because you can't really tell the difference. The red line thing is really us doing our own self-deterrence, which is bullshit, but yeah, and also just talking about precision strike missile while we're on that, I doubt the war is going to last long enough for that to come into play, but it is frustrating where they're talking about not sending the ATACMs because we need all of them. So, but we're going to be replacing them soon.
Yeah, it was never because we needed them. It was because of these other reasons. But the point about the extended range Gimlers, the ones that I was talking about, if they are going to be in, a bunch of them are going to arrive in Ukraine, and is there any part of the supply route, the southern supply route across the south, that isn't in range? The southern Russian supply route that comes in and goes across Melitopol and all that.
Probably not. The critical.
I mean, that would be all.
Yeah.
That would be all in firing range, correct? They have the new enhanced.
I believe so, but Charles has his hand up, so he made the answer there.
Hey guys, sorry, I'm just making my coffee this morning, but I believe we have pictures that the Melitopol was struck by the Turkish ones, the TLGR, I believe they're called, 230s. Maybe I have the acronym a little bit wrong, but that it was struck by the Turkish ones that they announced a couple weeks ago. And also there was a report yesterday in the ISW that the red lines, I think, Primus, you might have mentioned, that they had been removed, so that the U.S. was no longer blocking Ukraine from using U.S. munitions to attack Russian area. I believe that was the case. I'll double check though.
I don't think that was quite the case. I think we weren't going to supply them with the weapons to do it, but we weren't going to stop the Ukrainians from using whatever, their own means for doing it. Like we're still not going to give them the means to really hit into Russia, but if they happen to, I don't know, produce a short range ballistic missile in Poland and wheel it across the border and shoot it, well, that's fine. Or if they happen to, take some drones and, remove the guts of them, put something totally different in there and shoot it, even as American assistance, perhaps, they can do that, but we're not specifically going to give them specific weapons to reach out and do that. But we're okay if they use their own means, so long as it's not our weapons. At least that's where it is now. And I don't expect that's actually going to change.
Yeah, that's there's a lot of speculation about that. I noticed that Charles just put his hand up. But Charles, just before we go on to the subject of the strike on Melitopol, have a look at John Ridge, our very own John Ridge. Have a look at his Twitter feed. So it looks like that although John said it first, it looked like the TRLG 230. It seems now that there's a consensus between a couple of OSINT analysts, including John, that it is probably Gimler's, actually.
Oh, thanks a lot, Blue. No, I hadn't seen that. Okay, I stand corrected. Sorry about that. On the red lines thing, yeah. Here's what I found. What I was looking at. So, in the Institute for the Study of War report yesterday morning, they said that now take this for what you will. Primus. I think I talked about it yesterday. It's kind of like let's see, but it says an unnamed U.S. defense source told the Times that the Pentagon is no longer insisting that Ukraine should not strike military targets within Russia. So the discussion there was not about. So the Ukrainians, of course, they've been doing it using their own munitions. High profile, wonderful things with their own munitions. But the question was, is okay, could they, if you ran a HIMARS up in Sumy, could you shoot it at Belgorod? And apparently that, obviously that hasn't been allowed. But this article in the Times apparently lists somebody, perhaps that's no longer applies. But I'm with you. We'll see. I think we need another report. I'll check today.
Yeah, I don't think they can shoot MLRS or HIMARS into Russia because they basically put geofencing in the software package. Like you just can't dial a coordinate inside of Russia with it. For whatever misguided reasons Jake Sullivan came up with. But clearly they have tube artillery which can do it. Which everyone's giving them. Which has quite the range, so that's been good. But now they have longer range drones, and who the heck knows what they have on there or what they're building. I mean, I've seen some of these Ukrainian garages where they're making like monster trucks and so on. I can only imagine what their actual engineers are doing, because they have very good engineers, and they have a whole bunch of angry Polish and Czech and Slovak engineers and so on helping them.
Yeah, like keep in mind that Ukraine was, the brains of the Soviet Union for years and years and years, right? There's a lot of engineering talent in Ukraine. And then the other question I have to this day, what hit the Kerch Bridge? What hit Saki Airfield? I mean, for me, it's either, an indigenous system like Krim or ATACMS. Those, I think, are the only two alternatives, especially Saki Air Base, right?
The air base was something. It wasn't HIMARS. It wasn't special operations with satchel charges. So they're very precise craters. So something hit it very accurately. And the only thing that would have range would probably be something we either don't know they have or don't think they, we haven't been told they have. So that Kerch Bridge, I know Chuck Barr's, convinced us at ATACMS, but I think the general consensus right now is it was probably a truck bomb, suicide or not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I want to restart that whole debate. It was over months ago, but I am not convinced of a truck bomb, right? Because I just don't think that the evidence points to that, from what I could see, and especially by the way the flash developed. But it was something, whether it was an ATACMS or not. The jury's out. But don't forget that Ukraine did develop some really accurate indigenous ballistic missile capabilities, right? Like they had Krim. I'm probably pronouncing it incorrectly, but they did have that capability, and they were working on it before the war, right? So that's, who knows? I guess we'll find out when the books are written.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot we never knew was going on happening, and we probably won't find out for 10 or 20 years.
Well, thank you very much for coming up, Primus. That was really, really great information about the Gimlers. I found that fascinating and appreciate the call out. Charles, how are you today?
Hey, pretty good, bloke. It's a bit early. Getting my coffee, getting moving. Yeah, looking forward to coming up.
Excellent. Okay, folks, just remember, I know we say this a lot, but it does mean a lot to us if you share and retweet the space, because that's the only way we get the word out. It's only a volunteer organization here. We don't do any advertising. There's no budget for that. So we sort of rely on you to help us out by sharing and retweeting the space. And it helps if you add a few comments, you know, what you've been talking about, maybe something interesting you've heard over the past day. Today we had a lot of really, really great interviews. We had, I guess we're calling them the Doolittle Squadron, which is Carlos, who's a fighter pilot, Axel, who is ex-Luftwaffe, and a number of other people specialized in aviation, discussing what was happening in Ukraine. We had Konrad Schuler, who was on for a while, renowned journalist and expert in the Balkans. And before that, we had Peter Duran, who was doing his regular segment. Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, did you listen to the Doolittle guys yesterday, bloke?
Oh, wasn't that today? Oh, it was your.
Yeah, sorry, it's
Yeah.
I'm in tomorrow, bloke.
Okay, you're in the future. You're from the future, right? Yeah, I did. It was a lot of fun. I couldn't listen to the whole thing because I had some chores I had to do around the house today. But yeah, it was really, really interesting. What caught your attention the most?
Well, the fact that I only understood about 75% of what they were saying, is I love it because it's guys like hanging out in the ready room. They're all like using acronyms and I can't even repeat half of them. But I do understand what they're talking about mostly. But sometimes they go off. I love it. I absolutely love listening to those guys, and you can tell that they're so hyped up to talk about F-16s and capabilities, and I learned all kinds of new terms like everything is an asset. They'll always talk about things being an asset. I just love the language and I love the chatter, and I learned a lot from it too. So it's actually one of my favorite segments. So I kind of lay there and smile and go, "Okay, guys, I have no idea what you're talking about sometimes."
Yeah, but you can always tell when they're really riffing off each other and having a great experience. And I've learned, I wasn't able to attend today's, but from their prior sessions, I've learned so much, even not picking up on all the acronyms. So we'll have to have somebody slap them with a ruler about that too.
No, totally. Oh, sorry, I'm muted. They did pick up one of the short topics that I like to listen to, which is about the A-10, very shortly, because I know it's such a debate.
Oh
Can
my
you hear me?
goodness, that must have caused a lot of controversy and a lot of people coming up. Just every time the A-10 comes up, it's always a huge debate.
Well, I think Carlos, I think he was kind of jumping over it a bit to not to. I smiled when I heard it because I don't like the A-10. I'm one of the guys who don't. So I like to see how I'm always get up my popcorn when that one comes up. But no, then they were talking for a while about modifying different things into drones, like MiG-21s, turning them into drones and stuff like that. And I'd never thought about that. That was pretty interesting. They were talking about how frustrating it is for pilots when there's electronic warfare countermeasures. So one thing I don't understand, maybe somebody understands it in the space, and I can ask Carlos sometime, is when they talk about the electromagnetic spectrum, like when you're operating in the electromagnetic spectrum and then the electromagnetic spectrum changes and I was sort of trying to envision how that actually works, but I'm not that kind of guy, so I guess I'll have to do my research or ask Carlos next time.
I mean, I can speculate on that if you want, but we've got hands up. So let's get Primus to go first, followed by Prince.
Yeah, thank you. One thing I think hasn't really got enough appreciation has been, those hits on Engels Air Base, particularly, and the other bomber base, because it knocked out a couple of planes. I'm like, well, okay, what's the big deal about that per se? I mean, it's 2 planes, but they've lost a lot of them. Well, it's those specific planes on there which is really important, because they're Tupolev Tu-95 M Bears, and those are they're going to carry about as many as 8 of those caliber missiles on there, right? So that's a pretty powerful platform. But the other thing about it is, what's the comparison of that? That's the same number of missiles Admiral Makarov, a couple of those frigates will carry. They don't carry more than 8 of those missiles themselves. So it's the equivalent of taking out 2 frigates in terms of like the amount of missile capacity you just took out of the, out of the air, out of the war, basically. So that's one thing. And in terms of like how we're talking about electronic countermeasures, I mean, that's a whole black box of stuff. I don't really have a whole lot of information on, and most of it's classified anyways. Not that I'm privy to that, but radars operate on certain bands, certain frequencies on there, and there's a lot of things you can do in terms of like just brute force. You can do things like you can almost create like false returns. You can almost kind of, you put enough out there, you could basically blind them along a certain bearing, that kind of thing. So it can basically take your eyes away, often in a very critical time period. So like if you wanted to, I don't know, shoot some HIMARS at a Russian air defense system, or you wanted to, I don't know, throw a harm missile at it, like right before that, you might turn on your jammers. Those can be ground-based or airborne, and the Russians were particularly good with jamming. They have pretty beefy capabilities with that, when they don't, run away and leave the keys in the ignition for it or whatever. So, the sensor picture you depend on can just go away unexpectedly. It's got to be very frustrating, because most modern fighters, or basically every modern fighter, is very much sensor driven. I mean, you take away their eyes and you break the kill chain. They can't really do anything. They can overpower it, or they can work around it, but that takes time you don't have. So yeah, I'm sure it is very frustrating.
Thank you, Primus. Prince, go ahead.
Hi, Bloke. Good to see you, and good to see you hosting, Nancy. I
Thank
haven't
you.
been able to, I haven't been able to come up since you started co-hosting. I just have other stuff going on, but I wanted to pipe in on the Doolittle squad. Those guys are just amazing, and it's like Aviation Sunday for me, because they tend to do this on a Sunday, and it just one Sunday they went on for hours and hours and hours. But I'm going to tell you about the best part of what happened today in my mind, and it was Carlos and all these guys are talking, and Colonel Jeff, and somebody asked some question about something to do with an acronym, and nobody answered. It was just crickets. And Carlos says, well, I guess we don't have a subject matter expert on that specific thing. About 10 minutes later, somebody pipes on, well, I gave my buddy a call, Bull, I think is his name. He's a subject matter expert on this. Well, Bull didn't even have Twitter. Before you knew it, he had Twitter, and he was in the space talking on the part that he is an expert on, and absolutely loved it and promised to be back. And just, you could tell these guys were having such a good time. But the key here is, oh no, we don't have a subject matter expert who can answer that. Oh, we're going to find one. We're going to find one quick. And before you knew it, we had one in the space who was able to deal with it. And I think it speaks to what this space is and what this space does. It's, if we don't have somebody who knows the answer, we'll find the answer. And if we need an expert to speak on the issue, we're going to find an expert to speak on the issue. And that's just the way we do it. We work with that amount of integrity. We don't want to pass out the crap. We want to make sure people get the best information they can, and we make sure that we do that every day. So that was my favorite part of the aviation discussion today. Even though, I don't understand a lot of what they say, I love listening to those aviation guys just go on about all this stuff that they clearly know real well, and they are willing to share it all with us.
Yeah, thank you, Prince. That was great. Go ahead, Nancy.
Yeah, I really like it when we've got those subject matter experts together, talking about it from different perspectives and different experiences. We've had other good examples, of course, when we've got Major Giroux and John Spencer in the space. Again, one from Canada, one from the US, talking about the same topic, but having such complementary experience that they bring to the table. It's great to hear them riff together, and you just learn so much because of there's so much energy and passion that they bring to those conversations. And I know that the guys with their wings on are the same way. So.
Go ahead, Primus.
Yeah, that's really one of the powers of NATO, is that you have people from different disciplines, or in the do the same discipline from different countries talking to each other and figuring out what's the best way to do things, and constantly passing that information on, and learning and growing together on that, which is something the Russians don't have. They don't have anyone to compare notes with or anything like that anymore. So I mean, it's a soft power, but it's definitely a force magnifier, because military science is really, in a lot of ways, the ultimate science there, because, well, you're learning, you're surviving, it's a lot goes into it. Just being able to have those exchanges, like what happens here when experts come up, is the same thing that happens in conferences and ready rooms of joint operations. Is why they do joint exercises, is for that kind of learning. And everyone learns from each other on that. The U.S. may, they had the Oregon National Guard go out and with F-15s and train with Ukrainian Su-27s and MiG-29s, and those guys are still in communication with each other. They're sending them things like G suits or different things that pilots may need. It's like the little things and so on to support the squadron that they train with and build those partnerships. So yeah, that's just the power of cooperation. So, and it's here is a great microcosm of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And the number one thing is the way that NATO countries train together. So, for example, in terms of aviation, you have these large NATO exercises like Maple Flag up in Alberta, where you'll have a number of countries come together and train and learn from each other. And they try hard to pass on lessons learned, right? And that's another thing that the Russians are really lacking, and will probably never have, and hopefully never will after this. Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that point. That's totally correct. I'm completely with you, Promise. In my experience, so I was always stationed here in Germany when I was in the military, and after the drawdown of forces during the Iraq War in Germany with the base relocation, that basically left the training area of Grafenberg-Hohenfels largely empty, because, I mean, there was really only one brigade left in Germany, and then there was a striker brigade for a while, and then there's the airborne brigade in Italy, and they're the primary users of it. And so I think Ben Hodges talked about this, and maybe not on the space, but certainly in some of his writings. That was when he was commander, and they very, very purposefully um, recalibrated that entire training area with its OPFOR, with its observer controllers, with the schoolhouse there to really be a NATO base. And I remember speaking with some of the observer controllers during my last rotation there, and they had been doing a lot of work with Poles and Spaniards and Romanians and all kinds of things. And the OCs, the observer controllers, absolutely loved it because they were getting to see different tactics, techniques, and procedures, different leadership styles, and they were learning often as much as the units that were coming through from NATO. Um, Obviously, they were there to help refine and improve the operations of our NATO allies. But of course, not everything that the United States did was absolutely perfect, and it wasn't always perfect for each force. Each army is a bit different, and each army has different capabilities and different needs. Maybe there are mandatory service things, which of course the United States doesn't have. They may have to handle their soldiers a bit different. They may have different equipment, and I remember how fulfilling those guys in Grafenberg-Hohenfels found it when there was a lot more interconnection. I mean, clearly NATO is quite a long time, so I mean, collaboration was a tradition, especially as we looked at operations like Kosovo and things like that. But it seemed to really ramp up in like 2005 when a lot of the units who were in Germany were being moved back to the United States after their rotations in Iraq.
Go ahead, Primus. Feel free. It's a conversation.
Yeah, just to add to that a little bit there, that institutional knowledge that's built up on there, going and training, working with different people, constantly building that, that professionalism, the expertise, learning tactics, figuring out what works and doesn't work, basically applying what's in the book is, the point of a lot of that. Now, from the Russian perspective right now, having lost, I don't know, like 8 to 10 generals and hundreds of officers. And so on, all of that institutional knowledge, all that professionalism, how to do anything beyond the book, or maybe even read the book, so to speak, is, dead on a field in Bakhmut or wherever. So their ability to operate is going to get worse and worse and worse because you're not going to have the capacity to undertake complicated operations, operate over large areas, to work together, coordinate air forces, artillery, all those kinds of things. That knowledge just drops away. It ends up your officers now as an 18-year-old graduate of some military academy they just threw in there, as your junior officer. And the only way he's going to be able to do anything is if he has a more senior officer on the radio telling him exactly what to do, every little thing, or having to come up to the front to do it himself, in which case, he might get sniped. So, more than just the tanks and so on, which are getting blown up on battlefield or air bases. I mean, the Russian capability, the professional military that they have, their capability is, just telescoping downwards with all of these casualties. So, I mean, it will cease to become a professional army at some point. It's just going to become a horde because they don't even understand how to control units or do things. It takes years of education. Never mind the fact that the education they had wasn't very good to begin with.
Yeah, so I'm with you, Primus, in terms of I don't believe that the Russian military is particularly. I don't think we would consider it a learning organization. It certainly doesn't have the structures like the U.S. or NATO has to institutionalize being a learning organization, such as the Center for Army Lessons Learned. you know, here's a simple example. So and this was not an through booklets or Center for Army Lessons Learned stuff, bulletins, but you know, I mean, me as a when was this? This was 2008, 2009. You know, I mean, as a platoon sergeant, I mean, I could go into the SIPRNet, so the secret internet, and you know, I could see every single contact report from the entire country of Iraq. So I could see any kind of photos which might have been taken. I could read all the troops in contact reports, all the IED strike reports, and it would already have some kind of pattern analysis. This was early days, so there's no AI built into this. Of course, I assume it's much more powerful. But I mean, I could do that before my mission, so I could go in and sit down for 20 or 30 minutes and augment my intelligence report with noticed trends in tactics and in technologies. In that case, in IEDs, they tended to flow in certain directions in certain time frames, and so therefore I could already work with my lieutenant to adapt our procedures for a threat which hadn't even emerged in my area of operations yet. So we were really, really good at it. Now, I would say that the Russians, and this is one of it's not worrying, but I mean it's to be expected. But they do learn. They do learn at certainly experience brings lessons learned, whether they're published in a bulletin or not. But take for example these new reports coming out of Bakhmut, how they are attacking in a different way. That's an interesting development. Maybe we can get into that in a minute, but maybe go back to you first, Primus, before I get into the tactics of Bakhmut.
Oh, I think I might touch on that a little bit myself right now. So, I mean, what the Russian army isn't really a learning organization at all. It's not a professional organization like we think it is. I mean, they have their military academies, but it's mainly, you know, teaching people how to march around and, you know, do parades and write reports and so on. You know, what they really are is a lying organization. Because I mean, you know, you're talking about, well, you're in Iraq, you know, you read your reports and then you decide what to do and so on. But what if all those reports are lies? You know, because someone figured down the chain, you know, something bad happened and they didn't want to look bad, so they write a report saying, hey, things were successful, or at least they weren't a failure. You know, and that's what's constantly happening with the Russians on here, I believe, is, you know, they don't, you know, they lie to themselves. And, you know, then the next level up, you know, is making judgments based off of the lies, and then they're making bad choices because they think they have good information that they don't. The only way they learn anything, it seems like, is when, you know, the failure is so large, you just can't lie about it because you just can't unsee it. You know, and, you know, that's, you know, that's just such a toxic thing for any organization when you don't have good information to make your decisions. Like if you were running a marketing company and, you know, you were told, hey, these ads got this kind of response, and so then you invest more money in it, and then, well, then it turns out you don't sell as much product as you wanted to, and then you take a loss. But why? You know, the report said this would work. You know, it's because, you know, maybe the advertising company lied about the number of engagements. Well, it's the same thing when you're running an infantry battalion or an army or that kind of thing. I mean, yeah, I mean, they're really bad at this, and it's because they're really corrupt. You know, because no one wants to, you know, be honest. No one wants to learn from a mistake. They just want to hide it.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and so I certainly I certainly, like I said, I would never describe them as a learning organization, and I think at a larger level, the adaptation needed in warfare that's always going to exist in warfare, the action, counter reaction, adaptation cycle is certainly hugely in the Ukrainians' favor. Because they're not going to be able to, well, the Russians will be able to retain some of that institutional knowledge because, you know, one of the things that they're doing is that by using conscripts as cannon fodder, essentially what they're trying to do is it seems, is to retain some institutional knowledge at the higher level. So whereas, in the Western armies, we would look at it and say, okay, well, we want to preserve our staff sergeants, our NCO corps, our sergeant first classes, and our first lieutenants. They obviously have that. They put it at a higher level, but they seem to want to retain their captains for at least kind of battalion and up lessons learned by using the conscripts as the cannon fodder, just to say, and to keep, send in the guys who know nothing to die in mass. But that's why I want to pick up on the tactics of Bakhmut, because from the Ukrainian side, we're hearing, an interesting adaptation by the Russian sides and how they're using their soldiers and how they're attacking Bakhmut, which is really actually makes for the force structure and what the Russians got. It actually seems to make quite a bit of sense. So they have artillery superiority in the Bakhmut area. They've dedicated roughly 40% of their entire artillery force to this one spot. So they have local area artillery superiority, and they've got all of these prisoners from Wagner, or the ones that are still alive, and they've got different mobilized conscripts who know little more than how to point their rifle and shoot it. And so what they're doing then is using, apparently from the Ukrainian sources, is to send in squad size elements of conscripts to basically do a squad size kind of recon by fire. They send in the meat. They get annihilated, but in so doing, they identify the Ukrainian positions, at which point an observer then seeks to call in artillery on those positions. Now that's an adaptation, and it's an adaptation that seems to fit the Russian force. It is not particularly effective, but it is more effective than some other ways that they were doing it. And it causes it's huge casualties for the Russian side, definitely. But it's sort of like a squad size recon by fire, and sacrificing that squad just to try to pin, or just to try to get fire missions. So they're not incapable of adaptation, but I would never, this is, if we're talking about this on a continuum between learning organization and just complete 100% incompetence, it's more towards the incompetence side, but not all the way at the end of that line. That's my opinion.
I think tactics like that in any Western military would get you court-martialed. But yeah, it's brutal but effective, I suppose, by certain values of effective.
Yeah, so I wouldn't call it good. I'm just, but it is an interesting way, which of course, me coming from the United States Army, of course, I would never consider a tactic like this, because our military is based on a culture of value for human life, not only our lives as soldiers and the lives of civilians, but also the lives of even the lives of the enemy soldiers. That's why we have rules of engagement and proportionality of force and all of these kinds of things. So that's why it would never even occur to me to use anything like that. Okay, well, let's send 10 guys to death so that we can get a grid for some barrels. But I guess when your military is built upon principles that human life is built upon a culture where human life has no value, I guess that's a logical outcome of it on the battlefield.
It's a logical outcome, but it's also in some ways our greatest vulnerability.
I'm not sure quite what you mean by that. Could you elaborate?
Well, just that some of our enemies are willing to do things, we wouldn't, ever expect, things like, suicide bombing or, human wave attacks or, targeting civilian infrastructure we wouldn't even think of. I mean, sometimes people, use your limitations against you, and I think the Russians are the kind of people to do it. I mean, same thing like groups like ISIS would or the Taliban, there's just places we aren't willing to go that other people are. I mean, you need to maintain who you are, maintain the moral high ground, but what people are willing to do is sometimes shocking.
Yeah, I mean, I get your point. I guess my opinion on this is a bit different. Is that so I don't see, so I never perceived really as a vulnerability. I wouldn't use the word vulnerability. I understand what you mean, but I don't know why that word just doesn't. I see that, and I also don't think of it as kind of moral high ground. But I do like what you said. You be who you are, and for me, the values upon which wars are fought and militaries fight them is a strength. And although people will try to use those values against you, I don't know. I mean, in all the times that I was working in Iraq, and the threat of suicide bombs, and having been around several of them, I never really viewed suicide tactics, for example, as a vulnerability. I would say it was something that we were prepared for, but I've just viewed it as a weapon system that they had. I don't know. I'm not being perfectly clear here, but I never viewed our values as a weakness. But I do get your point, because I do remember we did complain sometimes about the rules of engagement. Our rules of engagement. This is particularly when I was in Ramadi, and we were in a pretty intense battle there. Went on for quite a while. Using a different tactic. We weren't going in like Fallujah. We were trying not to destroy the city. We were trying to take it piece by piece and control sections of it, which was a challenge, and it was slow, and it was fairly bloody, and it was kind of frustrating. And we had rules of engagement, which a lot of times when we get back to the fob, we would sit around and we'd say, man, if we could just do this, if we were just allowed to do this, and if we were allowed to just, fire a 120 tank round into anything that moved after curfew, then we would get them. I know that we said stuff like that, but I think that those values were a strength of ours, and I'm sure that they were a strength, because in that case, it was those rules of engagement which made it so that we could actually win the battle. If we had done a Mariupol, we probably never could have turned some of the Sunni leaders to our side and kick out ISIS. Sorry, I'm kind of rambling there, but my thoughts aren't quite in order.
No, I mean that makes sense. I mean, there's on a tactical level. I mean, you were there, I wasn't, but I mean, at a tactical level, if you're like, well, if we could only just blow up these buildings that these guys are probably in, it would be a lot easier. I mean, I'm sure there were people that were lost because of rules of engagement, where there are things, you couldn't call in artillery, or you did call in artillery, but it took an hour because, a JAG officer had to go through and make sure it's a legally permissible target or something, where a Russian commander would have just said, this grid square needs to go away. So, but that kind of thing, it's, a place where the Russians are willing to go, and tactically, it's convenient, but, that's also not how you win hearts and minds. I think in the case of what the Russians are doing here, they don't care about the hearts and minds. They just care about subjugation and death. So if you don't have those restrictions, tactical problems become a lot easier. But that also makes you evil.
Exactly, and that's what I think. I guess I like that last sentence there, and I think that there is. I don't think there's a vulnerability in being good. I guess that's what I guess that's the sentence that I kind of had in my mind is I think there's huge value in not being evil, and I know that that sounds very cliche and all of that, but in war, in combat, it is actually kind of fairly easy to be evil. And there are certain emotions, there are certain things that will happen, which raise primal questions in man, and it is. I think that the values and living those values is 100% a good thing, even if it causes some sacrifice for those values, whether it's at a tactical level of, having, like you said, some kind of vulnerability. But I don't think we never doubted the values side of things and who we are. But of course, we were built upon a culture that had that. And of course, the Russian culture doesn't have that at all. So, imagine if I had been raised with no value for human life whatsoever, not even my own. Certainly, that would change my decision-making framework.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you get to a point where you can't tell the difference between us and them, you're in the wrong business.
Yeah, and if I may just point out that being that barbaric is, highly, counterproductive if you're trying to occupy
Sorry,
a
I think I may
country.
be having a Twitter glitch. Bloke, are you talking?
Yes, I was.
Yes, he is. Can you hear him, Charles?
Oh,
No, I'll
Can
be
you
right
hear
back.
us?
I'll be right back.
okay. Well, sorry about that. Twitter is twittering. We are going to do a co-host swap soon. Nice to see you, Anda.
Good morning.
Hope you had lots of coffee and you're ready to start.
Less with the coffee because I somehow managed to get an allergy. So
To coffee?
I don't know to what, and I cut everything, and I will introduce them one by one.
Oh.
Because it's really nasty. So yeah, yesterday was an awkward day. How are you guys doing? I heard the talk about the strategy and about values. Really
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, it was interesting. And I was just making a follow-up point to Charles about values. And basically, I was pointing out that, having good values in a Western military, or having values that reflect the society that your military is defending, is an advantage in the end. And one of the examples I use, if the Russians are attempting to occupy a country like Ukraine, by committing the atrocities they're committing, they are not going to be successful. In fact, it will just stiffen the will of the Ukrainians to resist. That was the point I was trying to make. I don't know if you heard that, Primus.
Yeah, no, I did hear that. I mean, in a certain sense, I certainly agree with that. I would say sometimes I think the civilian leadership, when you look at the non-reaction that the Germans and the French have had, a lot of us trying to believe in, I don't know, the concept of the good Russian, or they wouldn't possibly go that far or whatever, and they do, and they just don't know how to process that. It's like, well, what if we talk to them more? What about sanctions if we just take away some of their money? sometimes people just don't understand how far other people are going to go, and that does create a vulnerability, because a lot of wars happen because of strategic miscalculation. So you don't understand your enemy.
Yeah, I
Now,
think
that's off the
that's
battlefield, but yeah.
That's an excellent point. Yeah, I think one of the problems here is that in the West in general, or in democratic free societies, there's a great reluctance to go to war, right? There is a reluctance to use force, for good reason. It shouldn't be used unless it's a last resort. The problem may be that when you are facing a dictator like Putin, when you face a bully and you don't confront them early, the price to confront them later continually goes up, and that's sort of what's been happening. There was Chechnya 1 and 2, there was Georgia, there was Moldova, Syria, and then Crimea, and each time dictators get emboldened, and each time the West was reluctant to commit anything more than token or token sanctions. And the problem is that when you don't confront a bully, a dictator, the price just goes up, and you have to do it eventually anyway. And I think, even to this day, I think there are a number of politicians who still don't get it, right?
Oh, I would totally agree. There's a lot of politicians, they don't have the imagination to deal with people like Putin. They figure they can appeal to him somehow, or like the Germans focus on, well, if we do too much now, what about after the war? Will they still be our friends and sell us gas? Is what they're thinking about. Where in reality they're dealing with, they don't understand what Russia really is. Russia, in a lot of ways, the basis of who they are, came from the Mongolian hordes, which rampaged across the steppes and enslaved them. And they didn't learn, the lesson of like, well, if we're gentler and have rules of engagement, then we'll win their hearts and minds. They learned from Genghis Khan, who created so much fear of, uprising or resisting him or whatever, that, it was actually a very peaceful empire. You could ride from one end of the empire to another with a bag of gold and no one would rob you, because of the fear that he instilled. At least that's how they look at it. So
yeah, and let me just add there, I think that difference in culture is definitely borne out as well by an article. If you scroll through the Nest, or anyone else listening, scroll through the Nest, and one of the earlier entries is a link to an article by Kaja Kallas, who is the Prime Minister of Estonia, and it describes why peace cannot be on Putin's terms and why Russia must be pushed out of Ukraine. And that comes from her country's knowledge and that cultural understanding of what society's dealing with when fighting against a Russian invasion. And it's a very compelling article, so I would definitely encourage people to take a look at it. It's up in the Nest. It's one of the earlier items from a couple of days ago. And it's a short read, but it is well spoken, just direct and to the point. And if anyone starts to waffle or go, well, maybe we can, just try and come to terms with them, send them a link to that article. It's worth a read.
Thank you. I'll check that out. And just one last thing to add on to it. There's never really been a time in Russian history where they've cared about winning anyone's hearts and minds. It's been, basically subjugation and bribery, to get their way. They never.
Well, it's clear when they don't care about the hearts and minds of their own soldiers or their own society, then why would we think it would be different? Charles.
Hey, yeah, just as we were talking about this, of course, it brought up several interesting takeaways that I had yesterday from Konrad Scholler, the reporter for the Frankfurter Allgemeine, who we had today. I'll switch to your guys' time today on the space, and I was so happy to have him on. Having lived here in Germany for 20 something years, he gave a great kind of explainer on German politics, the mindset of the German politicians and the traditions of German politics, and then also the awareness or thoughts kind of German society. So when Bloke was talking about this idea of standing up to a bully and things like that, he talked today about some of the miscalculation that occurred in Germany, but I think it occurred in many places around the world, which was this miscalculation that Putin, he called him a bargain hunter. That the idea that he would only engage in conflicts if he saw minimum investment and potentially maximum gain in terms of geopolitical standing or international allies, in cases in point being Syria, the Caucasus, Libya, Wagner being active in Mali and so on. So that was an interesting point about that miscalculation. And as I was listening to him, it was yesterday evening, my time, I was just sitting there sort of just nodding my head and cheering the whole time, because it was a great explainer of the German mindset, but also not just the German mindset, because I think that I don't want to say hesitation, but that awakening or awareness to the threat and how to transform that awareness into concrete action is something that I've seen in groups of people around the world. So that was a really great interview. I hope it'll be up on Spotify sometime soon. He's really plugged in. This is the guy who, for example, who wrote the article a few days ago, breaking the story that the United States had actually supported or had encouraged the German Chancellery to release the Leopard 2s. So he really has a great insights on the conflict, and it was nice we talk about the Germans on this space a lot. So it was great to have that subject matter expert. Okay, looks like I've made the switch to co-host. Primus, go ahead.
Yeah, that was interesting that they, had a conversation with Germans and basically said, encourage them to, free the leopards on there. And, I think when we talk about that, a lot of times we're thinking about, the Germans sending their own leopards. But the reality is, it's not just that. I mean, they should. They have plenty of them sitting in storage, or older Leopard 1s sitting in warehouses meticulously maintained. They could update and send forward. But the reality is they need to ease up on the export licenses, because there's hundreds, if not thousands, of leopards all over Europe and in Canada and other places, where they could be sent to Ukraine, but the Germans won't allow the re-export of it. They literally won't fill out the paperwork and just let other people send tanks forward either. So, I mean, there's a whole other level of, if you're thinking about, well, what about, the Germans and their concerns about national defense? To a certain extent, I get that, because I don't think they could defend their own border if they had to. They've depleted their military so much. But they just need to let other people send the tanks. Just sign the re-export licenses. And they won't even do that, which just infuriates the hell out of me.
Well, I think that sorry. Yeah, I think that's I understand what you mean. I mean, I think that sounds like a low-hanging fruit, right? So, I mean, if you don't want to go all the way, at least you could authorize re-export. And I get the logic there. I think I can say within Germany that's not the question that's being debated. I think that's the secondary question, and the question number one is okay, moving Chancellor Scholz to the point where he's okay with that, or that he will do it, and then once that's done, I don't think that the Germans would actually have any issue sending their own Leopard 2s, regardless of where they come from. The decision ends in two different threads, right? One is that the Germans send their own, and the other is that they authorize re-export. There is some debate about defending German borders, but I mean, I think that's not the main. That's not where the decision hinges. Case in point, the Germans sending the Patriots to Poland. Hey, Anda. Good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning, Charles. Good to see you too. I was just reading about the Patriots. So the German army not only approved and proposed actually to send the Patriots to Poland, but they are sending experts in Poland to prepare the people, to prepare the users, right? From Poland before the systems actually reach there. So they are putting in they are putting in the effort for this. They are not just sending the systems per se. Frankly, I'm gonna be cynical here, but I don't know. Something happened. Something changed, right? In the way I perceive Germany lately. Because, for example, yesterday there was a news in the there was a piece of news which said Germany is going to send generators to Ukraine. Namely 470 generators. So we are not talking about 10 or 50, right? And to compare this, like I think we discussed this 2 days ago or 3 days ago, France was sending 100 generators. So from 100 to almost 500, it's a difference. And it's not these are not the only things that I see coming from Germany lately. But it seems like they are sending them bit by bit. So signing one thing at a time. I don't know how to say this. We have every day something else coming. When you see the deliveries, the support from US, usually you see a debate, an internal debate, and some I don't know, 1 month more or less, some weeks apart, you see a package, right? And it comes as a package, and you have this, and this, and it's much easier to track what's coming and how many, and I don't know, it looks more impressive. And US was the biggest supporter in terms of everything by now. But I don't know. Have you seen something in German newspapers or in the atmosphere there, or I don't know, discussing with friends or acquaintances, Is anything changing in German perception or in their general attitude towards Ukraine?
No, not particularly amongst the people, and this is why I really liked the Conrad Schuller's talk yesterday, because there's, like in a country, there's some difference between the population at a whole. If we take kind of overall polls or what you may hear on the street, excuse me, versus political decision making and the political leaders, I'll say. There are some areas where the thoughts overlap, and there are some areas where the thoughts may diverge. The one thing that he said yesterday was very nicely about the German way of doing politics, which is a consensus politics. It is not a leader follower. It is not a party in charge and a party in loyal opposition like we see in the United States or we see in the UK. German politics is always a coalition politics, which is very slow to reach a consensus. But once the consensus is reached, then they do govern. There's just a lot of sausage making, and there's a lot of negotiation that happens. The biggest point is right after an election when the coalition is formed. But take, for example, he brought in the example of the ongoing welfare reform happening in Germany, which is when you have the Free Democrats, the Greens, and the Social Democrats. This is an intense negotiation, and everybody's sort of trying to represent their parties as they should in this package. So it's very slow. But this idea is that there's always this consensus building. There's never this bold leadership style that we would see from a Boris Johnson or a Joe Biden or something like that. In these cases, it's just not the way things are done. So it's frustratingly slow. On the other hand, that consensus building, that compromise idea, which in some cases in the UK and in the US is lamented that maybe it isn't strong enough, is maybe gone a bit too far on the German side. And there is still that, and that actually, that compromise approach actually is reflected in my conversations with people and local politicians and so on. There is this idea that, okay, well, let's build consensus before we move. And that's obviously not what the world is expecting, and that doesn't allow anyone to lead from the front. And he said yesterday this motto of Schultz of leading from the middle. So there's going to be different people around you. You're going to build your whole group, and then you're going to lead from the middle, not from the front, not from the back, not from the left, not from the right, but from the middle. So that's certainly, but that is reflected in sort of what Germans expect from their politicians and their political leadership. This was 16 years of Merkel. That's exactly how she led. And that's actually how many of the politicians, the chancellors before her, led as well. The other thing that he pointed out, because Yehuda was asking about never again, right? And, Germans are very, very aware of their dark history. I think that, but I think that maybe the winners of the Second World War, the good side on the Holocaust, maybe misunderstood or have a different meaning of what never again means. Never again doesn't necessarily mean, amongst the German mindset, we shall stop the next Hitler. What never again often means in their mindset is we shall never again allow ourselves to do that. So it's a very internal never again. And that is why there are all of these structures and all of these laws and all of this internal navel gazing on things like extremism. That's why we saw the raids last week on the Reichsbürger stuff, and the legal frameworks that back all of that up. So never again often means something very different inside Germany than what it means outside Germany, as because it comes from the perspective of the perpetrator, not the victor.
Yeah, now I was thinking about this. From what you're telling me, when they say never again, it's more, I will not attack again, right? Not I will not defend myself again, but I will not attack again, first and foremost. Am I correct?
Exactly. The never again means we shall never allow ourselves to get in the position of creating war and human atrocities. So I think never again often in the West means this duty to stop, this duty to intervene in others, right? That's not really the meaning here. It's a very internal. We need to watch ourselves. If we don't watch ourselves, then we could do this again. It's a fear of themselves, not of others.
I think probably this explains somehow. What do I mean by somehow? Ukraine is defending, right? So you have an aggressor, which is plainly clear for everyone, and we have a victim, right? So I would understand that Germany will not and should not help Russia. I will have to ponder. I have an idea, a vague but complex idea in my head, and I will have to process it. I think we should go to Gregory to see if he has to add something on the topic, and we can pin it and come back to this. All right, Gregory, do you have a question or a comment on the topic?
Yeah, I'm in here in America, and we're kind of waiting. Hopefully this week, the U.S. Congress will pass a bill to support Ukraine. We're all kind of hoping that it happens quickly, and we're all kind of impatient about it. And I'm sensing the same thing about the leopards as well. And I'm wondering, is there I don't like to use I hate this term, but the use a red line. Is there something that the German populace is waiting to happen before they'll finally send leopards? And I think it's the same thing in America. I think we're all those of us concerned about Ukraine are terrified of those Iranian missiles, and I'm really afraid that that's what the Biden administration is waiting for, to finally send Patriots. Did that kind of calculus of not trying to get over your skis, I think is really frustrating for most of us who are on this thread. And I'm trying to think of is there a corollary in Germany as there is in America?
No, I mean, I think that any of the red lines have already been crossed. I think in that term. I mean, Germans are fully aware of what's going on, and they see it. Most people will see it in a regular basis. We have a lot of refugees here, so the proof is here. We have four center parties in Germany. We have the Christian Democrats, the Social Democrats, which are the two largest, and we have the Greens right behind, and we have the the Free Democrats. So we have 4 Senate parties. 3 of the 4 of those support sending the Leopards, including 2 of whom are in the 2 of which are in the coalition. So really, the only red line that is left, or the only person who needs to change his mind, is Olaf Scholz. And he may have to placate certain voices within his own party. So certainly, I think he's not isolated from his own party. There are certainly voices within his own party. I look very closely at how he speaks to his own party, and he has actually been quite tough on Russia over the past month and a half, 2 months in his speeches, especially one important speech I would say he gave at his own party conference. I want to say it was about 3 weeks ago. He then later got a huge amount of heat for talking to Putin on the phone. I think it was last week. But the communication from him, even immediately after the phone call and since then, has basically been that phone call was a total waste of time. He was not happy with it. He thought it was just a total waste of time, basically. Putin had basically just told him, my goal is to take over Ukraine, and that was the end of the call. So I think there's some movement there, but there's no red line anymore for the German population and most of the political parties to cross. Germany has already sent everything except the damn Leopards and some infantry fighting vehicles, some Martyrs or whatever. And that's just the last step that needs to go.
Primus, do you have? I saw your hand was jumping up. Do you have something to add to this?
Well, yeah. With the arrest of the Reichsberg group or whatever that was, Russian or not Russian, but German monarchists or imperialists or whatever that was. I mean, that had some Russian fingerprints on that, is my understanding. And still, though, it doesn't seem like Germany is reacting even to that, which I find a bit shocking. But there's also the fact, I mean, there probably is some sort of red line, a certain horrific number of Ukrainian casualties before the Germans will send Leopards. The only thing scarier of that is there might not be a red line. They might not do anything. Because at the end of the day, I mean, my own opinion, and I don't think the Germans would have done anything at all about any of this if the United States wasn't pushing for it, if the Poles weren't pushing for it, if it didn't become a challenge to their leadership position in Europe. Because I think they were content to, basically write strongly worded diplomatic letters. I don't think they would have done anything without any prodding. And it feels like basically everything they send is only after being pushed, and they send some stuff, but it's not enough.
I'm very sorry.
They could do more, and I just find it very frustrating.
I understand your frustration, but I have to push back on that one. It was only 3 days after the invasion that Scholz gave his Zeitenwende speech. There was no hesitation amongst the Germans and the German political leadership to push back militarily to Putin's invasion in February. Yes, the United States, I will not disagree that the United States, and everybody agrees on this, that the United States has really pulled its weight in the leadership and the messaging and the finance and the equipment and all of that. The United States has demonstrated its leadership, but I cannot agree that the Germans would have been prepared to do some kind of leadership stuff. I think that's taking a very cynical view of the country and sort of falls into this idea that Germany is actually just an incorporation. To come back to the Reichsbürger thing, we talked about this on the space a couple days ago when the raids happened. The Reichsbürger thing has very little to do with Ukraine. In fact, even the people who are in the Reichsbürger group, and let's call it a group, it's only about 1,100, 1,200 people who are actually in this group in the whole country. I mean, it's a really, really small group. They do not mention Ukraine. They have, they're primarily focused on domestic issues. They have this very, very weird conspiracy that Germany does not have a constitution and is not an official state. Therefore, they don't pay taxes. They don't believe in law enforcement and all this stuff. I guess the translation is sovereign citizens. Russia, yes, they do. There are always Russian fingerprints on any of these far right groups, because obviously Russia likes these kinds of things. But they that Reichsbürger thing was not linked to, didn't have anything to do with Ukraine. The other thing was, is as I highlighted on the day that those happened, is that these raids and these things that happened this week, these things happen about every 6 or 8 months here in Germany. We have the Federal Bureau of the Protection of the Constitution, which is one of the things I talked about, how Germans view never again. They have this entire government agency which is solely focused on internal terrorism and internal extremists. And they actually they conduct these types of raids, like I said, about every 6 to 8 months. This is their normal way of doing business. Silence, silence, silence. And then they do a national raid and they arrest a bunch of people and basically chop the head off of any kind of extremist organization. This was particularly important around the Red Army faction, the left-wing extremist time when there was a lot of domestic terrorism. And now they've been more focused on right-wing extremists. But the Reichsbürger thing is very, very small. And so it doesn't surprise me at all that there's no reaction to it, because Germany, that's kind of daily business. Yeah, that's why we have this kind of agency to handle internal terrorism and domestic extremism. Yeah. But I don't agree with that. I think that's a cynical view of the Germans and of Scholz, that somehow everybody's waiting for business to go back to normal. That's just simply not the case. I think that Scholz is anticipating some kind of compromise in the future. I'd like, as the reporter said yesterday, to kind of keep the door open, but that compromise doesn't include giving up portions of Ukraine. Go ahead, Promise. I'll let you respond, and then we'll go to Alex.
I understand where you're coming from, but at the time, how difficult it seemed to be to get the Germans to agree to stop using things like Nord Stream and that kind of thing. They still wanted to buy energy from the Russians, and they only seemed to get out of that grudgingly. I took a particularly dim view of that. I mean, I've been to Germany. I mean, half of my heritage is German, and that really bothered me, watching that, because it just didn't really seem like their heart was really into doing anything, unless they were pushed to do it. But I understand it's not all Olaf Scholz. It's a complicated political situation, and there is some national trauma, which as an American, I don't fully appreciate that they went through. I mean, I'm sure for some Germans, the concept of German tanks killing Russians is a national nightmare to some people. And I get that, but in action just allows evil to prosper too. So I get their concerns, but they need to get over it, because they could do more. But this isn't bash Germany, but.
No, I understand, but I mean, I think so. I just want to reiterate that amongst the society, amongst the people, and amongst the political parties that represent those people, the support is there. That concern of, there was a talking point about, okay, how would Germans feel if German tanks were rolling across the Ukrainian steppe again? That died within about 3 days, because it just doesn't reflect what the people are thinking. On the Nord Stream thing, I also share your frustration, and I share your frustration with all of this. But on the Nord Stream thing, there was a very, very pragmatic or practical reason why they did not shut down gas and oil sales from Germany at the very, very beginning, right? And that was the German gas and oil reserves were not adequate to deal with the winter. So what they did is they filled up all that stuff, and we were getting like weekly reports from the government of what percentage of our reserves were filled and ready to go. And that's what they were doing. They filled them up and then they stopped. So Germany is not buying any more gas or oil from Russia. I think it's been October is when they filled it up. So they needed to buy themselves time to get other sources. And the practical thing that they were trying to do was to make it so that they had enough oil and gas to keep the lights on. It would have been fantastic if we would have been able to stop it immediately. I think the political will was there to stop it immediately. There was the very quick realization that energy dependency on Russia had been a mistake for many years. You do not see the only people today who are still advocating for business with Russia on the energy sector are the far left party, Die Linke. They are the only ones who are advocating for that now. They roughly consist of 7% of the overall vote, and no one will go into a coalition with them because they're far too left. But I can completely understand your frustration. I'm with you. I'd like to see things done more and done faster. But I also understand that for some of the topics here, they're a bit more nuanced. Let's go to Alex, and then we'll come back to you, Prima. Sorry, just want to hear Alex because he's been waiting.
Thank you. Yeah, listening to Ukrainians, I think they are much more appreciative of Germany lately. Germany has sent a lot of equipment. It is excellent quality, and it is exactly what they need. Not all of them are artillery. Some is, building bridges and all kinds of stuff. They also expect, I think, more artillery pieces. They were showing this self-propelled howitzer, which is almost automatic, has only 2 people crew, is very fast, and all other stuff. So it is, the changes are happening. They are probably slow, but well, there is a lot of inertia in this, and that is true for a lot of countries. Also, in terms of economic power, we speak about Germany, but there are other countries. They economically are very strong. I think one reason people were speaking about Germany is they kind of expected a little bit more, because among European countries, well, Germany is a leader in the European Union. It's probably the most powerful player, and that is probably the reason. But I would say that lately Germany has done more than in the beginning. Now, for the rest, I was listening also to that conversation. There was a guest speaker. I presume I probably didn't listen to all of it, but my impression was, looking back at years, and I think there will be time to discuss this in more details, but there was impression that like Germany was drifting to build the alliance with Russia almost as opposition to America, and there are quite strong anti-American sentiments, well, at least in Germany, and by the way, in France too. And that shift was a little bit concerning. Right now, it's probably, you wouldn't hear those sounds anymore, those voices, but like few years from now, nobody knows how it will develop. Hopefully, there will be some lessons learned from this past experience, but I think this pivot towards Russia or building alliances with Russia is kind of will not be in the books for quite some time. Actually, very long time probably. As for Germany, before like historical Germany, I know that this topic is probably controversial, but if we are speaking about Brest Treaty, like Germany did play, like Kaiser Germany did play a very important role in demise of Russian Empire. Like Russia had to liberate all its colonies, which was back in time almost all Eastern Europe, including Georgia. So it's unfortunately I didn't have a chance to read in details what those discussions were. Russians hated the treaty. They were accusing Lenin. I mean, even Bolsheviks were accusing Lenin of almost, they are imperialists in their kind of mind. They were hoping to do a revolution and then, hold all those lands for themselves. But anyway, this Brest Treaty was a kind of important event. Probably historians will pay more attention to that at some point in future. I think there was some kind of syndrome after Second World War in Germany, which, they almost felt like they owe something to Russia, which, well, that's their thing, but that's how they view their past. But I frankly do not think they owe that much. It's Russians were always overplaying this. Anyway, my 2 cents. Sorry, a little bit rambling too.
Actually, this is you kind of volleyed the ball to me, because this was the thought that formed in my head earlier when speaking with Charles. I think that it wasn't so allying with Russia, not allying, right? Extending a helping hand to Russia after Gorbachev. It was more on the lines of we managed to change, right? We changed as a society. We had the helping hand, right? They had the Marshall Plan, and in my mind, at least this is what my perception. The idea with Nord Stream and with Russia can be good. It's more like someone else believed in us, right? And we changed and we showed that we can be good. And now we should do this with others. it will help us, but it will help them. Like giving a chance, right? Making amends in one way or another, but I don't know. This was kind of my my thought of why Germany was so friendly towards Russia before this invasion, or in the past years, let's say. We have hands. We have. I think the order is Herman next, and then Gregory and Primus.
Hey, thank you, Anna. I'm just calling in quick to chime in a little bit here on the topic. And Charles, thank you for really representing Germany so well here in the space. I'm well, a little bit astonished, but also very proud that you are so accurately describing the current events in Germany and the political camps that are involved in German decision making. It's very nice to listen to your very accurate and precise point and description. So I wanted to add two little bits here. So the German politics have for the last 20 years, 30 years perhaps, gravitated towards a policy of a steady hand, that you try not to make immediate decisions, and not just because you can't and you're slower because you're Germany and have all those various groups that need to be heard, and all those rules and regulations and policies you build up for yourself, but also because you would like to see how the game is played and what the outcome of the game is before you commit to anything seriously. And that happens more often than not in internal politics, and especially famous for that was Angela Merkel. She was really great in not committing to anything until it was clear from her subordinates what the decision will be, and then she went out to the press and said, okay, that's what we're going to do. And that was her strategy to deal with her own party. But we've seen that quite a bit on the international level, but Germany is trying not to actually take the leadership role, but they're trying to align itself with the winning idea. And when you now look at the situation that we have with the very weak Olaf Scholz, that is part of that is this culture of this policy making in Germany that leads to that. And I wouldn't be surprised that as the Ukrainians start their winter offensive, they break through Melitopol and take Mariupol. And by spring, everybody knows the Russians are lost. At that point, he might actually be committing openly directly to Leopard 2s, because he already knows, okay, that one is gone. We can give them the Leopards. The Russians will never come back to us and say it was because of you that we lost it. And also the other thing that you mentioned about the Nord Stream 2, or the general gas purchases. What many people don't talk about anymore was back in November 2021, Nord Stream 2 was already finished and ready to go into commission. And they didn't allow Nord Stream 2 to go online because of a formality. There were some papers not filed correctly, I believe. There was some issues with the registration of the company, and that was simply delayed and not taken on frontally and left open until after the war started. They said, okay, we're not going to open that 1 a.m. at all. It's going to stay closed forever. So that was also part of this policy of the steady hand. Well, we know the Russians are building up an army. Everybody sees that. Everybody's talking about it. Let's don't commit publicly that we are actually okay with that and open a second gas pipeline to Russia. So that was a decision made in the same mindset as the decision to delay any statements or any definitive decisions about the Leopard shipment. I hope that added a little bit clarity and to that conversation. I'm sorry, I'm driving. I need to hop off here.
No worries. Thanks, Herman. Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And this was something, Conrad Schuller brought up yesterday was this legacy of Merkel. And I think it's a helpful reminder. I mean, the one time that I ever saw her take leadership on a topic without this kind of consensus building time was on the refugee crisis in 2015. And she absolutely got hammered for it from the wings, and it drove the right wing crazy, even caused debates, strong debates within her own sister party, the CSU in Bavaria, as they tried to balance the right wing spectrum between center right and far right. This was also the height of the AFD, and I think that unfortunately that served the wrong lesson. I'm with everybody in this space, and I think Harm, you and I agree. I know Biennale does that. We would love to see more leadership from the Germans, and our expectations are very high for Germany to live up to their potential. And I think it's just a question of, okay, well, how long does this transformation take? It's a long tradition that we need to overcome in terms of decision making here. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree 100% there. And maybe just a food for thought. Maybe Germany is not supposed to be a leader in Europe. Maybe we just face it like that. Germany is really good with economics and with his ability to create bonds, but not really leadership material. You know.
Yeah, maybe. It makes me sad to hear that, Herm, but I think you may be right. Let's go to Gregory.
So 2023, it sounds like they're set for natural gas and oil. What is the long-term plans? I mean, the U.S. I'm sure is happy, and I'm sure we're happy to sell natural gas as much as they like. But what's the plan for the future for energy for Germany?
Do you want to know how far it's gone, Gregory? Here's how far it's gone. The economics minister, his name is Robert Habeck. He comes from the Green Party. Okay, so this party has been fighting for sustainable energy, non-nuclear. I mean, everything you would imagine a Green Party. Now, the Green Party in Germany is a bit more center. It's actually a middle-class party here, and pretty. It's actually kind of, a lot of its support comes from basically like suburban voters, suburban educated voters, I would say. So they tend to be a little bit more center than you might see in other countries, but they're still a Green Party, right? Their main focus is environmental issues and sustainability. He went to Qatar to negotiate with the sheiks to try to get oil and gas. So that shows you how far it's gone.
Yeah, now that Nord Stream 2 is kind of kaput, that no longer sounds like it's a temptation. So it's just interesting to see where they'll go. I mean, they have to be planning for it. I know they try to extend the life of their nuclear power plants, I think, for a couple more years, but that certainly sounds like that's going to be shut off, in the near future. So just curious to see what the plans are going to be.
Yeah, what's missing so far, at least when I look at it, what's missing so far, which needs to be the logical next step, is the current ruling coalition hasn't really approached a comprehensive energy strategy, at least that with the consideration of national security or European security in mind. I realize that they have, they have been kind of busy. But they've been working out a welfare reform thing to deal with that, which supports inflation. They've been working on short-term measures for energy because German industry was getting hammered by the high energy prices when they spiked earlier this year. They were dealing with Ukraine military support issues. And again, I will highlight that Germany has given a lot of stuff, just not the stuff that we're asking for in this space, the real things that would make a difference. But they need to get to the point, in my opinion, where they need to really revise and define a comprehensive energy policy, including generation, distribution, green mix, nuclear if it's there, integration in the European market, how they're going to look at this from a European-wide side, and that hasn't happened yet. I hope that happens next year, and there will be an energy policy that provides a plan for the future, which incorporates national security. I'm fully confident that will be involved in the plan, because that was one of the huge lessons learned, and that's what Konrad Schuller said yesterday about Merkel, was that one of her major blind spot was the dependency on Russian oil and gas. That's certainly, everybody is awake to that now. But hopefully we see something like that coming forward, and that's gonna be a challenge, at least within the ruling coalition that we have now. But some things are pretty simple, like investment in LNG terminals and stuff like that. That's already started and is going to happen. Looks like we lost him. I know who was next. I can't remember. Was it Primus?
Primus, yes, and then Clyde.
Thank you. And yeah, and I'm not sure how long it's going to take for those LNG terminals to come online, or really for alternatives. I mean, it sounds like winter hasn't been particularly bad in Germany there so far. So I mean, that's certainly a good thing. But if anyone's in Germany or has any idea, like how much has like the average heating bill gone up for people? I'm kind of curious about that. And also kind of step back and talk about Nord Stream a little bit. In a lot of ways, I think the Russians were counting on Nord Stream 1 and particularly Nord Stream 2 as a way of compromising, particularly the Germans, because I don't think they felt there'd really be much response if the energy was at risk. I mean, they certainly keep hammering the drums about how, well, you don't have the energy, you're going to freeze this winter. That kind of thing. I mean, they're using energy as a weapon, now, and everyone realizes that. But the reality is they've been using energy as a weapon for years. It's just that no one was really awake to that on there, at least not in German circles, because I think in some ways they kind of laughed it off, that it was Russian energy was a great way to provide cheap energy to empower the German economy, that natural gas and so on was a great alternative to things like coal and nuclear, and the Russians had plenty of it, so it kind of fit that agenda. But the reality is it was, in a lot of ways, it was as much a moneymaker as a weapon all along. So just some thoughts on that.
Yeah, great, thanks, Primus. So yeah, so I would say that okay, so let's shortly talk about heating. So individual houses heating, many of them still use oil. That was a particularly popular method of home and obviously apartment building heating for many years. So that's actually a common topic of conversation around the guest house and over the beers is when did you last fill up your oil tank and how much did you pay for it? So most new houses today do not use that. That's good. Some of those heating systems can be switched over to pellets. So these are wooden pellets for the boilers. Those prices also went up. The main thing, so at the height of the price increase, so prices have gone down considerably, as I think we've talked about with the oil price cap in this space recently, where the price is actually lower than the cap. So prices have gone down, but at its peak, the main issue was on businesses and manufacturing, who in general, on average, were seeing their energy prices go up 10 times. So this was a huge hit. to them, and that's where a lot of these. So this was obviously for businesses. This is where a lot of these short-term policies came into effect to try to alleviate that for businesses. And then, of course, that also hit the consumers. It particularly hit, we'll say, lower income consumers. Take, for example, if you lived in an apartment block, you were living on a pension or something like that, and your apartment block was heated by oil, and then you would have also seen your energy price go up between 5 to 10 times. So this is another reason why welfare reform bills have been being negotiated to help alleviate that pain. So that is a common topic of conversation. It's less so now because the prices have gone down, and now it's joking about who got the best price at the best time. The winter in Germany, I will say, it's snowing right now. It's absolutely beautiful. Big fat flakes. It's quite nice, but I would probably have to go out and shovel. But it's been relatively mild, I will say. But it is colder, and we'll see. But it seems that at least for this winter, everything is good. Any of the Russian talking points about people freezing, I will say that is. People here just view that as an absolute joke. That's ridiculous. We're not to the point where we're like the Finns, where we're taking pictures, of us in our saunas or anything like that. The energy policy thing, as I mentioned, will be difficult. The nuclear topic is very, very old in Germany. Goes back to the 1960s. About being anti-nuclear weapon, anti-nuclear power. This movement, of course, it's reinforced by the very clear memories that people have of Chernobyl as the radioactive clouds and fallout extended over Germany, and there were restrictions on food, and people very clearly remember the things that they had to do for their fruits and vegetables. Then after Fukushima, that was when the decision was made. It was made on a fallout issue. It wasn't really made on an issue of. It was made on an emotional. We'll say an emotional topic in that sense. It wasn't made on certainly a cost benefit analysis. This is another example of Merkel kind of really waiting until the entire public opinion and consensus was clear. This had been primarily a Green Party issue. Merkel was also quite famous for co-opting policies from opposition parties. She did this also with gay marriage, kind of making decisions that you wouldn't normally consider to be more right side of the political spectrum. But that was one of the ways that she stayed in power for 16 years, was by co-opting popular policies from other parties. So that's just kind of some ideas on that. I'll go to Clyde and then we'll come back to you, Primus. Okay, Clyde, go ahead.
Yeah, it seems like you were talking about the speech that Schultz gave at the beginning of the war. That was like day 2 or day 3, correct? That was very early.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, it seems to me like he was playing with house money. He didn't think he was going to have to back that up, because at that time, everybody thought the Ukrainians were going to get smoked. So, including our intelligence service in the United States. I mean, so I think that, coming out and supporting Ukraine and giving an impassioned speech in front of his legislature, whatever you call it, it is just sort of rings hollow, I think. But that's first thing. And the second thing, you're talking about kind of how Germany views or what they do for their heating their homes. I mean, I was in Bavaria 3 years ago, and going through town after town on a train ride, and I was estimating that about 25% of the houses had solar panels on the roof. Now that may have been an area that may have been a special area, may have been, I don't know Germany that well, but it certainly seems like that they're much more into clean energy they're much farther along than we are in the United States. Thoughts on those two things?
Yeah, sure. Shortly about renewable energy such as solar and wind, the history here. So Germany had pretty strong subsidies for individual homeowners and businesses to install solar for many years. They were quite lucrative. I would say it was a really nice subsidy. Let's just say that if you had the ability to install solar panels. The ones that you saw, I would say the majority of them, not all, but the majority of them are primarily used for heating water. So they're not used for heating the home because they may not get the water hot enough if you have a radiator system to actually heat the house, but they are used to save energy for your showering, your washing machine, your sink, the hot water heater, similar as you may find in Southern European countries where they have, these solar panels with cisterns all over the roofs to heat their water. So that's kind of the main primary thing. But obviously, a lot of companies took advantage of this subsidy if they had flat roofs on large factories and so on. This subsidy was ended for a couple reasons. One is when the subsidy was running, Germany was actually the largest producer of solar panels in the world. And so that subsidy was actually flowing back into the economy through increased demand for German producers, such as Bosch. That situation changed, and China became the #1 producer of solar panels in the world, and largely the solar panel manufacturing industry in Germany collapsed. So that was on the macroeconomic, or we'll say on the national economic side, that it made the subsidy less tenable. The second thing that it was doing was it was actually increasing electricity rates for lower income consumers. So because you saw people who could afford and had the ability, so the roof space or the land, to kind of become autarkic, and so they were then paying less for electricity, and in some cases, if they had the right setup, that they were actually selling energy back into the grid. If you lived in an apartment and you were a renter, of course, you didn't have the ability to take advantage of that subsidy. So individual consumer rates actually went up because it was only that base of the population who was paying for the power plants. So those two trends sort of aligned, and that was why the subsidy was ended. So the investment in solar energy has gone way down in Germany since that subsidy ended, and largely it fulfilled its purpose of sort of taking advantage of everything that could be solar that made sense and was okay. So it has slowed down a lot, but that's why you see so many solar panels in Germany. The second thing that happened is with the wind side, is a really strong NIMBY movement emerged around two things. One was new wind turbine construction, and the other one was on transmission lines. Germany's energy situation is that there's a lot more wind in the north than there is in the south, and it has been an absolute nightmare to try to build transmission lines from the North Sea and from the coastal plains in the north to the south. And that has hindered further investment in sustainable energy. So there is a lot of it, but I will say that the investment of it has been limited. This is another aspect that needs to go into a comprehensive energy plan for Germany, taking into account national security interests. With the idea of Russia, and we need to reduce oil and gas dependency on Russia, perhaps some of these hurdles will be overcome, but we'll have to see. Does that address it a bit, Clyde?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's been a lot of talk on this space in the past about Russian money flowing into the German political system and Russian FSB activity regarding getting Russia to forget their nuclear program, their nuclear energy program, to become more reliant on Russia. So, and I don't know the ins and outs of that. I mean, it's been talked about on this space for months, off and on for months. So that part of it, I just can't really speak to. It was just my experience is that when I was there, it looked to me like that there was a lot of solar. And then the other comment I had was about Schultz's speech. But
yeah, on playing with house money, I can see your point there, where okay, if that speech was made at the time that everybody thought Ukraine was going to roll over, and yeah, I will say that me sitting here watching that speech live, my jaw hit the absolute floor when he was talking, because it was a complete 180-degree turn in what had been German defense and foreign policy for the better part of 30 years, since the end of the Cold War. Now, I have big issues with how they're actually living up to that Zeitenwende speech. I mean, the speech was two things. It was very strong against Russia. So he didn't say in the speech that they were going to give military things to Russia, or excuse me, to Ukraine. He didn't say that in that speech. So I can see where maybe you have a point on playing with house money. But this level of expenditure with the special fund was absolutely enormous at that time, and was addressing a lot of domestic issues, but was also addressing foreign issues as well. The domestic issue, which we've talked about on this space several times, is the inadequacy of the Bundeswehr, and the disrepair and lack of readiness that the Bundeswehr has had, as it has been starved for funds for many, many years, and was only really revealed when the Germans supported in Afghanistan and were deploying to Afghanistan, and the lack of readiness that they had, and the lack of support that they were able to offer NATO allies, and it was never handled. So that was one main aspect of the speech. But for me, like I said, my jaw hit the floor, because it was 180-degree turn in a matter of a couple of days, which is not something you see often.
okay, and then the other remarkable thing about this was, it's one thing about Germany not supplying tanks, but when my understanding is they forbid Spain through their contractual relationship. They basically made the phone call to stop Spain from giving Leopards to Ukraine. I mean, they actually had to actively choke that particular potential spigot. That just seemed almost unforgivable to a lot of us.
Yeah, that's what Prima said. So for me, and just kind of give the same thing. It's not discussed here, because it's the exact same decision, and they don't have to actively stop Spain from doing anything, or actively stop Poland for anything. They simply have to do nothing. So for them to re-export any of this stuff, the Germans have to sign off on it. There's an active thing that they have to do, and they simply don't do that. And the decision is the same. The decision is do they provide Leopards and Martyrs and Pumas or whatever to Ukraine? They have to make that active decision, and it's the same as if they allow the re-export license. So from the German perspective, it's the exact same decision. It's just two different supply chains, so to say. So, but they're not active. There's no active impediment. As we discussed, I guess it'd be this morning your time, yesterday evening my time, is there's the fault of the German government on the Leopard side, and in this case is the inaction, they're not doing anything to impede Ukraine. It's the lack of action on these items that's the issue.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I'll step down.
Oh, and I'm all worked up. I got German hours this morning.
You had you have been on fire. Yesterday you had a full day. Like, I think you talked. You held the space basically. I was here just for being pretty and providing support. And yeah, today you really got the you had a very strong head start. But we have here Luca and Daniel. So let's go to them and then see if it's also about Germany. I suppose it is, actually. But let's see. Luca, good afternoon. You're in Japan, right?
Back to San Francisco for a week, and then I'll be in Italy, so I'll close the 24 hours. Yeah, anyways, ciao, and I forgot, sorry, I was driving, so I didn't see the name of the gentleman that was speaking now, very articulate about Germany. Maybe I like to say one thing and then have him help me disentangle some of the German narrative here. So I agree with the previous talk that when Scholz came out and did that kind of like announcement of like, you know, we're going to change, you know, the way we approach these, you know, defense thing, and the announcement of like investing 100 billions directly from the special fund in the Bundeswehr and all that. I actually tweeted about it and saying, wow, okay, that's like a, you know, giant geopolitical step, and, you know, this is ballsy and everything. And then, you know, about a month or two later, I proceeded removing that tweet because I don't know, like, it's kind of weird, right? As Italians, that's where I come from. Like, we tend to think that the Germans say something and then they are actually the experts of not being talking heads and actually executing. But then I started reading that even inside of Germany, the Bundeswehr was like actually complaining and saying, well, you government said this, but we are actually in need of this and that, and like we don't see enough. Like basically, it feels like a lots of talking heads and some action, but not proportionate to what that speech, which the speech itself was great. That's why I tweeted it, right? Was. So I was somewhat disappointed. And then as it relates to Ukraine, it seems to me that it's quite obvious that Germany decided to help Ukraine put offensive. They don't provide weapons to attack. They want to provide the weapons to defend, but they don't say it, you know. And that's the whole thing about slowing down or stopping, you know, the leopards and all of that. So just help me disentangle this. Do I have the right view about what I said, you know, or is there something else, you know, I should know?
It's a great point, Luca. An absolutely great point. Let's talk about the special fund for a moment. You're right. So, and actually, here's so you are right. The Bundeswehr is not happy. In fact, they just had the budget. They just passed the new budget a couple of weeks ago, and the primary debate in the Bundestag was about the pace of spending the special fund. The defense minister, Lambrecht, is under a lot of pressure at the moment because the 100 billion is just not going out the door. Now, they've allocated, or the Ministry of Defense is going to spend 8.5 of the 100 this year, or this fiscal year. Now, let's talk about what the special fund was for. The special fund is primarily a modernization procurement fund. So this includes things like, it includes the F-35. That just gives you an idea. It includes corvettes. It includes submarines. It includes new command and control systems, communication systems, electronic warfare systems. Now, in general, what the special fund is kind of doing is making up for all of the stuff they didn't do over the last 10 years. So they've built themselves this big technical debt in their armed forces, and they need to overcome that. The F-35, F-18 decision has been sitting on the table for the better part of 5 years, and nobody made the call. So that's essentially what it's doing. Now, what the defense minister is saying is that when you're talking about big procurement activities like new warships and an F-35 and new command and control systems, that the procurement process takes a while to ramp up. That's her defense. But the impatience among everyone to get that money out the door is really high. That's why she's under a lot of pressure. And so that's kind of the idea on the special fund. Before I go on, does that answer the first part of the question, Luca?
Yes, I mean it's a balanced answer. I'll listen to all your answers and then I'll tell you how it might have. Well, I'll give my final comment after you give me all your answers. Go ahead.
Okay, no worries, Luca. Yeah, so that's the debate going on right now about the special fund. An additional aspect that causes impatience regarding the actual spending of the special fund is the ongoing inflation and the fact that this is paid for by debt, and so there's interest rates on all of this. And one of the most famous comments in the debate in the Bundestag was that they were complaining that this is like butter melting in the sun. And I can completely agree with that statement, and I'm impatient to it as well. What makes me personally more disappointed and angry, and this is what Thomas Tyner tweeted about, which caused somewhat of a storm on his Twitter feed, was that they also they cut the actual budget. So the special fund is outside of the federal budget, but the actual defense budget for the next year actually went down by 300 million. They, in their press releases and in all their communication, they defended this by saying, okay, well, you're not taking into account the 8.5 billion that's coming out of the special fund, and so therefore our defense budget is actually increasing by quite a lot. They have a point there. They're still not at the 2%, even with the allocation from the special fund. And the talk, even at the time when they were passing the budget, was their goal was to reach the 2% threshold in the normal defense budget in 5 years. To put this a little bit in context, the defense budget was actually cut very little compared to the overall budget. The overall budget it was a reduced budget. And so there were a lot of programs that got cut way more than defense. So just to put that into context, but within the situation that we see now, it made no sense why they would cut the overall defense budget. The other defense that the government gave for cutting the defense budget, the other argument is because they had pulled out all of the procurement programs for new technologies and put them in the special fund, that means they were no longer in the normal defense budget. The normal defense budget became very heavily balanced just on operations, and they didn't need the money for that many operative costs, which has a logic to it. But still, it wasn't what anybody was looking for. And the commentators very quickly found the hole in it, which is that nowhere there was allocated munitions, which the Bundeswehr was saying, we don't have enough ammunition to survive 36 hours. So that's why now the new discussion is on, okay, well, where do we get the money for ammunition? And that's why there's a new task force for it. So that's kind of all about the special fund. That's the narrative here in Germany. There's a huge amount of frustration about it. There's less about the overall, what the actual defense budget was in the new fiscal year. But most of the frustration is why can't we accelerate these procurement programs? We thought the shopping list was already made and the companies were already in order and all that stuff. And apparently that wasn't the case, and it's just taking way too long bureaucratically. I'm done, Luca.
Charles, for my second point, before I comment, do you agree with me generally? I mean, of course, these are broad stroke statements, that one is led to understand or assume that Germany, at least privately, took the decision to supply defensive weapons to Ukraine, great defensive weapon. We know IST and you know the auto cannons and all of that, but not to supply anything that can be used to attack. Like they don't say it, but that's the reality. Would you agree with that statement?
Mostly, yes. I would agree with it mostly, yes. So when I look through the list of military support to Ukraine, I see some weapon systems there, or I see some systems there that can be used in offensive operations. So take, for example, the Beaver assault bridges. These are primarily used in offense. Some of the individual personal equipment that they have provided obviously helps the individual soldiers in the offense. But overall, I agree with you. They have not provided anything that is purely offensive other than the Panzer Haubitzes, the self-propelled guns. That's the biggest one. This goes back to the Scholz's statement several times about all of this, that Germany is not going to take leadership. So as long as other countries don't provide these type of weapon systems, and he doesn't mean Poland, he doesn't mean Romania, he means Sweden, he means France, he means the United States. As long as they're not going to provide them, he's not going to take the step, and that's the part that pisses us all off.
Got it. Okay, so I'll conclude my my thoughts. Like, I mean, I think I've said this several times. As an Italian, we were always led to believe that our northern, friends in the EU had a more efficient, a more how would I say, let's just say efficient government. We always think that politicians are talking heads. That's kind of general, but we kind of thought that like German politicians were less talking heads. And what we discover, I think during wars, there are always discovers when the reality like hits, that in reality, German politicians are just as much talking heads as very incompetent Italian politicians. Now, is it done for self-preservation? They don't want to antagonize Russia, whatever it is. But the gap between, going back to that initial point of that very great speech that like Scholz gave, and the reality is too huge for it to be a coincidence, and for that I am highly, highly disappointed. Even though I know that they helped, but like the gap is so huge that it almost feels like they were looking for some PR without trying to do the heavy lifting. And this concludes my thought. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm pretty convinced that Scholz's speech was genuine and reflected public opinion and reflected the political support. I think that his speech was genuine. It was too big of a U-turn to simply be a PR thing. I don't know Italian politics at all. I mean, German politicians can talk just as good as any politician around the world, I guess. Coming from the United States, one of the actual things that I like about German politicians is they generally are quite good at governing. So once the decision is made, it is pretty easy to follow through on it. And I think the reflection of the debate around the special fund illustrates that. I think that the heat that the defense minister Lambrecht is getting regarding the pace of spending that special fund is illustrative of the expectations that the German political system and the people have of the politicians. I think this is more of an exception than a rule. But Germans, yeah, of course, German politicians they campaign, they posture, especially where I live down here in Bavaria. They're quite good at it.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, guys.
Thanks a lot, Luca. I'm a bit worried about the next hand, I must say. I don't know what's going to come, but I know it's going to be fascinating, and I can't wait to hear it.
Daniel.
I love how you build up the tension, Charles. Good morning, Anda. Good morning, Charles. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I love it a lot, Conrad, yesterday. 2 hours. Maybe the answers were not always what I want, but He was honest, and he offered us a new layer of understanding. And I can say I like it a lot. It was very German of him. One thing he said, who non-addressed, but is in my mind for many months now. He said something like this. He, like me, is pretty sure if was not President Biden, the help, military help, and general help from United States for Ukraine will be much less. Because, you know, that phone call, we need make us a favor. But what he explained is, don't say, oh, the nightmare is gone, because in next 2 years, we don't know what will happen. How DeSantis will act, or maybe Trump will be reelected. So the nightmare will continue. What I want to say is what he said. Maybe America will not stay to defend Europe forever. Maybe they will get again another U-turn, become more isolationist, more focused on them, less interest on this, more mercantile, and nobody can say anything about Americans. They have the right to choose anything they want, even international politics, even if I don't like it somehow, somewhere with someone. But he says something like this: if they are not there to help us to defend our assets, which is wrong, and we need to assume our security, and Germany make us ashamed, for example, because he is German. He said something about nuclear deterrence. And here my ears become very, very, I can say, receptive. Because France nuclear deterrence is not Romania nuclear deterrence. Let's be clear about this. And I will never bet on Donald Trump defending my ass. Let's be clear. I understand all our conservative friends, all members of Republican Party. I understand them very well, but it's very risky. And with the French, usually trust is a road with two ways. And let's get to my point. First, the lesson which everybody on the world learned after this invasion was never quit your nuclear weapons. Never. Because you can have the surprise, the two Polar bombers you sent to Russia in the Budapest Treaty, after 20 years will come to bomb your cities. Second, you'll never convince Iran, for example, to quit their nuclear program. And we get to the third point. In 1990s, after we exit of communism, was an agreement made with the United States and Russia, Romania to send to Russia to be recycled and changed our enriched uranium stockpiles and heavy water. Because, you know, we have a piece of crap here called Ceausescu, and he wanted a nuclear program, was very secretive. And somehow that know-how is not totally dead. Of course, for research and development in Romania is invested very, very few money past 20 years, but when it's an existential threat, if something will go really sideways and we perceive, we need to think a bit different about security. I don't think it's far-fetched to imagine a small country like us going for a nuclear program. And I would say it's not because I am totally hawkish about this, but tell me any country attacked having nuclear weapons. It's not nice to talk about this, but I need to count. Maybe we'll see President of France, Mélenchon, and I need to count on him to cover my ass. Maybe Erdogan, the fourth term, will go whole full bonanza. What do you need to do? And in Germany, this is a taboo subject. I don't think here is very popular, but without knowledge, with the resources which we have, we can make some nuclear bombs. And after you finish, you just say, yeah, we have our security reassured. I'm sad to tell about this, but that is a harsh reality.
Yeah. Thanks, Daniel. I don't really know what to say. I think that's an interesting lesson learned. Once again, you've given me something that I'll be thinking about all day.
Maybe we can we can change the topic a bit. I see we have two more speakers. If they don't want, Colby dropped. I will try to bring him up again.
I'm here.
You're here? All right. So if Trans or Colby have something to add on the topic, if not, we can move from it, and yeah, we will think about it.
Yeah. I'm just going to say that if people in Europe are concerned about America remaining involved in Europe and in the NATO alliance, European countries should meet their commitments to the alliance, because if they continue not to, then the prospects of Americans getting fed up with the alliance will increase. So this is a European problem to solve. It's not an American problem, it's a European problem. American frustrations are a result of Europe not making their commitments to the alliance. And the countries who are in Europe who are meeting those commitments know who they are, and the countries that are not meeting those commitments know who they are. So I don't need to expand on that. People can look up the statistics.
Yeah, I actually completely agree with that, Colby. I mean, living here in Germany, especially, I got a lot of questions about Trump. It was obviously he was a curiosity to many foreigners. So I had to spend a lot of time doing kind of explainers on who he was, what he wanted, and where he came from. And of course, it was, when he came over to Europe and was very, very direct about NATO and about the 2% and all of that stuff. I had different opinions with him on many things, but that was one of the things where I was explaining to friends and colleagues here, look, this is nothing new. The tone and the words may be different, but this is something that has been in U.S. foreign policy and approach to NATO for a long time. And it's something that really needs to be done. you cannot have, say, Ami go home if you're a right wing German on one side and have any kind of anti-American sentiment, and at the same time starve your military forces of any kind of funding and not provide the 2% threshold. I was fully behind that, and I'm with you, Colby.
Luca is coming back up, and I think Daniel wants to add to this, and we can go to Trans is Beautiful after that.
Okay, I will be short. I think it's not fair. Like poorer countries of European Union and NATO, like Eastern Front, Baltics, Polonia, Romania, going for 3% for defense spending, even 3.5 for defense spending, which costly dearly because you are not rich countries, and the rich countries like Germany, France, and Italy going, I see what Meloni is doing. I have total difference because everybody underestimated her. I understand what's happened in Portugal, for example, which has nightmarish economic trouble, and you cannot ask Portugal, for example, to invest heavily in defense. But let's be fair. It's not normal Estonia, Lithuania, Lithuania, Romania, Slovakia, Czechia, Poland to invest heavily in defense, covering the assets of the rich guys. It's not normal.
Yeah, I completely understand your point, Daniel, and yeah. And back to you. Sorry.
No problem. We have all seen that in the past years, and it is being known that in the past years, the investments in the army were not great in some countries, so they hold it the minimum necessary, but they also had stocks. We will see. Let's hope things will change after this war, and we learn new things. Luca, I think you came up back just for this, and then we go to Trans is Beautiful and Helsinki.
I mean, yeah, so this is a very complex discussion that upsets me all around because, I mean, one moment. So first of all, like, yes, we know that, like, especially the large European countries have been trading their security spending, effectively subsidized by by other countries, but mostly by the US, for social spending. Look at our nice free healthcare system and pensions and yada yada yada. Now they need to pay what they said that they were going to pay, whether it's the 2.5%, and it really sucks when, like, a Democrat like me agrees on something that Trump said. Now, let's not go into why Trump was saying that. He clearly, doesn't like NATO to begin with. So anything he can say to destroy NATO, I mean, that's the other angle. That's why it's complex, right? Also, let's not forget that, in my opinion, it's not like the US is just going to pull out because Germany pays 2.4%, because let's not forget how much the US is gaining in terms of, like, strategic influence by, defending the free world order, so to speak. I don't see the US going to Japan and complaining about how much they spend. I don't know. Do they spend enough? Maybe they do. So there are interests from the United States to keep the system as it goes, even if it's more expensive for them, right? But it's true that some European countries and perhaps some other country have been milking the cow. And especially now that it's clear that the threat environment has clearly changed, like, they need to change too. That's why the previous discussion about the German government saying one thing and doing another, it's especially upsetting. And another thing that rubs me really the wrong way is when I go to Europe and I hear some anti-American sentiment and they're like, oh, we're strong pro-Europeans and this and that. And that was, I think, January. Yes, I was over there for the Christmas holidays. And then I say, yeah, but look what's going to happen. If anything happens in the European continent, you're going to run to like Big Daddy, the US, and say, help, help, help. And you cannot be anti-American as a European where you're being subsidized, have your posh, health insurance and such. And then also be anti-American at the same time, and then also go to cry for help when it's needed, right? So the whole thing is like very complicated, I think, and upsets me all around. I hope, after this, big war, some people will stand up and do better. But my question sorry, I forgot who's our Romanian friend. You said about Meloni, she's doing something we underestimated. What do you want to elaborate a little bit more on that?
Total commitment to NATO and the support for Ukraine.
Yeah, that's true. That was surprising. Yeah, I agree with you. Thank you.
All right. We have Trans is Beautiful and then Helsinki.
Okay. Hello. Okay. Hi. I just want to say thank you to you, Maria, and the host MriyaReport, and Anda and Mr. Charles, and yes, ma'am, and So, I just want to say thank you for all of you, the two of you, for hosting the space, and letting me talk on your space, and I'm sure some of you, a lot of you know where I stand. Like personally, I stand with Ukraine, and as a South African, I feel like especially with what my ancestors went through with the darkness of like apartheid and everything like that. It took the world to come together and like to like end the cruelty. It wasn't just because the National Party just one day just woke up and said, hey, let's just end apartheid. Hey, we've done this long enough. We're bored now. No, it wasn't like that. So it's like even though things are just so out of hand in South Africa, and it really hurts me in another group, because I'm sure you guys know about how the different countries voted for like to side with Ukraine or to go against Ukraine. I mean, just to side with Russia at the front of the United Nations. So like from what I remember, I think it was like somewhat half 50-50 where about at least on the African continent where some African countries decided to condemn Russia. Another group decided to actually praise Russia for what they were doing to Ukraine. And I was like, what? And even just in a group, I was in a group with a group of Africans, and I was very ashamed to hear some people say, what's going on in Ukraine? We're not going to condemn Russia. Russia can do whatever they want. What's going on in Ukraine is none of our problems. We have our own issues in Africa to deal with, XYZ. And I'm like I'm just like, that sounds so like heartless. And I'm just like the thing is, like, do you not realize that when all these civil wars were happening in Africa, like that the Angolan civil war and the Mozambican civil war, like the West, which was mostly the West, like European countries, America, Canada, who took in refugees and stuff like that, and also even the Rwandan genocide as well, like Belgium, like and other European countries like the UK and France and Spain and stuff like that took in Rwandan refugees. And then also with South Africa, like if the whole world had turned around, like other countries had their own issues going on, like internally, if the whole world would have just turned around from South Africa and said, hey, nah, we have our own problems in Italy or in the UK or in another African country or in America or Canada, wherever, we have our own issues. We're not going to involve ourselves with that. That's none of our business. It's like then it's like it would have just been selfish, and it would have taken like it would have just not been possible without the world. And even though now I feel like again, I try my best to spread awareness of the communist government of the ANC, and I've been told my congresswoman here in America, like I told the her office, like not to trust the Alaskan government because they're friends with Russia, and but the leading opposition, the Democratic Alliance, the DA, like actually condemned the Russian invasion, and just like me, I condemned the Russian invasion. What they did to the Ukrainian people is like absolutely horrible, and that country like left in ruins basically, and very dehumanizing, and and I'm just like it's just so upsetting to actually see like some of the hatred in some of these African groups and stuff like that. Even sometimes even that hatred for one another. But otherwise I stand with Ukraine. So I hope Ukraine can win and like find peace within themselves and in the country, and like gain sovereignty. I don't know if I'm saying it properly, but
sovereignty.
Sovereignty. Sorry, I'm like, oh my gosh, sovereignty. Sorry. Sorry. But thank you so much for that, and thank you again for the host and the co-host for letting me talk, and thank you guys. And also, I'll be hosting a space on Wednesday, talking more about the Alaskan government. If anybody wants to learn more about it. So thank you.
Thank you, Trans, for the words of support. I think it's as we often discuss how this conflict in Ukraine, how this Russian invasion and Russian genocide in Ukraine is viewed through the lenses of different countries throughout the world. Those who we focus often on those who provide direct military support or support sanctions, but of course there are many countries around the world which we don't spend a lot of time on, but we do seek to change that. We had on Friday a fantastic discussion regarding the Russian invasion of Ukraine as seen from Latin America with Manuel Ferres, Matthew Light, and Jochen Kleinschmidt, three professors who are focused on very specifically on Latin America and how the invasion in Ukraine is framed, how the disinformation space is in those countries. Mexico, Argentina, Colombia, Chile, and I think you're right. I'm very happy to hear your support because the world community, although they may not be directly threatened by this Russian aggression, they do not have Russian soldiers in their country, for example, but this invasion is an act of violence against freedom and against dignity, and not just Ukrainian sovereignty. It is really what are we as a world civilization? What are we going to do to say these kinds of actions are unacceptable, and we are willing to fight against them. We will fight against them, and we're willing to sacrifice. And this is where, at least for me, I look to the Ukrainian people and to the Ukrainian leadership and the armed forces, because I genuinely think that those guys in the tunnels of Bakhmut are defending my way of life, and it's great to hear others around the world feel the same. And I hope that in places like Africa, in places like Latin America, in South Asia, wherever they might be, that I hope that we can spread that message. So thank you, Trans. Let's go to Helsinki.
Good morning. I'm just thinking that what
You're very quiet, Helsinki.
Okay, is it better now?
A little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, what about now? Is it better now?
Seems like you are very far away from the phone. Probably if you have headsets, they're not working and you keep your phone on the table or something, and it's far away from the mic.
Yes, sorry. Is it better now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about these technical problems. Yeah, no, I completely agree what our American friends, you guys said about this commitment to defense. This has been, I don't know. I'm not maybe optimistic by nature, but it's disappointing. I don't know. I was just watching CNN. There was Luke Harding and Owen Williams, and what surprised me was that Owen Williams have visited Moscow even after this war. So it's kind of like surprising that he was able to go there. And Owen Williams is a Russia correspondent for Spectator magazine in UK, and what he said, he was obviously had some talks with his contacts who are somehow close to the Putin regime, and what he said that there is kind of this kind of hope or false hope among Russians that Europe will lose interest eventually on Ukraine. So I think that is something that we have to combat here, that there is really like people tend to be, as we know, human beings tend to be selfish. And when we see the times of COVID, we see how countries in EU also were quite selfish, fighting for some masks and stuff. So I think we have to, I don't want to paint some like a boogeyman on the wall, like we say in Finland, but you have to be cognizant that this is like one of the major challenges is that if the West or parts of the West lose interest in Ukraine, that would be not good. Okay, anyway, thanks, and good to hear from you guys.
Thank you. So, Daniel.
Can I put my finger a bit in the African business?
Sorry, what?
We hear our friend from South Africa, and I hear a lot of talk about this, and especially Africa. And many things people are very polite and didn't say. And I think we need to address it a bit. First, Angola and Mozambique, that are Soviet Union wars. You can put something on Portugal colonial past and dictatorship, but essentially, Mozambique and Angola is Soviet Union and Cuba. In Rwanda, again, is in the middle of Africa. I cannot blame the United States directly for this. And usually, let's look at Chad, Mali, Zimbabwe. These countries, they have a problem, a real problem. And okay, colonial past is not good for Western Europe, but also South Africa, for example, after abolishing apartheid regime, which is even now cherished in African American community, after destroying that horrible regime, what is followed was a shame. That anarchy, that level of corruption is something unimaginable. Why anyone will go to say, look, get some money, improve yourself. And let's not forget, South Africa is the biggest economy in Africa. And is another topic, which is well connected to Ukraine. I will stand before the delivery of grains from Odessa to become real deal for Northwest Africa. I was stunned to say people need grains from Ukraine. I understand they are cheap. I understand this well-developed and maintained by Ukraine market for their products. But look at reality. If you have a country and you don't secure your food for your population, your politics sucks hard. Mr. M, which is a very nice Egyptian fellow, which I respect very, very much. But Egypt is probably the historical producer of wheat in the world. And Egypt imports cereals because they produce cotton, which is their main export for 2 centuries. Instead of producing grains, they put cotton. They have 100 million population. Maybe the dictatorship from Egypt must look for the first security thing for their people, food security. Idea to import food for your people is somehow wrong. Same for Tunisia. Tunisia, Egypt, Algeria, they are countries where Romania export grain, for example. And something is wrong. I know there are climate change problems, droughts, social tensions, sometimes even conflicts. But you cannot blame West. You cannot feed your country. And for southern part of the continent, below Sahara, problem there is like, I don't know, Mobutu Sese Seko, for example, and a lot of dictators there that are not made by the global West. You cannot blame colonial past for what happens now in Africa. And sorry to remind every African which is hear us or someone who have connections there. Africa problems are very African problems. Look at Nigeria, huge resources, huge exports, but they have problems like interfactional wars, ethnical cleansing, terrorist organizations is a nightmare. And that is a problem of governance. And governance is about people who have no power there. You cannot come from Athena or, I don't know, Madrid and explain to people what they need to do. It's something weird. Everybody needs to help Africa. Maybe after a while you'll say again, no, that is a colonial attitude. Give us money and no preconditions. That's why you deal with Chinese. First thing first, if you have a big population and not enough food, I think something needs to change there. Second, if you have resources and your country is developed very fast because Africa is developing fast, and I'm optimistic about them somehow. But you cannot ask global powers to intervene and you say, work with this blame, colonial past. You know, it's something like a dissonance there. Steps by step, you need to change somehow, not only politics, but the perception. Something like, I understand they are horrible, poor people who will try to cross Sahara. Like this, they are desperate to go to emigrate in Europe. I understand very well this. But this constant blaming, and Romania doesn't have a colonial past, but this constant blaming for French, look at Algeria, for example, or for Spain, in Morocco case, somehow their problems are overwatch blaming West. And nobody say anything about China and Russia meddling in their affairs with bloody consequences. Okay, maybe. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. So we have Trans is beautiful. I think she wants to answer to this, and then we can go to a short update with what has happened in Ukraine for the last 24 hours.
Hi. I just want to say, Mr. Daniel, to an extent, I do agree with you. It's for example, which is why, honestly, if it all goes down, honestly, and I side with Ukraine, I side with NATO, I side with the American government, the Canadian government, like Japan, Australia. Yeah, so basically NATO. Oh, I think New Zealand is also part of NATO, I think. But yeah, I just don't. For me personally, I don't trust the CCP, and I don't trust the Russian government either, because I know that human rights abuses big time, and especially against women, like LGBT children. It's like no, it's like and they project that onto South Africa. The unconstitutional mass human rights violations while hiding behind the image of Sir Nelson Mandela. And I actually interviewed a lady, Miss Patricia Mashale, and they've been sending her death threats. And it was on my page, it was pinned to my my tweet. I had a space with her, and I'm planning to have another space this Wednesday, but it's not going to be with her likely. But yeah, it's just like I just always like to speak out and speak out against the South African communist government. They're not democratic. They're not there's no human rights. The entire chapter 2 of the Constitution, they've put it in the trash. And yeah, they don't respect human rights at all. The ANC government, they even beat up women and in parliament, and actually caused one of the EFF MPs to even have a miscarriage of her baby. So how's that protecting women's rights when you unlike you as the government actually make a woman have a miscarriage? And yeah, such brutality. And so yeah, the world needs to know the truth about the ANC. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Trans. Just one comment from my side, Trans. I'm happy to have you on the speaker panel, and I appreciate your support for Ukraine. I would kind of appreciate not to plug certain things when you have the chance to speak. I understand that certain topics do overlap, and we do get people with a wide variety of perspectives on the space, and we absolutely love it. But yeah, thanks a lot. But Anda, go ahead.
All right. So because we have covered a lot of soft topics, right? And politics and everything for the last 2 hours almost. I thought it could be a good restart, let's say, or to see what happened since yesterday in Ukraine, and talk a bit about that, or see how all comes together, right? So basically, what we have yesterday were fights in Bakhmut. In Bakhmut, Ukrainian paratroopers managed to eliminate a Russian sabotage group in the nearby close to the town. the Marines eliminated also 3 invaders sorry. Okay. Sorry. Let's go. Lost the. I clicked. Sorry, I clicked in the wrong place, and it took me someplace else. I put some filters in order not to have. Get them. So there is announced cabinet who went out on 8th of December and rearticulate the main goals of this invasion. He said, of course, a special military operation. So they are sticking with we protect the residents of Donbass and southeast of Ukraine. Yeah, we all saw how nice they protected Mariupol. He suggested that the objectives are remained unchanged, and that their current strategy is unlikely to achieve its objectives. That's UK assessment, right? It's highly unlikely that they will be able to generate an effective striking force capable of retaking some of the areas that have already been lost. Russian ground forces are unlikely to make operational significant advances within the next several months. So winter is not, according to UK's assessment,
winter is not gonna be Russia's friend. I know we had Konstantin here in the space like some days back, and he said that of course cold is not pretty for Ukraine and Ukraine soldiers also, but they are home, right? They are fighting home for their own land, and they will get help. And one of the things, so there are 3 areas, and I think Charles, you touched on that earlier at the beginning this morning. So when we woke up, Bloke and Nancy were here, and you discussed about training, and I think after Poland, so there have been several voices standing up for Ukraine, right? It's been Poland, it's been Estonia, Lithuania, Finland, right? Very vocal. But UK, right? From European side, UK has been providing help and weapons, and they were steadfast, like from the start, like a rock. We are here, we are supporting Ukraine. And one of the ways in which they support Ukraine is through training, right? They are training UK troops, Ukrainian troops in UK. They have put up a video of how the training looks like and what are they doing. It's really nice. And I think taking their example, we have seen right now the European Union stepping up, Germany stepping up and saying that they will put their bases, they will make their bases available for Ukrainian soldiers to be trained, and not just officers or small contingencies, but what I've heard was 15,000. So that's a large number. I'm looking forward to see how that is going to unfold. And I also heard that the US is making preparations in order to train Ukraine soldiers. So let's see how that is going to be. Welcome up, Herman. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Anna. And yeah, when the US is offering training,
Herman, you're coming up extremely distorted for me, and I couldn't understand what you were saying. Charles, do you hear Herman?
Yeah, he was a little bit distorted, but maybe while he's fixing his network, maybe I can just talk to the training bit a little bit. Regarding first about the UK, yes, the UK has been absolutely fantastic, and there was some pictures came out from the Ukrainian. No, this is the United Kingdom Ministry of Defense. Excuse me. The UK Ministry of Defense has a blue and yellow circle around their logo, so I thought for a moment it was the Ukrainian one. But some nice photos. Of the guys finishing their training or maybe even starting their training. And what's also great about what they do is that they use the opportunity there to go ahead and outfit these soldiers with all of the individual equipment that they need. So assault packs, winter weather gear, sleeping pads. There's a whole bunch of stuff. If anybody's gone through the military, you can maybe remember in your first week in the military, you go through this very long line in a warehouse to get all of your individual equipment, your uniforms, your various pairs of boots. There's so much stuff you get: tactical vests, rucksack, everything. And that's a really
Just
good way. Yeah.
just a small point. I don't know if Alex ever went to the military, but I think Ben, Herman, and myself haven't been. For sure, I haven't been into the military, so I don't have what to remember. But
No worries. I was thinking about maybe there's some listeners with experience. I'm sure there are, but yeah, essentially. So Anda, Ben, I imagine it's the same in the French military, although it's probably I don't know what they give you, but yeah, no, I'm kidding, Ben. But no, so you go to a warehouse, you get a big bag, and you walk out. About 50 kilograms heavier with all the equipment that you've got. And so some of the images that I saw from the Ministry of Defense UK show that's what's happening there in the UK. So that makes everything a lot easier if you can do that thing where the soldiers are being trained, and if the Ukrainians have the ability to rotate forces through the UK or through European countries for training, that's great. And then it also provides a location where you can outfit them with all the individual stuff that they need, so that when they have a basic level of readiness from day one. The other thing, talking about the training side, and I know that with the mobilized force that the Ukrainians had and started with, there's going to be a huge amount of focus, as we've heard from Matthew Van Dyke and others, about basic individual soldier skills. This is what we've also talked about within the conscripts of the Russian army. Shooting your rifle, first aid, simple things, how to use a radio, whatever it might be. But I think we're largely past that point with the Ukrainian armed forces. I think that's been going on primarily through the summer, and what we're starting to see now is what the signals that I see is that we're starting to talk about the next levels of training, which is units working together, which is leadership development training. Many of these things, training never ends in the military. You're always training. There's no point at which you are done or proficient. You become proficient and you become trained in certain skills, but then there's always the next one. It always grows and it always grows. So when I look at some of the announcements that are being made, I think we're largely past the individual soldier skills. And this is what Matthew Van Dyke has said on the space as well, is that he and his organization have had to adapt because the requests that they're getting from the soldiers, from the units, are okay. Bring us to the next level. Bring us to the next level, and that it never ends. So I like to see that NATO countries are adapting to that and providing that. And it's also, of course, very positive to see that the Ukrainians are able to not only fight and win on the battlefield today, but through their rotations and through their clear human resources or force, I'll just say human resources because we're mostly civilians, policies that they're able to rotate forces through this to simply grow and grow stronger every day. Whereas, as I think Prima said earlier on the space, when we were talking about training before, that the Russians grow weaker every day because of loss of institutional knowledge, lack of structure, and all that stuff.
So it's good.
It is. Can you hear me now better?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
You're somewhere where it rains?
Yes, it rains. I'm actually sitting in my car in the carport because on the porch where I'm usually sitting for co-hosting, it is too loud. California entered the rain season, which is going to last 2 months, and yeah, that's how it's going to be. Charles, I had a question for you. We heard to the beginning of the training program for Ukrainian soldiers that the United Kingdom would train 10,000 men for each batch for 3 months before they're going to be returned to Ukraine. With all the other training options that came online since then, do you have a rough estimate or a precise number of how many soldiers are going to be trained simultaneously right now?
Oh, that is a very good question. Let me take it with me and try to look it up. I haven't really looked at it too closely, but I would also like to know the answer to that. Basically, I just follow kind of the announcements and some of the images and stuff like that. But I'll look into it, Tom.
Yeah, DM me, please. I know that most of the time when you are on, I'm not. So if you find it and share it with us, and please also shoot me DM. I find it very interesting to know.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And just thank you very much, Anda. I need to step off. I need to go to work, help get the kids ready for school, at least the last 5 minutes. I'm sure my wife has done absolutely everything. So I'm going to say, do you need help? And she'll say, I'm too late. But that's the way it is. But I got to go to work. Thanks a lot, Anda. Thanks, Harm. And thanks to everybody in the space. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava.
Slava.
And thank you, Charles, for this morning and for all the hours and efforts that you make to be here with us. And hug your wife and thank her, because I always say this, right? We are not alone in this world. We work in teams usually. We have people around us, and whenever we do something, someone else is supporting us in doing that thing. So be it the wife taking care of the kids while you're co-hosting, be it I don't know, someone cooking for you. Someone needs to do the rest of the things that you're not doing. So give her a very big hug and our thanks for everything she's been doing. And yeah, thank you. Herman, I saw Helsinki fella coming up and then he dropped. Ben dropped.
I am here.
All right. So Twitter is glitching on me. Herman, do you see anyone else? Because
Well, no, I don't see any requests coming in right now. And friendly reminder to the audience, if you would like to come up to speak on a panel, there is a good likelihood that neither Anda nor I can see you. If you're trying to request and nobody's bringing you up, please send us a DM on Twitter. And we will, as soon as we see that DM, we will try to find you in the listener section and try to bring you up manually. That takes a little bit longer. Apologies for that. That's simply how Twitter is. And yeah, it's nothing personal. I think I need to follow you in order to see you requesting. So, and if you come up as a speaker, that is the reason why I follow you, so I can find you back later easier when you request. So I see you directly. Helsinki fellow. Helsinki fella, please unmute your microphone. You're still muted.
Okay, sorry, I didn't I didn't get what you said. Yeah, maybe a couple of points to start the morning here in Europe.
I noticed that there have been calls with Biden and Zelensky, and I think Macron and Zelensky. So I would assume that some Western leaders, especially those guys, Biden and Macron, are about to call Putin soon. So I think this level of calls will always be. There will be a statement from their offices. So maybe something is happening, but I think it's a good sign. Let's take it as a good sign because we don't know the content of the call. We know just some good words from both sides, but it's good that they coordinated Zelensky like usually they do, and let's see, what kind of Russians are in trouble. So I'm sure they are trying to somehow influence to just get some sort of like a breathing break now in the winter. And the other thing I was listening podcast by Al Franken, that ex-senator. He was interviewing Alex Windman, and this was very very recommendable listening. It was very. Windman is really expert. He knows what he's talking about. So kind of really like laying out what led or how our policies in the West. I'm not blaming West for the invasion, but how kind of weak policy or mistaken or failed policies laid down or enabled Russia or made possibly Putin to make this fateful decision. So it was really good to listen that. And then on the ground, of course I'm not I'm not completely have the battleground picture in the ground in the various battlefields in Ukraine, but I just saw some leaflets being dropped to some certain cities in Melitopol in the south, and that I thought, just in my humble view, that I take it as a promising sign for our side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, Herman, do you want to take this one?
And no, yeah, well, just let me have a quick step on the first point that Helsinki fella made. So Macron talking to Zelensky, yes, of course, that's good. And we don't know anything about the details of those phone calls. They are usually never leaked, even in peace times or even when a topic is boring. It's simply the confidentiality between two heads of states speaking to each other. And yeah, whatever was conveyed to Zelensky or what the Russians are trying to have a break, a winter break. Come on, they didn't give Ukraine a winter break. They just bombed the entire critical infrastructure for water, electricity, and heat. The Russians don't deserve a break. They just deserve the hammer for the winter. Yeah, that kind of stuff makes me sorry. I get outraged when I hear things like that. I'm sorry. I had to get it off my chest.
No, it's okay. What I wanted to say, like a short, to address very shortly what Helsinki said. There was China had a guy who was whose name was Sun Tzu. He wrote we call it a book right now. He wrote his thoughts in what is called today the art of war. One of the things that is written there, and I read it like 20 years ago. So if I'm not quoting it exactly, the idea still stands. If you want peace, you need to arm yourself. You need to prepare for war. This is what he said like 2000 years ago or something, maybe more. The idea still stands. So a united Europe a strong alliance, a strong NATO, means peace for NATO countries, means peace for Europe, right? It's not necessarily that Europe was weak, but it was not. It was focused on economy and regrowing, re-enabling the economy after the recession and after COVID, right? During COVID times, there were many businesses which went under, especially the small ones. The economies had problems, struggled, and we adapted. But it wasn't war. It wasn't on our focus, right? 8 years ago, Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014, and back then, the biggest mistake done by all global powers were to lift the sanctions. So they imposed sanctions after Crimea and Donbass were taken. And 6 months or 8 months later, they lifted the sanctions. So it's like a sign, like, okay, it's okay, right? Ukraine was left to defend their territory and to see what they can do with what they had, and what they had was not a lot, because the president which was prior to the dignity revolution was a corrupt one, was just like Lukashenko, a servant to Putin, more or less, right? He did horrible things for Ukrainian army, and therefore, when Ukraine was attacked, they were not in their best shape, right? They were weak at that point. All the Western powers put sanctions on Russia. Russia had a decline in economy, and things seemed like stabilizing, and the sanctions were lifted. And that was the biggest mistake, right? It gave Russia time to arm themselves, to prepare themselves to go further. Especially because in Kiev, the regime was against Russia, was fighting Russia, right? And one other thing, there were some, and they need to be recognized, there were some countries which actually supported Ukraine during these 8 years, and they supported Ukraine by training Ukrainian soldiers, and one of those countries is Canada. Training takes the longest time. Growing, right? Growing everything takes time. Be it people, be it crops. You cannot push that too much. You can accelerate it, but basically, yeah. So I think in the long run, and I think I said that already, in the long run, this is what helped Ukraine adapt to the new technologies they received in during the last 9 months. And basically, they just need the weapons, right? They have most of the training, the basic training anyway, and having UK stepping up with training during the last months equipping troops, sending help. All countries contributed in one way or another. But I especially value this because part of the training cannot be done on the spot. And this is something that, for example, we have discussed about fighter pilots, because last night we have had a very interesting segment on air defense and not only. So
Yes, air defense. There is news coming in that Sweden is delivering more air defense systems to Ukraine, and also two cryptic things like novel air defense munitions, which I do not know what that is supposed to mean, and winter ammunition, which I also have no clue what that might be. But it sounds interesting, and yeah, Ukraine is getting more anti-air defense capabilities from our Scandinavian friends and neighbors. Good times.
thank you, Herman. Let's go to Helsinki, and then we can touch on some other topics.
Yeah, just to comment, Herman, what you said earlier, I just want to be very clear what I say. I try my best, and I think my English is pretty good after all these decades of whatever. But just to make it clear, I am not wanting, or nobody wants here, I think, Russians to have any kind of break. They need to be defeated totally. I am just saying that every Russia expert I know, for following Russia for decades and decades, watching the Russian news, everybody is saying, Russian expert, Russian guy or non-Russian guy, who I have some sort of respect. Everybody says that Putin wants a break, Peredishka. That's what he wants, because he's getting his ass kicked right now. And this is exactly what we should not give him right now. But unfortunately, there is people, clueless people in the West, useful idiots or whatever, who think that peace is always the right solution. Because it's so easy, you can portray yourself as a peacemaker if you say that there should be negotiation. Of course, there can be negotiations after Ukrainian victory, but you have to negotiate from a position of strength. Otherwise, Russians will never respect you. They just respect you if you hit their nose and the blood comes out of the nose, then they will respect you. That's why we are independent for 100 years, because we kicked their ass in 39 and 40. That's it. So, and I have to disagree. Europe has been very, very weak on defense and continues to be very, very weak on defense. I am sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Helsinki fella. I didn't mean to misrepresent what you said earlier. And yeah, it was clear, plain obvious that the Russians are begging for a slowdown, for a winter break, because they are walking on their gum lines. They don't have the necessary capacity to supply their front lines, to sustain the operations. There's nothing more. What they really want is to have just a little bit of a break, please, to lick their wounds and to mobilize more people, bring more equipment, concentrate their forces, and build defenses. That's what they really would love to do. And yeah, when Macron is talking to Zelensky, when is the last time Macron talked to Putin? Ben probably knows that, but well, Macron understands himself as the deal maker, the negotiator, the one who has a diplomatic prowess, which he has not. I mean, clearly, nobody is looking for Macron for diplomatic solutions. I don't even know who gave this man the idea that he is a diplomat or is useful as a bridge between Zelensky and Putin. I just have to assume that comes out of himself. And yeah, I'm sorry that I was perceived to be misrepresenting your thoughts. I hope I didn't. I didn't want to, and if I did, then my apologies. Anna.
And just before we go to Word Doggo, I think Helsinki fella didn't understand me. I said Europe has focused on other things, therefore not on defense. And we are just investing, but this year, not in previous years. So yeah. Word Doggo, please welcome up.
Morning, Europe. Good evening, good night, other continents. Hello from Ukraine. I was off the space for a couple of time, arranging some delivery of some help to Ukraine. Now, glad to get back and listen for good people discussing important things. Thank you for that. Again, never tired to say thank you for being here 24/7, speaking about Ukraine, highlighting the topics that matter. And thank you for supporting Ukraine via MriyaAid organization. That is great people doing great things, supporting non-lethal help for Ukraine. Thank you so much. If you are just a listener of the space, don't forget to retweet the space, knowing others that good people are discussing important topics and make the space walkable. Echoing what was already mentioned, instead of giving the break for Russia that they are asking for, if you hear what Russia is asking, you should do the opposite because they deserve from receiving the opposite. And the opposite is defeat in the battle. And same as every war being ending, it was the one who started the war never finished in the same borders, in the same shape. The war he started. And that's exactly what Russia deserves for all the things they have done for, I would not say centuries, but we call it in Ukraine is already a 9 months of the 8-year war that is there for centuries. Thank you so much. I've been staying here a couple of minutes just in case of any questions. Feel free. Thank you so much, Hugs.
Thank you for coming up. And actually, I do have a question. I remember you said your significant other is in Ukraine, a teacher in Ukraine in high school. And I was wondering how are they faring, if they are doing okay, have everything they need. How do they manage with the cold and everything? So
Well, particularly their school were well organized. Things happening because they are kind of the facility where kids are living there, so they are arriving from all the Ukraine to study in that kind of high school. Is like high school that kids are staying there overnight, and those who are living in the same city in Kiev, of course, they have possibility to use it like a usual high school, like when you arrive in the morning and you got in the evening. Being that type of school, they have the own canteen, meaning that they prepare food for kids and all of that. With the of the electricity and the blackout, yes, it's getting complicated with the air raids. it also doesn't bring any benefit, any stability, of course. And they have the basement, and every time there is an air raid, they go down to the basement, and they already, I mean, first couple of months they were just staying in the basement, and with the things, with the time coming, they get more adopted, and they put the desks in the basement, and just when the air raid starts, they just go down, and some teachers simply continue the study. Overall, about how if they're okay, yes, they go to work. Like, I wouldn't say usually, but people adapt to everything what life throws on them. And overall, when they were deciding about should kids stay at home, or should they go home, because in Ukraine is not safe going to school, the parents' kids insisted that living in the blocks in the 16 or 24 floor on a daily basis is more dangerous than going to school or living in school. And when the air raid starts, going to the basement is safer than staying at the living residential area blocks. Overall, I would not say it's fine, but they're managing, let's call it like this. And that's the great spirit of people when you see that hard times are making people stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm very happy to hear that they are okay. And I think the word you're looking for is boarding school, when they are staying overnight.
Yep.
Awesome. Kajun Fela, you have your hand up. Welcome up.
This is just a quick message. Ben, are you on?
Ben, you're summoned. Ben.
We can relay your message to him when he comes back online. Caitlin, please go ahead.
Yeah, please tell him to check his DMs. It's very, very important. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dave, welcome up.
Hello. Good to talk to you guys again. I had a question for War Doggo, actually. You said you were delivering aid and things. Are you involved with the Rebel Runners, or is this a different organization you're with?
Well, we are more like group of friends who are delivering to group of friends or people we know personally, face to face. Those people who may need the help are usually the one that we support on the constant basis, delivering non-lethal help. Many of our friends from the past life doing some shooting sports in Ukraine. Many of friends they went to military, and with having a contact with all of them is from the 1905 brigade or from 80s brigade or from 79 brigade, different units, different platoons from into the intelligence. And they usually get to us on of course, nowadays they're having much less of need than they were having before, like the usual stuff that these days they are requiring. Those are like Starlinks, alternative electrical supply equipment. So having good supplies for military in overall and having those brigades that are on the front line well equipped. The usual rule is like closer to the front line you are, better equipped you are, as soon as people understand that you are the high need and covering the needs as much as possible. So we put our main efforts for the civilians we know who are in need, delivering some heating equipment, delivering some just common heating mattresses, just like pretty convenient stuff, low power consuming, even if you are somewhere in the basement and you have kind of, I don't know, some alternative power supply like the power bank that can feed 60 watts device. This is something that you can put on the uh, on the on the ground, just instead of sitting on the concrete. You just feel a little bit more comfortable in that horrible circumstances. And this is more like collecting, making the crowdfunding among people that we know and serving for people that we know. And of course, making some partnership with different organizations while supporting people who are in need. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. So are you connected directly? Do you get help directly from MriyaReport?
No, I'm not connected with MriyaReport anyhow. I'm just same listener as majority of you.
Okay. I'm always curious and about how supplies are getting distributed, because it seems like a very grassroots thing.
Look, if you're not in the one of the big organizations, like for instance, I really encourage people supporting MriyaAid organization or Back and Alive, Ukrainian biggest charity and supporting organization, or Razem for Ukraine, or like United for Ukraine, or many of them who appeared in response to all the events happening in Ukraine. Some of them appeared back in 2014 supporting Ukraine. And overall, how the things are being distributed, I mean, easier than that. Ukraine is very strong in the horizontal connections. Since 2014, many people know each other, those who support from the beginning of Russian invasion, and many people simply got the horizontal connection with someone, friends of military, someone friend in, I don't know, even in kind of the corporation that deals with the SDA, like we had previously in our experience. And SDA corporation sponsors some cups and kettles for the hot beverage drinks for people on duty, let's say, feeling a little bit more comfortable in the cold weather, being on the front lines. And that is the strongest part of Ukrainians having like ability to horizontally connect a lot. But of course, it's more effective with the big organizations and delivering mass support with all of the things that Ukrainians are in need.
Yes, I've been extremely impressed with how Ukrainians have pulled together and are united in this. I think if Russia had invaded the United States, that you would have Republicans and Democrats fighting over all sorts of things, and I'm just very impressed and hope that the rest of the world can learn from Ukraine's example.
In usual peaceful life that we already don't remember, we are always in the fight to each other. Hey, why you vote for Zelensky? Hey, why you vote for Poroshenko? Why you vote for the different guy? I mean, that is the common story. But when the hard times, you know your friend. Who is your friend first? Hard time makes people, how to say, prioritize the most important, and horizontal connection is something that you get as the usual thing. I hope no one will face what's Ukraine facing, but to mention that in the event when the time gets hard, people get united. Usually, the common horror, the common bad events, they are really pushing the how to say, the boundaries of the usual support that we as humans are able to support each other. People get more humans, let's call it like that.
Yeah, I agree in that I guess I just don't have enough faith in the U.S. after their pandemic response to think that. But it's true when you have you don't really know how strong you can be until that's your only choice. So I did have another comment, and if that's okay.
Yes, of course. Please continue.
So recently I saw a video of a guy who had the Ukrainians had recaptured some Russian trenches, and he was commenting about how there was tons of food and they were really well stocked and they left a lot of equipment behind. And I've been wondering if we're underestimating how well the Russians are stocked and ready for winter.
I'm sorry. Where have you seen this?
I'll have to search for it here. I think I retweeted it.
Please, if you can, please send it to my DMs for me to be able to look at it, because what I've seen and what I've received through DMs, because as language says, it is sometimes our listeners are making our life easier, right? Sending us useful information and tweets, because quite frankly, we do follow and put it in the work, but searching for information, having a database of Telegram channels and newspapers and other sources from which we take our information in order, and also it's not only about taking bringing information to the space, but vetting information, right? For example, one of the things is when I'm really happy when Colby is up with us here in the space, is that he is one of the guys that can actually geolocate some locations, some the videos which are sent and pictures and everything, and therefore we can say yes, this is he's not this is an old video, or it's a new one, it's a correct location, this is from another location, this is from 2 months back in another location, for example, right? So in order to be accurate, we need all of this, and we are really grateful for the people who are helping us with everything and contributing in silent ways, right? Because we have also people working with us who don't come up here co-hosting. You just you benefit from their work, because they are helping and giving us information and researching information and checking everything. So and this is just a small part. So yeah, we try to bring to speak truth to power, right? Like Yehuda likes to say, we try to bring you the latest information, but also the correct information. because Thomas Steiner, I think it was his third interview. Herman, I don't know if you listened to it. He said something like, I don't strive to be the first, but I strive to be accurate in my assessments. So
Yeah, that's like a third interview. And as you said before, there are many people who actually send us DMs and help us out. I had several listeners sending me the story that there's an Balashklia in Moscow Blast. There's another fire burning right now. And so I got now several DMs from several people with different videos. I shared one up there in the nest, so you guys can copy paste the names of those locations and can have a look at what it is. From my quick search, it looks like another construction material market, which was, I believe, also the first fire that we've seen in Moscow, and now the third day in a row. That was also a construction material market in Moscow. And yeah, so that's what's going on. And thank you guys for all the help and sending us up-to-date information when it becomes available. Back to you, Anna.
I sent you a DM and I found the message or found the video.
thank you. I will check it right now. Are you sure you send it to me? Let me check.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. I see you. In just 1 second. So it's a thread.
Yeah.
Okay. So okay, I will look at it. It's a thread with details and the video. I will look at it and share it with my colleagues. And also I will look further on these guys. I will follow him and look further on these guys threads, because usually they are related and they give context. So thank you for sharing this with me. What I've seen from DMs, because this is what I started to say, and I sidetracked at some point, and I'm sorry. Was really poorly dressed Russian soldiers. Yesterday, I have seen some toy helmets on which it was clearly stated they are not protecting you from shelling, and they should not be used in such a context. I have seen people who reported from the front lines, and if you look at their bodies, they are emaciated. Now, I haven't been on the front lines, and what I've seen are snippets. And I think yesterday we had a very interesting discussion with Rosalie. She was up here, and we talked about mis and disinformation, right? And sometimes snippets of information can be misleading, right? Because you see a fraction or you see a certain angle which portrays what you're looking at to be bigger or smaller than it is in reality. So a bigger problem, a smaller problem. So I will really look at this. To our reports and what we received until what we received about how the Russian food is. People were disparaging
of what they found there. I let me I'm searching for my words because phone died, battery died.
All right, while Anna is looking into her phone and her battery charger, Dave, you had something to add here?
No, that's I do understand that there's most of what I've heard is that the Russians are not well equipped, and so that's why I was kind of surprised when I saw this pop up, and the guy said, "Well, we captured these trenches, and they were packed with all sorts of stuff." So I wonder maybe if it was just a commander that happened to hoard a whole bunch of stuff. That's probably likely, given the the corruption there. I'm sure that some commanders are able to really amass a bunch of nice things for themselves.
Yeah, certainly. So, Anna.
Just a mic check. Do you still hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can. Okay, so Dave, there's this imbalance in supply inside the Russian troops. If you're a Mobic and you send us a cannon fodder out, you get, if you're lucky, 2 magazines and an MRE that's supposed to last you for 3 days. Because you won't last 3 days anyway, they send you out to die. And on the other hand, you have quite capable units at the front line who have quite some decent equipment still, like mobilized, mobile equipment, like equipment that you can carry with you as an infantry soldier, like radios, night vision, and things like that. So that is certainly something that can appear on the front line. That is something that not every unit has. So if you have the hunch that this was perhaps the position where a command unit was, that might be the case. It might also be a case that was one of the more capable units that the Russians are still having. Let it be 4 Wagner and troops like Wagner soldiers have been there for years, not the forcefully recruited prisoners and other people who are serving as Wagner soldiers. It could be some remaining units from special operation forces that the Russians have been using as frontline infantry, or even something like a VDV, whatever they have left of those. Those are all possibilities. So if there is, I believe I remember the report that you were referencing, that somebody said, okay, that there was really a lot of stuff that was quite valuable here in that position we took. And yeah, that's probably a 1 out of 100 find, I guess. It's certainly not something that you would expect to see in every trench of the Russian troops. The message I wanted to relate to you was the imbalance of equipment that you see among Russian forces. So that is something I would bring that to caution. So we see a lot of cases where Russian trenches have been overtaken and there's basically just trash there, like empty MRE packs and some old weapon systems and some dirty uniforms and things like that, and whatever they stole in the next village, but certainly not any top quality equipment.
So what I wanted to add, when I got cut off, it was the following. In the
in one of the videos presenting, unpacking a Russian MRE, there were several items there, and some of them I recognized them because we are a neighboring country, and during the last years, some of the Russian products arrived on our market. This is economy, and yeah. So I went to the store and looked at them. There are small packages with a paste which is made from lentils. It's advertised like having a lot of proteins. That paste per se, it's really small. They are not particularly tasty. Some of them are not bad, but some of them are not particularly tasty, and have a lot of actually have a lot of oils in them because they are because of the way in which they are designed, and the word in Romania is prelucrat. My brain is not helping me today. What I wanted to say is, overall, as I looked at their meal over a day, the income of proteins and carbs and fat is not well balanced, and I don't think they have enough protein there to be completely fair. Because sometimes with fat you can overcome the taste, right? But it doesn't actually feed your body enough. So yeah. Word Doggo, you have your hand up.
Yeah, my point was overall more like with a little bit of historical background and getting more into the cuisine and kitchen. Russian cuisine is not about taste. Some dishes, some cuisine they have taken from other nations and from other regions, from, for instance, from Caucasus, from Asia, from Ukraine, by the way. But UNESCO said clearly, borscht is Ukrainian. Russia has its own dishes that nothing has nothing with the borscht. But just a part of that. Speaking about the cuisine and intake of the calories, what can you expect from the cuisine from the nation who export their resources and steal money from that? From in the cuisine and in the on the food heritage, let's call it this, it's pretty much like that. They have a habit to export the grain, for instance, but to cultivate and to promote the culture of potato consumption, for instance, which is the cheap source of starch. I don't know if I use the right word, but is kind of the cheap substitute to the slow food of proteins coming from grain, for instance, making pasta, making other, like for instance in Italy, there is a habit of making pizza from dough, and this is the culture of consuming the grain. But instead, in Russia, that was always the culture of consuming the cabbage and culture of consuming the potato. That is my main comment on that.
Yeah, well, maybe that is the huge connection between Russia and Germany that we have been looking for earlier in the space. So why is Germany always trying to link itself to Russia? It might as well be the consumption of potatoes and cabbages that I haven't even thought about that yet, but there is something to it on the cultural level. Yeah, sorry, I had to laugh really out when you said that there is the culture of making pizza in Italy. I thought it was really hilarious the way you framed that one. Yes, Amber.
Sorry, Herman.
That's all right. So what I'll go. Yeah, I noticed that myself that in Russia the export of wheat is they're one of the largest wheat exporters on the planet, and they've been for a long time. And even under the Soviet Union, they were trying to get a lot of wheat out for supporting other regimes all over the planet, even if they didn't have enough food at home left for their own population. They did it for political reasons. And it ended even up that they were shipping grain all over the planet in the 60s, and at the same time extracting grain out of China to feed their own population in exchange for nuclear arms secrets that the Chinese really wanted to build their own nuclear programs, which is kind of like bizarre if you think about that. But they always wanted to have the gesture that we are feeding the world, we have the food ready. And yeah, there's actually nothing wrong about potatoes. It's pretty good to eat, and the benefit of potatoes is that they are very easy to store in the climate in Russia. They can be locally grown, so if you're out there, have your own house with your own little field outside in Russia, you can grow a pretty decent amount of potatoes yourself that you need for your own sustenance over the winter. You could store it in the basement in a sandbox or something like that, and you can just eat it directly out of the soil. You don't need to go through the route of grinding the grain into flour and then baking into bread, which requires most of the time that you take the grain from the field, ship it to a location where a mill is, and then ship the flour to a location where a bakery is, and then ship the bread back to the people. And the potatoes, they simplify the entire food cycle by you grow your own potatoes and then you eat them. So that speaks to me a lot about the capacity of the Russian food distribution logistics, if you will.
Every time I'm hearing about this, my mind goes back to a joke that one of my relatives told me many years ago, and it was about the race to go into space. And when the race began, and the need for things that you actually take with yourself into the space shuttle, and next into the orbital station. What do you need? How do you adapt them? What are the problems that you can face when you get there? They realized that one of the challenges is the fact that pens, like the ones with an ink, are not working if you're not using gravitation, right? If you try to write on the wall or something else, for example, put the paper on the wall and write with a fountain pen, then you will realize pretty soon it doesn't work because gravitation drags the ink away from the quill. So They thought about it, and America started a very interesting program, which ended up in the ballpoint pen, right? Which works differently and pushes the paste. First of all, you don't have a ink; you have a sort of a paste inside. Next, it's not flowing; it sticks to the paper, and it has that small rolling ball that pushes, drags the paste onto the paper, and you can write in every position, and you can basically use it in space, right? It was developed for the space, and after that it was taken outside in the economy and used in the civilian life, and was a hit, and it's most probably the most used item at this point. So this is what America did, right? They searched for a solution, how to be ingenious, how to solve all the problems and everything. What did Russia do? They took a pen, like a crayon,
Pencil.
a pencil, right? A pencil. So they used a pencil. They the meaning of the joke is, more often than not, they are relying to the least minimum resistance, right? What is the least, the simplest thing, the simplest solution to my problem? And they don't look forward, right? They don't look beyond that. And overall, in time, this translated in all areas of life.
Well, yeah, sure, but there's also in principle nothing wrong with a very simple solution that is applicable.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying that if you put this as if you use this as an option, they always take the least, the simplest option, the simplest solution to what you're doing. The chance to excel are slim to none, right? The chance to excel in something are slim to none, because you're not, as an exercise, as a mental exercise, you're not accustomed to complex solutions, to searching, to innovating, right? To searching something or developing something that was not there before. And they have areas in which they do that. I would be absurd to say they are not, but in some areas of life, and also in the army, I need to look for that information, because I know what I'm talking about is true, but I don't have the details, and without the details, people will say I'm crazy, because the story is that absurd. But yeah. Sorry, back to you, Herman. I'm divagating from the topic.
Yes, we are. So a quick add-on on that one. So the Americans didn't use pencils themselves for very simple reasons. When you have a pencil, there are essentially just you have a graphite layer in the middle of a pencil, and you rub it off on a pen on a paper, and what you generate by that is those graphene layers, they call them nowadays, or just very thin films of graphite. This can be rubbed off the paper, and they leave the mark that you can later read and recognize as a text or number, whatever you're writing on the paper. And those things can actually fly around in zero gravity and potentially have shortcuts in the electrical system of a spacecraft. And the Americans wanted to avoid that one, and went ahead and came up with the ball tip pen in order to circumvent that problem, while the Russians simply didn't care. Whatever.
Look, both Anda and Herman have touched the important vital important point of short term versus long term. And simply than that, saying that, hey, idiot, don't use the pencil where you can produce the shortcut. That is the fantastic example of short term versus the long term. Why Soviet Union and as the consequence Russia is short term. Why there is a heritage of thinking short term and looking for, as you said, easy solutions. You touched the paramount important point, and I give you the other perspective on that. How you make a long term when today you are in some position, today you are decision making, and tomorrow you get to Gulag, or you get to Siberia, or you get to Sandermoch, or you are just executed because simply there is no reason why. I mean, reason there is, but there is no your guilt or fault in doing something. You just being against, or you are considered to be a threat at certain moment, and you're just simply getting executed or being sent to Gulag. So, how you can build long term if today the government is gifting you property, for instance, a flat, but you are never an owner of that property, flat, or land, whatever. No, land was never a property, flat. And tomorrow, if you're not loyal, or they think you're not loyal, you're just simply taking that back, and you're like and in the gulag still. Or even as was once discussed during the space about the medical system of sanitariums that were serving the purpose to punish people, like fitted in a way that, hey, if you don't like Soviet Union, most probably you need to be insane, and if you're insane, you go to the sanitarium where we are going to treat you. That is disgusting heritage of Soviet Union and modern Russia, where people are how to say, evolutionally, or like backwards, on already once we found a word that is not de-evolution but kind of regret reward evolution, where people are simply went through that, understanding that there is no need to plan long term. You have to plan short term because nobody knows where you are going to be tomorrow. And that is the heritage, that is the specific of this kind of totalitarian or authoritarian regimes, where simply there is no space for long term, only short term. And we are having exactly the consequences of that, also with the miscalculation of the things that Russia did, attacking Ukraine, expecting that somebody is going to greet them in Ukraine. Hey, come on, it's already 8 years of war, and you think that somebody is going to greet you in that country? Come on, you need to be an idiot to consider like that. And why was considered like that? Because someone was stealing money who was expected to produce intelligence for those idiots, and try to guess why he was making this kind of disinformation to those who were paying for them, because he didn't know what's going to be tomorrow, if they're going to use his service or not. So he was focused to get money now, and what's going to be tomorrow, nobody cares. So that's exactly a great example and a paramount important point of short term versus long term. Thank you for that.
And thank you. Herman.
Yeah, thank you, War Doggo. And I had to remind myself here, if you don't really plan for long term, well, you might as well just plan for a 3-day military campaign against your neighbor, and yeah, because long term doesn't really matter. 3 days should be enough, right? Dave.
Yes, to follow up on this, have you watched Chernobyl, the HBO special? Came out a few years ago.
Yes, I did. I believe. Yeah, I read a whole bunch of things about Chernobyl and watched a few documentaries. I think that one was one of them.
I was
Yeah.
I was watching Chernobyl live. I'm Kiev origin, for instance.
Oh, yeah, that's because that's the whole, that's the reason Chernobyl happened. The accident happened because of the short-term thinking. From the very beginning of the design of the reactor, scientists knew that there was going to be a problem, and they tried to, point it out. And whoever dissented got sent to the gulag or killed. And so they ended up with a faulty design that failed, just like it was predicted.
What ago? I remember Chernobyl very well. I was just in my teenage years back then, and oops, I dated myself. All right, so back then there was a huge fear all over Europe about those radioactive elements coming down, that you cannot eat mushrooms anymore, and you need to stay inside. You should avoid digging. Can you give us perhaps a first-hand account how you in Kiev experienced the nuclear disaster in Chernobyl back then, and what was your impression of the Soviet Union dealing with that? If you have the patience.
I mean, there was nothing extraordinary in the Soviet Union behavior. That till the very last moment they were trying to hide what was happening over there, and overall, the first one who alerted, if my memory doesn't fail me, was Sweden, who started alerting about the radiation level in their country, and practically when people start investigating what happened, only because of that everybody start finger pointing Soviet Union that something was there. And overall, if you want to understand the catastrophe of the things happening in Ukraine those days, I can tell you that 1st of May there was like a demonstration on an annual basis, and like there was the national holiday related to labor or something like that. And the 1st May, people were said, "Hey, no trouble. There was something, yeah, but there was kind of the local." Emergency in Chernobyl, but don't worry, safe. And people were going for the demonstration in 1st of May. So 26th of April, there is a catastrophe, there is a disaster that with the massive breakout of the radiation. The winds those days were blowing to the north. Therefore, there was the massive contamination in the bordering area between Ukraine and Belarus, and longer to that. But still, there was evacuation in the neighboring villages, but with the Soviet style, organized in the way that, don't worry, take just things that you need right now for a couple of days, and you are going to be back in 1 week. That was the official communication, but those people from the villages around never came back. And this is now the contaminated area where people are. This is now like a secured area where, if you remember, Russian digging the trenches in the Red Forest and in the Chernobyl area, that was exactly the area highly contaminated. And the specific of radiation contamination is that some, I mean, I'm not a chemist, but some radioactive elements, they have the half-life period for I don't know, for pretty long, for thousands years, and some radioactive element just simply evaporate and they deactivate faster, and it happens that majority of the currently restricted area, it has already cleaned up, but you cannot make the area like, hey, here is the fence and here you can live already, and here is the area that is going to be clean in thousands years. No, it doesn't work like that. That's why they keep the area restricted, and many of the equipment, like tractors, excavators, some military equipment like armored vehicles that they were using to protect the area, they got a significant dose of the radiation, so they buried it over there. And still they were also digging kind of like, I don't know, 10 or 5 centimeter level of the upper layer of the ground, and they were storing that in order to keep the contaminated surface in one place. And overall, in some areas of Zhytomyr Oblast, in some areas of Kiev on the north, you don't go for mushrooms still, and unless you're an idiot, and I mean, idiots don't live long. Overall, is still something that is remembered. I was a kid at those time. I remember my parents grabbing our family, going to Romania for a couple of days. We spent there like if my memory doesn't fail me, like 1 month, and then we get back. And yeah, that was short term versus long term, because who cares about long term? Nobody knows what's gonna happen. Let's live today. This is something that you can hear even today. No, it's wrong. If you don't care about tomorrow, it may not come. That's something that is the golden rule. And another golden rule: if you don't invest in your kids being smarter and more educated than you, why forsake they have to be better than you? That is the great learning point for the modern generation. If you don't invest people being better next generation than the current one, why they have to be the better one? Just because we stuff their brain with the more information, they just simply get more tired, but not smarter. Sorry for getting far aside from Chernobyl. That was a disaster, and that was really typical for Soviet Union. And it was not only the one, and not only the first Chernobyl disaster. That was it was just the biggest one, but there were others on the Soviet Union that were simply hidden and were not that evident as Chernobyl was. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you for this very lengthy contribution here. First of all, I'm really glad that you got out to Romania for a month, because that month is very crucial for those isotopes you mentioned. The isotopes that are quite problematic are those iodine ones. They have a half-life time in the magnitude about that month, that they should be decayed by then to a significant level. I don't have the numbers exactly in front of me, but that is what you worry most about, because iodine is something that's very rare, and the human body needs it. So the human body is very greedy of incorporating iodine whenever it gets it, and it doesn't, of course, care if it's radioactive isotopes or like the regular non-radioactive iodine that we all have in our body, that our bodies are very greedy about. And if you get a lot of those radioactive ones, that is accumulating in your glands, and that can then subsequently lead to either radiation poisoning locally or to cancer formation, because they're all focused in those glands where the body is storing it all in one place. And that is a very horrible situation for the health. Yeah, so I'm a little bit interested about that, because I used to work for an organization that has close ties to Ukraine, and is especially involved in looking at the long-term health effects in Ukrainian children based on the Chernobyl incidents, providing health screening and providing treatment options for Ukrainian children that are still being born and still being exposed to the residual isotopes from that incident that was completely not supposed to happen if you have a proper long-term planning in your mind of how to build and operate a nuclear plant, and especially when it comes to running a certain pressure test on a nuclear plant, how to exercise that, because it was completely man-made. They forced that reactor to go up. It was a very poor reactor design to begin with. A reactor design that allows you just to pile up a whole bunch of graphite and uranium and produce electricity, instead of just spending it 1, 2, 3 more years in planning and designing and building and get a proper light water reactor going. And that's what the Soviets, of course, didn't do back in the 50s when they built it. They just wanted to have a nuclear power plant as soon as possible, and they built it and they got it, and then later they mistreated it, and then it blew up. Yeah. Okay, I'm not gonna ask you to share more about your personal experiences. That, if you want to, it's fine. But yeah, Anna, maybe let's move on into a couple of different topics.
Actually, I have a very interesting topic, something that I read this morning, and that I connected with something that was mentioned in the space months ago. It is Ukraine related, but it is from the Russian side. So what happens? We all know that Russia gets drones from Iran, right? Drones and missiles. So in order to strengthen the story started some years back. So some years back, Egypt had a contract with Russia for Su-35, and they paid for it, and Russia produced it. And when it was to be delivered, it's about 24 planes. So it's nothing cheap. And when they were to be delivered, U.S. Threatened to sanction Egypt, right? Because Egypt has 200 F-16s that need maintenance, spare parts, and such. So they said we ain't gonna help you with maintenance for those if you take the Russian planes. So Egypt said, okay, I'm not gonna take them. They signed a document to Russia, allowing Russia to sell forward these planes to someone else. And right now, what appeared in our news is that Russia is trying to exchange those 24 airplanes, fighter planes, to Iran in exchange of drones and ammunition, missiles, basically, to hit Ukraine, because this is why they need them, right? So I thought that
a very interesting thing, a very, very interesting way in which things have changed and during the last year. And also I remember that Egypt, for example, because we talked about it, they had ordered to they had ordered in Germany Iris tea, and when Ukraine said we need Iris tea, they said, okay, give our slot, right? Because they are, in order to produce them, you have to schedule them, and they were scheduled earlier. So they said, give them hours, and we will have hours later on in production. So I find fascinating actually how different countries help Ukraine in various ways, and how international politics is influenced in one way or another. I'm gonna go to work. Kind of what I'm going to do. I'm waiting for Joseph to come up.
Anda.
Yes.
Go to work, Anda.
Yes.
Go to work.
I will go to work. Yes, thank you. So Joseph is coming up, and